Chapter 234. Congratulations, you've arrived at my true tomb. The Wind Cloud, Marshal Marquis laughed. You are the Wind Cloud, Marshal Marquis. Ching Fufeng cried out involuntarily as he looked at the Wind Cloud, Marshal Marquis image. Correct. I am the Wind Cloud, Marshal Marquis. You are the second martial artist to come here. Similarly, you also have a chance. Have you seen the book in front of the praying mat? That is my absolute skill, the Wind and Cloud Mental Cultivation Method. As long as you can cultivate the Wind and Cloud Mental Cultivation Method to the 7th level, you will pass the test and receive my inheritance. Ching Fufeng didn't have time to think about why Fang Chun was the first to enter. He directly sat down on the praying mat and began to comprehend the Wind Cloud mantra. I've been cultivating the Azure Sky Alliance's illusion mantra for a long time. Although this Wind Cloud mantra is difficult, I will definitely be the first to succeed. Ching Fufeng's face was filled with a confident smile. Fang Chun had already been cultivating for a while. His mind was filled with the mantra of the Wind Cloud mantra. A mantra was a supplementary cultivation technique. Of course, some low-level cultivation techniques didn't have any supplementary mantras. The Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis' absolute art was the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. This was an extremely powerful cultivation technique. The Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis had relied on this cultivation technique to successfully enter the Marshal Marquis rankings and become a Marshal Marquis that countless people revered. And the supplementary mantra of the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture was the Wind Cloud mantra. The reason the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis had set the final test like this was because he had a deep understanding of the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Only by cultivating the Wind Cloud mantra to the 7th level or higher would one be able to quickly cultivate the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Time slowly passed. As Fang Chun and Ching Lufeng were cultivating, several other martial artists entered. The first one to enter was Ghost Sunflower. He was the same as Ching Lufeng, thinking that he was the first to enter. He hadn't thought that after entering, he would discover that he was the third. After the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis gave a brief introduction, Gue Kue began to cultivate. The next to enter was Hai Wu Wei, and the last to enter was Huang Zhen. A total of 6 people entered. The other weaker martial artists were unable to enter and were directly eliminated by the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. These 6 people were the ones most likely to receive his inheritance. The Fengyan Marshal Marquis had also discovered this point from the series of tests that he had gone through. Apart from Fang Chun, there were 5 geniuses among the 6 warriors. I wonder who will accept my legacy. The Marshal Marquis of Wind and Cloud said faintly. However, when his eyes landed on Fang Chun, his expression suddenly changed. This was because there was a black rat standing on Fang Chun's shoulder. Its 2 small eyes were blinking as it stared at the coffin in front of it. When the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis saw the little mouse, he was deeply shocked. His illusory face was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this is the legendary? The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis was shocked. The first time he saw this little mouse, he realized that it was exactly the same as the legend. Why is it here? The Fengyan Marshal Marquis could not understand why this little mouse would follow a human, and this human was only at the 1st level of Qi Hai. Could it be that this young man has something that attracted the little mouse? The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis thought to himself. It was obvious that the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis had heard of this little mouse's race. Of course, it was only a rumor because this little mouse's race was too heaven-defying. In the entire ancient Sword Continent, there were only a few of them. While the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis was still in shock, the little mouse jumped down from Fang Chun's shoulder with a so sound and jumped onto the coffin. Ignoring the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis' illusory image, the little mouse drilled into the coffin and chirped loudly. Originally, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis wanted to stop it, but after thinking for a moment, he did not stop it and allowed the little mouse to jump around. In the end, the little mouse took out a yellowed book from the coffin. On the cover of the book, there were a few bold and powerful words, Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Seeing this, the wind and cloud, Marshal Marquis's illusory face was filled with helplessness. The little mouse had actually taken out his ultimate technique. The wind and cloud, Marshal Marquis didn't stop it. The little mouse took the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture and happily returned to Fong Chen's shoulder. At this time, Fong Chen's mind was filled with an explosion. He realized that he had already cultivated the wind and cloud mantra to the first level. Did I succeed in the first level? Fong Chen thought to himself, and then continued to cultivate. As for Qing Lufeng and the others, their cultivation speed was clearly not as fast as Fong Chen's. Time slowly passed. Because of the experience from the first level, Fong Chen's cultivation speed increased by quite a bit. 3 days later, Fong Chen had reached the second level of the wind and cloud mantra. Third level, fourth level, fifth level. By the time Fong Chen reached the sixth level of the wind and cloud mantra, 20 days had already passed. In these 20 days, Fong Chen felt that his harvest was great. The wind and cloud mantra was broad and profound. Want to thoroughly understand, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. When Fong Chen reached the sixth level of the wind and cloud mantra, Qing Lufeng and the others had also reached the fifth level of the wind and cloud mantra. I've finally reached the fifth level. The inheritance will definitely be mine. Qing Lufeng was incomparably excited. Time slowly passed. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis had been paying attention to these 6 cultivators. During this process, he discovered a strange scene. Every time Fong Chen reached a bottleneck, there would be an invisible aura that would allow Fong Chen to instantly break through the bottleneck. Just what is it? There seems to be a mysterious power on this kid's body. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis frowned. Even he couldn't see through Fong Chen. This made him feel that Fong Chen was too mysterious. However, when he thought about how the little mouse would follow Fong Chen, he was no longer curious. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. On this day, Fong Chen was the first to reach the 7th level of the wind and cloud mantra. Boom! There was an explosion in his mind. In the next instant, Fong Chen discovered that the wind and cloud mantra had reached the 7th level. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense wind and cloud aura. When Fong Chen opened his eyes, suddenly, beside Fong Chen, there was a loud explosion from Qing Lufeng's body. Qing Lufeng's eyes opened and his face was filled with joy. Wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. I'm the first to reach the 7th level of the wind and cloud mantra. Will the inheritance belong to me? Qing Lufeng anxiously asked. As Qing Fufeng spoke, Gue Kue and the others opened their eyes one after another. Not good. Qing Lufeng actually finished cultivating. Gue Kue and the others were inwardly nervous. Qing Lufeng's cultivation speed was much faster than theirs. Not bad. You've all reached the 7th level. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis looked at the 6 of them with a smile. However, the first to reach the 7th level is him. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis pointed his finger at Fong Chen. When the 5 heavenly geniuses looked over, their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with a dense, fiendish aura. How is that possible? The 5 heavenly geniuses didn't believe that Fong Chen could cultivate faster than them. Originally, I thought that if you could all comprehend the 7th level, there would be a final test. But now, I think there's no need for that, said the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. Then who will the inheritance belong to? Qing Lufeng hastily asked. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis, looked down on the entire Golden Crown nation. My life's lost arts are the wind and cloud mantra and the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Although you haven't obtained the inheritance, you've at least obtained the wind and cloud mantra. It can be considered an opportunity, said the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. Before I died, the inheritance I left behind here is my life's lost art, the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Of course, there are also some of my insights into the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, continued the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. But his eyes were looking at Fong Chen. Fong Chen saw that the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis, was looking at him. But in truth, the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis was looking at the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder. Yes, following the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis' gaze, Fong Chen was shocked to see that the little mouse was holding a yellowed book in its paws. Wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. When Fong Chen saw the words on the yellowed book, his heart was filled with perilous waves. Just when had the little mouse obtained the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture has already been obtained by him. So this inheritance can only be given to him. You've all gained quite a bit from entering my tomb. You can all leave. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis waved his hand, and the 5 heavenly geniuses all disappeared from the tomb. Suddenly, countless figures appeared in an open space within the wind and cloud mountain range. Following them were the 5 heavenly geniuses. Damn it, he actually obtained the inheritance. I refuse to accept this. Qing Lofeng's eyes were filled with fury. That's right. A piece of trash actually wants to touch the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis things. He's really courting death, said Gue Kue. Let's stop him here. I don't believe he won't come out. The 5 heavenly geniuses instantly came to an agreement. They were prepared to stop Fong Chen here and force him to hand over the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Then the 5 heavenly geniuses directly cleared the area. All the unrelated people were chased away. In the end, only the 5 of them remained. As long as he appears, he'll definitely die. Gue Kuei's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this time, Fong Chen was in the ultimate tomb, listening to the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis speak. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis looked at Fong Chen. Junior is willing, said Fong Chen. If you accept my inheritance, you have to help me do something. Can you do it? Asked the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. What is it? Avenge me. Within the voice of the Feng Yun Marshal Marquis, there was a trace of sorrow as he said. Fong Chen was startled, his face filled with confusion. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis wanted him to get revenge? Could it be that he had been killed by someone? Seeing Fong Chen's confusion, the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis sighed. Back then, my good friend and I obtained a priceless treasure together. That treasure is extremely precious to us Marshal Marquises. Originally, we agreed to share it. However, one day, when I was cultivating with an utmost treasure, he ambushed me. Back then, I was severely injured and had to fight with my life to escape. After that, I escaped to this place. I was indignant. Before I died, I built a tomb here, hoping that one day someone would be able to come here and obtain my inheritance to avenge me. The Marshal Marquis of Wind and Cloud sank into his memories. Who ambushed you? Asked Fong Chen. Someone who could ambush the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis, definitely powerful. Chapter 235. Black Iron Marquis. When he heard these words, Fong Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Fong Chen had been in the Jingguan country for a long time and naturally knew about the experts on the Marshal Marquis list. The Black Iron Marquis was an expert on the Marshal Marquis list. Moreover, the story of the Black Iron Marquis was a legend. It was said that the Black Iron Marquis had just entered the Marshal Marquis list and was ranked 72nd, which was the last place. But not long after, the Black Iron Marquis' ranking crazily rose and only stopped when he was ranked 60th. This scene caused countless experts on the Marshal Marquis list to be puzzled. At that time, everyone thought that the Black Iron Marquis had a fortuitous encounter. They did not expect the truth to be like this. The Black Iron Marquis killed the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis for a cultivation treasure, causing the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis to die from serious injuries. If he did not hear from the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis himself, Fong Chen would not have known about this. The Black Iron Marquis and I were good friends, but for a cultivation treasure, At the end, the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis' face was filled with self-mockery. He could only blame himself for trusting the Black Iron Marquis too much. Therefore, I am not willing to die at the hands of the Black Iron Marquis. I want revenge. I want this hypocrite to die. The wind cloud, Marshal Marquis's voice was filled with anger. Fang Chun could understand the feeling of being killed by the person you trusted the most. Can you accept my request? The wind cloud, Marshal Marquis, looked at Fang Chun and asked in a deep voice. Senior, Junior's cultivation is only at the first level of the Qi-Hai realm. I want to take revenge for you, but I am powerless. Fang Chun said softly. What a joke. The experts on the Marshal Marquis list were all at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. Fang Chun was only at the first level of the Qi-Hai realm. Even if his strength was heaven-defying, he could at most kill a third-level Qi-Hai warrior. Facing a Marshal Marquis list expert, he would be killed in minutes. Of course, I'm not asking you to take revenge right now. As long as you agree to my request and take revenge from me, I will impart all of my life's comprehension to you. Once you have completely mastered the heaven-extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud, you can take your revenge, said the Marshal Marquis of Wind and Cloud. If he could train the sky-extinguishing art of wind and cloud to its peak, Fang Chun's cultivation would be at least at the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. At that time, Fang Chun would have the ability to take revenge. Before you have the strength to take revenge, you must endure. When you have enough strength to take revenge, you can go and find the Black Iron Marshal Marquis. However, I hope that you can use the wind and cloud heaven-extinguishing scripture to kill him. The wind and cloud, Marshal Marquis said. Fang Chun thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This request of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis was not overboard. Although he wanted him to take revenge, he had to wait until he was strong enough to do so. If he could obtain the sky-extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud, Fang Chun's cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Senior, I can promise you. However, before I have enough strength, I will not act rashly. Fang Chun said. He would not joke around with his life. Once the Black Iron Marshal Marquis knew that he was the inheritor of the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis, he would definitely hunt him down. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's expression changed. Didn't the 5 geniuses who had just left know that he had obtained the inheritance? As if he knew what Fang Chun was thinking, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis said, Don't worry. Although I have died, the last trace of my will is not something the 4 of them can compare to. I have already secretly done something to their souls, making them temporarily forget that you have obtained the inheritance. Hearing the words of the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis, Fang Chun was shocked. As expected of the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis, he was actually able to do something to the souls of warriors. The reason why I was able to do it was because I had obtained a secret soul technique. If not, I would not have been able to do it. The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis explained. At this time, the 5 geniuses waiting for Fang Chun outside the Marshal Marquis tomb suddenly felt a cold wind blow over them. Following that, their souls shook. Why did my soul suddenly swell with pain? Cried Qing Fufeng. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses also had the same expression as Qing Fufeng. But after a slight pain, they didn't have any reaction. The 5 of them didn't know that just now, the fragments of the ultimate tomb within their souls had been secretly plucked by the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. The 5 of them looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. In the end, they left the Wind and Cloud mountain range and returned to their respective sects. Soon, this news spread throughout the entire southern region. Countless warriors guessed that the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis final inheritance had definitely been obtained by the 5 geniuses. Although countless warriors were guessing, the 5 sects didn't publicly say anything. They didn't even give an explanation. This made the people even more certain that they had obtained the inheritance. But even if they knew, so what? The 5 sects weren't something that ordinary powers could compare to. Of course, as the main character, Fang Chun, was currently receiving the inheritance of the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis had passed down all his life's comprehensions to Fang Chun. The latter used 3 days to completely absorb it. Fang Chun, I'll give you a suggestion. If you can cultivate the Wind and Cloud Sutra to the 9th level, Then you'll have unexpected benefits when cultivating the wind and cloud heaven-extinguishing scripture. Fang Chun nodded slightly and cupped his hands towards the wind and cloud martial marquee. In the end, the wind and cloud martial marquee image became fainter and fainter. However, the wind and cloud martial marquee took out a thumb-sized blackstone. You're currently weak, so I'll give you a life-saving treasure. But unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it, said the wind and cloud martial marquee. As the wind and cloud martial marquee spoke, the blackstone appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was puzzled. This blackstone is a hidden weapon made by one of my master blacksmiths. It's called the Black Iron Stone. This black iron stone contains a vast amount of energy. Once it's crushed, the energy will explode, and it can instantly kill a Chi-Hai warrior of the last 3 levels, said the wind and cloud martial marquee. When Fang Chen heard this, he was shocked. He didn't think that such an unremarkable stone was made by a master blacksmith. One had to know that Fang Chen's high-grade yuan weapon, the Hidden Dragon Sword, was a powerful weapon that came from the hands of a weapon refinement grandmaster. A weapon refinement grandmaster was an almighty existence that could refine spirit weapons. Spiritual weapons were many times stronger than Yuanfu weapons. Fang Chun carefully put the black iron stone into his interspatial ring and thanked the wind and cloud martial marquee. At this moment, the wind and cloud martial marquee image suddenly shattered. Crash! Fang Chen's body was instantly sent out of the martial marquee tomb. In the next moment, the wind and cloud martial marquee tomb collapsed and sank into the ground. Senior Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee, Junior will definitely take revenge for you. Fang Chun cupped his hands towards the ruins and then quietly left the Wind and Cloud mountain range. Within Wind and Cloud City, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were drinking in an inn. Big brother, I wonder how Brother Fang is doing? Asked Liang Air. The 5 heavenly geniuses have all returned. Everyone says that the 5 heavenly geniuses have obtained the inheritance. Why hasn't Brother Fang come out yet? Asked Liang San. Brother Fang should be fine, right? Liang Si asked worriedly. Brother Fang will definitely come back, Liang Yi said with a grave expression. At this moment, a person sat down beside Liang Yi and said with a smile, Do you mind if I sit here? Scram. Liang Yi was feeling vexed. He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw that the person who had come was Fang Chun. His face was filled with joy. Brother Fang, you've returned? Liang Yi was delighted. Fang Chun indicated for Liang Yi to be quiet. Then the 4 young masters excitedly looked at Fang Chun. I was lucky to not die. I've returned. Fang Chun nodded slightly. Brother Fang, did you obtain the inheritance? Liang Yi whispered. Fang Chun shook his head. The inheritance was snatched away by the 5 heavenly geniuses. I didn't obtain anything. Although his relationship with the 4 young masters of the Liang family was not bad, Fang Chun wouldn't tell them that he had obtained the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee inheritance. It had been with great difficulty that the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquee had used some method to make the 5 heavenly geniuses lose their memories of what had happened in the ultimate tomb. He was temporarily safe. Once others learned that he had obtained the inheritance, he would face even greater danger. No matter what, as long as Brother Fang is fine, it's fine. The 4 young masters nodded. After that, Fang Chun and the 4 young masters drank some strong wine. After that, the Liang family's 4 young masters asked Fang Chun where they were going next. Fang Chun said that he wanted to go to the capital, but the Liang family's 4 young masters revealed a trace of hesitation. What's wrong? Asked Fang Chun. Brother Fang, to tell you the truth, the Golden Crown Nation's hierarchy is very strict. It's all about strength. If the other 4 factions want to enter the capital, it's extremely difficult. It's practically impossible, said Liang Yi. Chapter 236. Fang Chun was puzzled. Why was it so difficult for the other 4 divisions to enter the imperial capital? It was almost impossible. Seeing Fang Chun's puzzled expression, Liang Yi explained, Brother Fang, you may not know, but the Golden Crown Nation is a big country with a huge influence. Even in the southern mountains, it is considered a strong country. In the Golden Crown Nation, the strength of a warrior is highly valued, especially in the imperial capital. The imperial capital is a place where countless experts gather. It is also the biggest stage of the Golden Crown country. If the warriors from the other 4 divisions want to enter the imperial capital, they must become the top experts in their respective regions. Because of this, countless experts have entered the imperial capital of the central region. As a result, the central region's strength is stronger than the other 4 divisions combined. Liang, he said. Fang Chun heard this and finally understood. In other words, to enter the imperial capital, one must have a certain level of strength. Without enough strength, one would not be able to enter the imperial capital. Then what kind of strength do I need to enter the imperial capital? Fang Chun asked. He wanted to enter the imperial capital as soon as possible and find the Luo family. At least the 5th level of the Qi Hai realm. Liang, he said in a deep voice. The 5th level of the Qi Hai realm was the minimum requirement to enter the imperial capital. Even the 5 geniuses of the southern mountains did not have the qualifications to enter the imperial capital. Of course, in the southern mountains, they were considered to be rare existences in the younger generation. I see. Fang Chun nodded slightly. It seemed that it would take some time to enter the imperial capital, but he would just treat it as training. Since he was already in the Golden Crown Nation, there was no need to rush. Although Fang Chun was currently at the 1st level of the Qi Hai realm, his true strength was comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi Hai realm. He could easily kill a normal 3rd level Qi Hai warrior. He was confident that in a short period of time, his true strength would reach the 5th level of the Qi Hai realm. At that time, he would be able to enter the imperial capital. And the stronger he was, the easier it would be for him to get close to the Luo family. Brother Fang, you've just arrived at the Golden Crown Nation and aren't familiar with the place yet. Why don't you follow us back to the sect? Liang, he asked. Everyone thought that the 4 young masters of the Liang family did not join any sect, but only they knew that they also had a sect. Moreover, their sect was considered a powerful one in the south. Brother Fang, our sect is called the King Kong sect. It is a 1-star force. Although it is not as strong as the 5 great forces, it is still quite famous in the south, Liang said. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded. Since he had nothing to do now, he agreed immediately. After spending a day in Wind Cloud City, the group of 5 set off for the King Kong sect the next day. Fang Chun had also heard of the King Kong sect, but he did not expect the Liang family's 4th young master to be a disciple of the King Kong sect. The disciples of the Vajra sect were adept at cultivating their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were no weaker than anyone else's at the same level. But Fang Chun could not tell at all how strong the Liang family's 4th young master's physical bodies were. As if he knew what Fang Chun was thinking, Liang grinned and said, Brother Fang, although the 4 of us are disciples of the King Kong sect, we mainly cultivate martial arts. As for our physical bodies, the 4 of us are too weak, so we gave up. Fang Chun nodded when he heard this. So that was the case. The King Kong sect was located on a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from Wind Cloud City. This mountain peak was called the King Kong Mountain, which was where the King Kong sect got its name from. Fang Chun's group of 5 arrived at the foot of the King Kong Mountain. Looking at the towering King Kong Mountain, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Any random sect in the Golden Crown Nation was stronger than the top 10 sect in the Shengfeng Nation. Brother Fang, this is the King Kong Mountain. The King Kong sect is at the top. Liang led Fang Chun up the King Kong Mountain after saying that. When the 5 of them reached the middle of the mountain, they were stopped by 2 guards. However, when the guards saw the Liang family's 4th young master, they smiled and nodded before letting them pass. At the moment, countless martialists were watching the intense battle on the King Kong sect's practice field. King Kong sect master, your King Kong sect disciples are just SOSO. In a certain area, an old man with a full beard said with a sinister smile on his face. This old man with a full beard was the sect master of the Luo Chun Sword sect. The Luo Chun Sword sect was not far from the King Kong sect, and their strength was similar. Therefore, the Luo Chun sword sect master would often send his disciples to exchange pointers with the King Kong sect disciples. This time, the Luo Chun sword sect had once again sent a disciple over. The person currently battling the King Kong sect disciples on the practice field was the second-ranked disciple of the Luo Chun sword sect called Yi Luo. The Luo Chun sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators. The disciples in the sect were all sword cultivators, and their attacks were very strong. However, the King Kong sect was different. They focused on defense and physical strength. Other than the Liang family's fourth young master, the other disciples were all stronger in defense than offense. Therefore, when faced with the attacks of the Luo Chun sword sect disciples, they could only defend passively. As time went on, they would reveal their weaknesses and eventually lose. Bang, bang, bang on the practice field, Yi Luo of the Luo Chun sword sect waved the long sword in his hand and attacked the chief disciple of the King Kong sect continuously. Whoosh, the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai, activated his powerful physical strength and tried to block the attack. However, with a bang, his body was forced back. Yi Luo took advantage of this opportunity and appeared in front of Jin Tai in an instant. He waved the long sword in his hand and forced Jin Tai off the practice field. "Thank you for letting me win." Yi Luo looked at Jin Tai below the practice field and cupped his hands in respect. Jin Tai was at the third level of the Qi Hai realm. However, he mainly focused on the physical body. Therefore, his physical body was at the peak of the one-star Dao body. His defense was strong, but his offense was slightly weaker. Jin Tai lost the match and shook his head slightly. He returned to the King Kong sect's area with a helpless expression. "King Kong sect leader, you lost again." The Luo Chun sword sect leader laughed. Just as the Luo Chun sword sect leader finished speaking, the Liang family's fourth young master and Fong Chun arrived at the practice field. "I was wondering why there was no one in the sect. So everyone came to the practice field. It's so lively." Liang Yi said loudly when he saw the sea of people on the practice field. Seeing the return of the Liang family's fourth young master, the King Kong sect leader's face showed a trace of relief. Although the Liang family's fourth young master was only at the second level of the Qi Hai realm, their offense was the strongest in the King Kong sect. Even Jin Tai, who was at the third level of the Qi Hai realm, could not compare to them. Of course, when it came to physical strength, any ordinary disciple of the King Kong sect could easily beat them. "You're back." The King Kong sect leader smiled. At this moment, Yi Luo spoke. "Aren't they the four weirdos?" In the entire King Kong sect, all the disciples knew that the Liang family's fourth young master were weirdos, but no one dared to say it out loud. At this moment, Yi Luo's words were like a slap to the Liang family's fourth young master's face. "Who are you calling weirdos?" Liang Yi's face changed as he asked coldly. The King Kong sect mainly cultivates the physical body. The four of you are different." Yi Luo continued. "Kid, do you dare to fight with us?" Liang Yi asked. "Let's fight. You think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Luo mocked. The Liang family's fourth young master was a team. Although the four of them were only at the second level of the Qi Hai realm, if they fought together, they would not be afraid of a martial artist at the third level of the Qi Hai realm. Therefore, when facing Yi Luo, they were not afraid at all. Yi Luo stepped onto the practice field and shouted at the Liang family's fourth young master. "Big brother, teach him a lesson," Liang Er said angrily. As he spoke, the Liang family's fourth young master prepared to step onto the stage. But at this moment, Fong Chun pressed down on Liang Yi's shoulder and said softly, "Even if the four of you work together, you are still not his match." This. Liang Yi heard this and looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. "Let me do it," Fong Chun said softly. Then, he stepped onto the training platform. "Who are you?" Yi Luo asked coldly when he saw Fong Chun step onto the stage. "You can just treat me as a disciple of the King Kong sect." Fong Chun replied. The Liang family's fourth young master did not dare to step onto the stage and sent you to your death?" Yi Luo asked coldly. Fong Chun shook his head slightly and did not say anything. The hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. "You're also a sword cultivator?" Yi Luo looked at the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand and asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Let me tell you what a real sword cultivator is." As soon as Yi Luo finished speaking, his figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand danced violently, sending out streaks of sword radiance that attacked Fang Chen. The Liang family's fourth young master's expressions changed when they saw Yi Luo's attack. They finally understood why Fang Chen had said that even if the four of them worked together, they would still be no match for Yi Luo. Yi Luo's strength was extremely tyrannical. However, the Liang family's fourth young master was very confident in Fang Chen. What kind of joke was this? He could even kill a martialist like Hua Feng. What could a mere Yi Luo do? Fang Chen sneered when he saw Yi Luo's attack. Then, he waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Three-sword realm sword explosion. This move was enough to deal with Yi Luo. Crash! A flickering sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword. In the next instant, a wild sword intent merged with the flickering sword light. Boom! The flickering sword light collided with Yi Luo's sword light and immediately exploded. The wild sword chi devoured Yi Luo's sword light. What? Originally, Yi Luo's face was filled with confidence. But now, he finally realized that something was wrong. Yi Luo wanted to send out another attack, but the only response he got was a bang. Immediately after, Yi Luo's body fell off the martial arts stage. Countless martialists were shocked when they saw this scene. Yi Luo, who was at the third level of the Qi realm, was actually sent flying by Fang Chen's sword. How is this possible? The disciples of the Luo Chun sword sect could not believe what they had just seen. Even the Luo Chun sword sect leader was puzzled. On the other hand, the disciples of the King Kong sect were overjoyed when they saw this. Chapter 237. The Vajra sect master hadn't paid much attention to Fang Chen in the beginning. However, when Fang Chen unleashed the three-sword realm sword burst, he finally recognized the strength of this young martialist. Therefore, he had asked Liang Yi, "Sect leader, he is a good friend that we met on the way here. He is very strong." Liang Yi said simply. As soon as Liang Yi finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man from the Falling Dust Sword Sect's area walked up to the martial practice platform. Yi Ming, the head disciple of the Luo Chun sword sect. He was much stronger than Yi Luo and had reached the peak of the third level of the Qi transformation realm. Yi Luo represented the Luo Chun sword sect. He was easily defeated by Fang Chen and by a first level of the Qi realm. This made the Luo Chun sword sect lose face. Therefore, when Yi Luo was defeated, Yi Ming stood up. He wanted to teach this ungrateful warrior a lesson and let him know that the Luo Chun sword sect was not so easy to bully. "Brat, you're very powerful," Yi Ming said in a deep voice as he stood on the combat ring and looked at Fang Chen with narrowed eyes. "However, you're no match for me," Yi Ming said again. His meaning was clear. He wanted to avenge Yi Luo and save face for the Luo Chun sword sect. Seeing Yi Ming attack, the leader of the Luo Chun sword sect sneered. He knew Yi Ming's strength. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to do anything. The leader of the King Kong sect was worried about Fang Chen when he saw Yi Ming attack. He asked, "Yi Ming has reached the peak of the third level of the Qi realm. Can your friend handle him?" "Sect Master, don't worry and just watch." Liang Yi's face was full of smiles as he grinned. Seeing the confidence of the four young masters of the Liang family, the leader of the Luo Chun sword sect did not say anything else. On the stage, Fang Chen looked at Yi Ming. His face was calm and did not show any fear. "If you want to fight, then fight," Fang Chen said. "I hope you can still be so courageous." As soon as Yi Ming finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. Then a wild sword aura shot up into the sky. Crash Yi Ming growled and suddenly performed the sword technique that he was proud of. The long sword in his hand trembled, and sword gleams instantly appeared in the sky. These sword gleams contained majestic sword intent. Seeing that Yi Ming's attack was about to arrive, a strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then performed the second level of the fire and water sword technique. rumbled the second level of the fire and water sword art was executed. A powerful fire and water sword light suddenly floated in the sky. Above the fire and water sword light, half of it was fire and half of it was water. It was a spectacular sight. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two collided with each other, erupting with a wild sound of vibration. Fang Chun retreated a little, while Yi Ming, on the other hand, kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself when he retreated to the edge of the arena. At that moment, Yi Ming finally realized how extraordinary Fang Chen's sword technique was. His eyes were filled with surprise. How can this kid's sword technique be so exquisite? The Luo Chun sword sect leader's face was filled with shock as he said softly. As the Luo Chun sword sect leader, he was the most powerful sword cultivator in the sect. Just by watching Fang Chun perform the second level of the fire and water sword technique, he instantly realized that Fang Chen's sword technique was extremely exquisite. After a long while, the Luo Chun sword sect leader shook his head slightly and sighed. Yi Ming is not his match. The Luo Chun sword sect leader could not understand how such an exquisite sword technique could be successfully cultivated by such a young cultivator. As the Luo Chun sword sect leader expected, Fang Chun gradually gained the upper hand in the following battle. No matter how Yi Ming attacked like a storm, he was unable to shake Fang Chun. In the end, Yi Ming was forced out of the ring by Fang Chun amidst the exclamations. Of course, this was also because Fang Chun had shown mercy. Otherwise, Yi Ming would have been killed by him. Yi Ming's strength was similar to Hua Feng's, so it was easy for Fang Chun to kill him. Impossible. Yi Ming's eyes were filled with blood. He could not believe that a first-level Qi-Hai warrior could defeat him. Hearing Yi Ming's angry roar, the Luo Chun sword sect leader shook his head slightly. He slowly stood up and said, "Yi Ming, you are not his match." After the Luo Chun sword sect leader finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he slowly said, "My friend's sword technique is superb. I admire it. The Luo Chun sword sect is a great sword sect in the south. If you're willing to join the Luo Chun sword sect, we will definitely do our best to train you," the Luo Chun sword sect leader suddenly said. Hearing the Luo Chun sword sect leader's words, Fang Chun shook his head slightly. His thoughts were not here. He only wanted to quickly reach the 5th level of the Qi-Hai realm and then enter the capital of the central region. "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I have no plans to do so at the moment." Fang Chun put away his hidden dragon sword and said. Fang Chun rejected the Luo Chun sword sect's invitation. In the end, the disciples of the Luo Chun sword sect were led away by the sect leader and left quietly. After the Luo Chun sword sect left, the entire King Kong sect was in a state of jubilation. Every time the two sects sparred, the Luo Chun sword sect would completely defeat the King Kong sect. This time, the Luo Chun sword sect was finally defeated. "Fang Chun, thank you very much this time." The King Kong sect leader personally expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing." Fang Chun nodded slightly and said. After chatting with the King Kong sect leader for a while, Fang Chun was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb Fang Chun. After the Liang family's 4 young masters returned to the sect, they also went into seclusion. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun stayed in the Luo Chun sword sect for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chun walked out of the courtyard and headed towards a mountain peak. Fang Chun heard from a disciple that the King Kong sect was a body refining sect. Within their sect, there was a sacred mountain. On top of this sacred mountain, there are 9 steps. These steps were called the body refining steps. Most of the disciples of the King Kong sect usually cultivated their physical strength on the body refining steps. Of course, not every disciple was qualified to step on the body refining steps. This was because there was an extremely wild pressure on the body refining steps. If one's physical body was too weak, they would be crushed by the wild pressure and be seriously injured. When Fang Chun arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, he saw countless disciples. This sacred mountain wasn't too high. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were 9 steps. There was a certain distance between each step. Between each step, there was a staircase. When Feng Chun arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, countless disciples were watching. At this moment, Jin Tai was climbing up the body refining steps. Jin Tai's physical body had reached the peak of the one-star Dao body. His physical body was very strong. Feng Chun saw that Jin Tai went from the second step to the third step. After reaching the third step, Jin Tai finally couldn't go any further. His figure flashed, and he immediately retreated from the body refining steps. Senior brother Jin Tai could only reach the second step last time. I didn't expect him to reach the third step this time. It seems like senior brother Jin Tai will soon advance to a two-star Dao body. Yes, senior brother Jin Tai is already quite far from a one-star Dao body. Maybe he can break through this time. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, senior brother Jin Tai is the disciple with the most hope of reaching a two-star Dao body. Many disciples saw Jin Tai retreating from the body refining steps and said, at this moment, Jin Tai noticed Feng Chun. Brother Feng, you're here? Jin Tai looked at Feng Chun and asked. At this moment, everyone realized that Feng Chun was here. They all looked at Feng Chun. I'm here to take a look. Feng Chun smiled. Do you want to try? Jin Tai suddenly said. When Feng Chun heard this, he nodded slightly and said, that's fine too. After saying that, Feng Chun activated his one-star Dao body. His physical defense reached the highest level. The surface of his skin glowed. Then, Feng Chun stepped onto the first step. Boom! When Feng Chun stepped onto the first step, a strong pressure came from all directions, squeezing Feng Chun. What a strong pressure! Feng Chun thought to himself. The pressure on the body refining steps could temper a warrior's physical body to the extreme. Hiss! 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 Feng Chun stayed on the first step for 15 minutes. When he finally adapted to the power on the body refining steps, Feng Chun began to move. At this moment, Jin Tai, who was at the foot of the sacred mountain, was shocked. How is this possible? Jin Tai murmured. His physical body has reached a one-star Dao body. While Jin Tai was talking, Feng Chun stepped onto the second step. When Feng Chun reached the second step, he felt an even stronger force squeezing his body. At this moment, the light spots on Feng Chun's skin flickered continuously. Middle stage one-star Dao body, Feng Chun said softly. Then, Feng Chun began to accept the baptism of the strong pressure. Time passed by slowly. All the warriors were watching Feng Chun on the body refining steps. After an hour, Feng Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The light on the surface of his skin was even more dazzling. Peak one-star Dao body. Feng Chun's heart was filled with surprise. Previously, his physical body had only reached the middle stage one-star Dao body. He did not expect that after receiving the baptism of the strong pressure on the body refining steps, his physical body would reach the peak one-star Dao body in just an hour. After the breakthrough, Feng Chun tiptoed and directly stepped onto the third step. When he reached the third step, Feng Chun finally felt a lot of pressure. If I cultivate for a period of time on the third step, my physical body will definitely break through to a two-star Dao body, Feng Chun thought to himself. Chapter 238. There were a total of 9 body-tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a one-star Dao body, while the middle 3 represented a two-star Dao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Dao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, only Jin Tai had been able to reach the 3rd body-tempering step. Jin Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was originally a body-tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost-killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still very extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai's physical body was definitely very strong. However, Jin Tai had only reached the 3rd body-tempering step not too long ago. No one had expected that Feng Chun would also successfully reach the 3rd body-tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Feng Chun was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all martialists. The strength that Fang Chun had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fang Chen's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to that of their King Kong sect's chief disciple, Jin Tai. How crazy was this? Chapter 239. There were a total of 9 body-tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a 1-star Dao body, while the middle 3 represented a 2-star Dao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Dao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai was the only martialist who could reach the 3rd body-tempering step. Jin Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was a body-tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost-killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai's physical body must be very strong. However, Jin Tai had just reached the 3rd body-tempering step not too long ago. Unexpectedly, Fang Chun had also successfully reached the 3rd body-tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Fang Chun was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all the martialists. The strength that Fang Chun had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fang Chen's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai. How crazy was that? What a mysterious fellow. Jin Tai stood quietly as a tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he muttered in his heart. After Fang Chun reached the 3rd body-tempering step, he left the sacred mountain. When Fang Chun came down from the sacred mountain, he received countless applause. All the martialists looked at him with eyes full of respect. Fang Chen's position in the hearts of many disciples was comparable to Jin Tai's. No, to be exact, it was higher than Jin Tai's. Unfortunately, Fang Chen wasn't a disciple of the King Kong sect. Soon, the news of Fang Chen's attempt at the body-tempering step spread throughout the King Kong sect. When the King Kong sect master heard the news, his face was full of helplessness. He then sighed and said, "Unfortunately, he isn't a disciple of the King Kong sect." Hearing the King Kong sect master's words, the great elder's eyes flickered. He then laughed and said, "Sect master, although he is not a disciple of our King Kong sect, he has a good relationship with the Liang clan's 4th young master. Moreover, it is said that he wants to enter the imperial capital. However, with his current cultivation, it is clearly impossible for him to enter the imperial capital. During this period of time, he will be cultivating in our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect can satisfy some of his needs and befriend him," the first elder continued. "That's right. This kid has monstrous potential, and he might become a great figure in the future. Our Vajra sect must be on good terms with him," said the second elder. They were deeply aware of Fang Chen's potential. With such talent, if he did not die prematurely, he would definitely shake the entire ancient sword continent in the future. And this was also the best time to befriend him. Once his wings were fully grown, it would be more difficult to befriend him. That day, many of the upper echelons of the Vajra sect held a meeting regarding Fang Chun. In the end, the upper echelons of the Vajra sect reached a consensus. The Vajra sect would cultivate Fang Chun with all their might. The sect master of the Vajra sect even suggested that Fang Chun be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Early in the morning of the second day, the Vajra sect master, accompanied by the Liang clan's 4th young master, arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. At this moment, Fang Chun was cultivating. The Vajra sect master signaled the Liang clan's 4th young master to not disturb Fang Chen's cultivation. They waited for Fang Chun in his courtyard for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes. He was cultivating the Wind and Cloud Sutra. In the tomb of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he had reached the 7th level. Not long ago, he had reached the 8th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra. As long as he could reach the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra, he would be able to cultivate the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Once he cultivated the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, his strength would skyrocket. At that time, even if he were to face a warrior at the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he would not be afraid. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying light. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense aura. Seeing this scene, the Vajra sect master's eyes were filled with joy, and he nodded slightly. Vajra sect master, the Liang clan's 4th young master. Only when Fang Chen opened his eyes did he realize that the Vajra sect master and the Liang clan's 4th young master were standing in the courtyard. Fang Chen, the sect master arrived 2 hours ago. However, he did not want to disturb your cultivation, so he waited for you. Liang Yi said with a smile. Fang Chen. The Vajra sect master looked at Fang Chen and cupped his hands with a smile. Sect master. Fang Chen said, I wonder why the sect master has come to find me. As the sect master, he was usually very busy. Now that he came to find Fang Chen and even waited for 2 hours, it must be something important. Fang Chen, this time I came to find you because of a matter. The Vajra sect master smiled and said, I want you to be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Hearing the Vajra sect master's words, Fang Chen was stunned. The Liang clan's 4th young master beside Fang Chen were also stunned. They did not expect the Vajra sect master to say such a thing. Consecrator. The Liang clan's 4th young master were surprised. A consecrator of the Vajra sect was at least a warrior at the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. They were very powerful. The current Fang Chen obviously did not meet the requirements to be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and said, Fang Chen, this is the decision of the entire Vajra sect. Of course, you can also think of it as an investment. The Vajra sect master said frankly. Hearing the Vajra sect master's words, Fang Chen understood. The Vajra sect master saw his potential and felt that he would definitely become a great person in the future. Therefore, he wanted to befriend him at this time. Fang Chen, if you become a consecrator of the Vajra sect, we will not restrict your freedom. You don't have to do anything. When you grow stronger in the future, if the Vajra sect needs you, you can lend a hand. The Vajra sect master continued. Of course, if you become a consecrator of the Vajra sect, you can also enjoy the treatment of a Vajra sect disciple. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen slowly nodded and agreed. This is a consecrator token. Take it and you can enter and leave the Vajra sect as you wish. The Vajra sect master smiled. He was very happy that Fang Chen could accept the position of a consecrator. Of course, Fang Chen also had his own plans. The path of martial arts was extremely difficult to cultivate. He also needed some resources. Being a consecrator of the Vajra sect would allow him to obtain the resources of the Vajra sect. Since he had not reached the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he would have to stay in the south and would not be able to enter the imperial capital. Therefore, he might as well cultivate in the Vajra sect. Moreover, he could feel the Vajra sect master's good intentions towards him. Therefore, he gladly accepted. As for what the Vajra sect master said, if the Vajra sect was in trouble in the future and needed his help, if Fang Chen had the strength to help at that time, it would not be a big deal for him to lend a hand. Just like that, Fang Chen became a consecrator of the Vajra sect. This made the 4 young masters of the Liang family very envious. Brother Fang, you are so awesome. Liang Yi grinned. The other 3 also congratulated him. Fang Chen smiled. Ever since he became a consecrator of the Vajra sect, Fang Chen had been cultivating in the courtyard. The body refining steps of the Vajra sect was a good place to cultivate the body. He wanted to use the body refining steps to cultivate his body to a 2-star Dao body. Now, his body had already reached a 1-star Dao body. If he wanted to cultivate to a 2-star Dao body, he only needed an opportunity. Just like that, Fang Chen cultivated for 3 days. Finally, he felt a slight movement. Immediately, he left the courtyard and came to the foot of the sacred mountain. Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, countless warriors greeted Fang Chen. They all knew that Fang Chen had become a consecrator. Now, they respected Fang Chen even more. Fang Chen nodded to the crowd. Then, with a tap of his foot, he directly stepped onto the body, refining steps. With a whoosh, he jumped onto the third body, refining step, and began cultivating. On the third body, refining step, Fang Chun withstood the strong pressure coming from all directions. This pressure was constantly tempering and baptizing his body, causing it to undergo earth-shaking changes. Hiss, hiss. Time passed bit by bit. Under this pressure, Fang Chun could feel that the transformation of his body had sped up. For an entire day, Fang Chun had been cultivating on the third body refining step. After a day, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. An invisible aura instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. At the same time, Fang Chun heard the sound of countless bones cracking in his body. Then, Fang Chun realized that his body was wildly absorbing the strong pressure around him. His body was making a final struggle. Am I going to break through? Fang Chun squinted his eyes and looked at the changes happening to his body. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, there were almost no warriors because it was early in the morning. Only Fang Chun was here. Rumble. Suddenly, Fang Chun's physical defense reached its limit. In the next moment, Fang Chun felt a continuous crackling sound in his body. In an instant, Fang Chun felt that his body had become stronger again. Then, Fang Chun realized that the pressure on the third body refining step had suddenly decreased. After a slight feeling, Fang Chun realized that his body had reached the two-star Tao body. The pressure on the third body refining step had not decreased, but rather his physical defense had become stronger. Is this the two-star Tao body? Fang Chun said with a smile on his face. Fang Chun felt that his body was filled with strength. With just the strength of his body, one punch was enough to kill a warrior of the first level of the Qi realm. Just from this point, it was enough to see how strong the two-star Tao body was. When Fang Chun's body reached the two-star Tao body, the pressure on the third body refining step no longer had any effect on him. Fang Chun tiptoed and jumped onto the fourth body refining step. Whoosh! On the fourth body refining step, the wild pressure was pressing down on Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun's face was full of smiles. After his body reached the two-star Tao body, Fang Chun believed that his strength was comparable to a warrior of the early stage of the fourth level of the Qi realm. Chapter 240. Many disciples of the Vajra sect cupped their fists at Fang Chun when they saw Fang Chun coming down from the divine mountain. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Consecrated Fang, have you stepped onto the fourth step? Some disciples had arrived earlier and happened to see Fang Chun coming down from the fourth step. As for the disciples who came later, they did not see him at all. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock when they heard some disciples asking Fang Chun this question. In just a few days, Fang Chun had stepped onto the fourth step from the third step. What kind of monster was this? Their eyes were burning as they looked at Fang Chun, wanting a definite answer. Fang Chun nodded slightly and admitted it directly. It was not a big deal, and there was no need to hide it. However, when they saw Fang Chun admit it, the hearts of many disciples below the divine mountain were filled with shock. Consecrated Fang is too amazing. In just a few days, he has stepped onto the fourth step. Yes, consecrated Fang is not only powerful, but also has great potential. He is the first warrior among the younger generation of the Vajra sect to step onto the fourth step. In the past, I thought that senior brother Jintai had great potential. However, after seeing consecrated Fang, I realized that there is always someone better out there. Many disciples were shocked and praised Fang Chun one after another. One had to know that to be able to step onto the fourth step of the divine mountain meant that the physical strength of one's body had at least reached the level of a two-star Tao body. What did it mean to have a two-star Tao body? As a one-star sect, the Vajra sect did not have a single member of the younger generation with a two-star Tao body. From this point, it was enough to see how great Fang Chun's potential was. Moreover, Fang Chun was so young. He was the youngest consecrated in the history of the Vajra sect. When the news of Fang Chun successfully stepping onto the fourth step reached the ears of the Vajra sect master, his face was filled with an excited smile. I was right about him. The the Vajra sect master said excitedly. The Vajra sect master said excitedly. In just a few days, Fang Chun had advanced from the third step to the fourth step. Fang Chen's potential was much greater than he had imagined. That's right. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. In the future, he will definitely become an overlord. The first elder laughed. Sect master is wise, the other elders said. However, at this moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. Isn't he just a brat? So what if he's a genius? Of all the geniuses I've seen over the years, most of them died prematurely. The voice rang out again. Only those who truly survive can be considered geniuses. Those who die prematurely aren't geniuses. Fang Chen's potential is not bad, but who can guarantee that he'll be able to survive in this chaotic world? Said consecrate you coldly. Consecrate you had sacrificed a lot to become one of the Vajra sect's consecrators. In the end, he had been lucky enough to become one of the Vajra sect's consecrators. When he heard that Fang Chun had become a consecrated of the Vajra sect, consecrate you was furious. This brat only had a little bit of potential. What qualifications did he have to become a consecrated of the Vajra sect? A consecrated of the Vajra sect had to be at least at the fourth level of the Chi High realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to be a consecrated. Back then, consecrate you had advised the Vajra sect master not to let Fang Chun become a consecrated, but the Vajra sect master didn't listen. This caused consecrate you to be filled with anger towards Fang Chun. At this moment, when they heard that Fang Chen's physical body had reached a 2-star Dao body, many of the elders were overjoyed. Only consecrate you's eyes were filled with disdain. Consecrate you can't say that. Our Vajra sect is making an investment. Once the investment succeeds, we will definitely reap great rewards in the future. The first elder retorted. What if the investment fails? Fang Chun may be glorious now, but one day he will leave the Vajra sect. Once he leaves the Vajra sect, his death will be our loss. Consecrate you coldly said. Consecrate you. Say no more. If you want my approval, you need to fight with me. Consecrate you interrupted the first elder's words and said coldly. Consecrate you. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the fourth level of the Chi High realm. Fang Chun is only at the first level of the Chi High realm. How can he block your attacks? The first elder helplessly shook his head. Everyone knew consecrate you's temper. At this moment, they couldn't persuade him. I will suppress my cultivation to the early fourth level of the Chi High realm. If he still can't block my attacks, then it means that he is not qualified to be a consecrated. At that time, I would like to ask the sect master to remove him from his position. Consecrate you said in a deep voice. Consecrate you. The great elder still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the King Kong sect master. His eyes flickered as he pondered the situation. He didn't know how consecrate you managed to convince the Vajra sect master, but the news that spread was that consecrate you wanted to challenge Fang Chun. Consecrate you suppressed his cultivation to the early fourth level of the Chi High realm. As long as Fang Chun could block 30 of his attacks, he wouldn't make things difficult for Fang Chun. This news spread throughout the entire Vajra sect. When the 4 young masters of the Liang family heard the news, they hurried to Fang Chen's courtyard to inform him. Fang Chun heard the news, and his face was calm. Brother Fang, aren't you worried? Liang asked anxiously. Fang Chun shrugged and said, What's the use of being worried? Of course, there was a reason why Fang Chun wasn't worried. Before his Dao body broke through, he was already able to defeat a warrior at the peak of the third level of the Chi High realm. Now that his Dao body had broken through, his overall strength had increased. Defeating a warrior at the early fourth level of the Chi High realm shouldn't be a problem. Fang Chun wanted to use this opportunity to see how strong he was. The time was set to be 3 days later. When the 4 young masters saw that Fang Chun wasn't worried at all, they left Fang Chen's courtyard in the end. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the third day arrived, countless disciples rushed to the martial arts practice field. In the Vajra sect's martial arts practice field, there were countless disciples. They all want to see if consecrate you could create a miracle in this battle. When Fang Chun arrived at the martial arts practice field, the Vajra sect leader and the others hadn't arrived yet. He saw Jin Tai, and the latter greeted him. Consecrate Fong. Consecrate Yu's strength is tyrannical. Although he suppressed his cultivation, his skills and fighting skills are much stronger than yours. You have to be careful in this battle. Jin Tai walked to Fong Chen's side and reminded him. I'll be careful, Fong Chen said. Ever since Fong Chen displayed great strength, Jin Tai had been completely convinced by Fong Chen. He wasn't jealous of Fong Chen becoming a consecrate at all. In fact, he even congratulated Fong Chen. Later, when Fong Chen successfully stepped into the 2-star Dao body from the pinnacle of the 1-star Dao body, Jin Tai specially came to consult Fong Chen. Fong Chen also imparted some of his own experiences to Jin Tai. Fong Chen and Jin Tai were both friends and teacher. However, in Jin Tai's heart, Fong Chen had given him a lot of pointers, and he was very grateful. Consecrate Fong, I have a vague feeling that you will win this battle, Jin Tai suddenly said. Fong Chen grinned and said, I also hope that I can win. Just as Fong Chen and Jin Tai were talking, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan also arrived. They also cheered for Fong Chen. Later, the King Kong sect leader and the others also arrived. Finally, Consecrate Yu also arrived. After Consecrate Yu arrived, he stood directly on the martial arts stage and stared coldly at Fong Chen. You are Fong Chen? Consecrate Yu said coldly. Consecrate Yu had never seen Fong Chen before, so he asked. Fong Chen nodded and smiled at Consecrate Yu. There was not a trace of fear on his face. The first condition of being a consecrate of the King Kong sect is that you must be at least at the 4th Qi High realm. Therefore, I think that you are not qualified to be a consecrate. Consecrate, you said slowly. Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide, Fong Chen said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Consecrate Yu snorted and said, Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the early stage of the 4th Qi High realm. If you can withstand 30 of my attacks, I will acknowledge you and won't cause you any more trouble. On the other hand, if you can't even withstand 30 of my attacks, then you shouldn't be a consecrate of the King Kong sect. It's best that you stay away from the sect. Then let's fight. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. All right, Consecrate Yu heard this and shouted in a low voice. The aura around his body suddenly surged, and on the surface of his skin, spots of light shone. Consecrate Yu activated the strength of his body, and his defense reached its limit. 2-star Dao body, Fong Chen said after seeing the strength of Consecrate Yu's body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Chen also activated his 2-star Dao body. The strong energy waves caused countless disciples to be shocked. King Kong Annihilating Fist. Seeing Fong Chen activate his 2-star Dao body, Consecrate Yu knew that he did not have the upper hand in terms of defense. Therefore, he directly used his most powerful fist skill. After the King Kong Annihilating Fist was used, the entire martial arts arena was instantly surrounded by a golden fist aura. Seeing this, Fong Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the 2nd level of the fire and water sword art. The fire and water sword art collided directly with the golden fist aura and exploded. Consecrate Yu saw this and was surprised. He immediately used the King Kong Annihilating Fist again. Bang, bang, bang. Consecrate Yu originally thought that Fong Chen would at most be able to withstand 10 moves from him before being defeated. However, the reality was out of his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged 20 moves. Fong Chen seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. My body has reached the 2-star Dao body. My strength has indeed increased. Fong Chen thought to himself. If his body had not reached the 2-star Dao body, he would not have been able to fight against Consecrate Yu. At this moment, he was using the fire and water sword art to continuously fight against Consecrate Yu. However, Consecrate Yu's true cultivation level was at the peak of the 4th Qi High realm. Regardless of battle techniques or battle experience, he was stronger than Fong Chen. Therefore, Fong Chen could only fight to a draw with him. He was unable to defeat him. However, Fong Chen was very confident. If the person in front of him was an ordinary early Qi High realm disciple, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Bang, bang, bang. After Fong Chun blocked Consecrate Yu's 29th move, Consecrate Yu's face finally darkened. Chapter 241. At this moment, Consecrated Yu's face was filled with coldness. His heart was filled with anger. This final move must defeat Fong Chun, or else he would not be able to stay in the King Kong sect in the future. Consecrated Yu let out a low roar, and spots of light appeared around his body. Following that, Consecrated Yu activated his Dao body, and the tyrannical power of his Dao body dissipated wildly. Mount Tai Crush. Consecrated Yu clenched his fist tightly and then swung it violently. Spots of light appeared on his fist, and within these spots of light, there was an extremely majestic aura. Seeing Consecrated Yu use the Mount Tai Crush, countless disciples were shocked. This was because the Mount Tai Crush was Consecrated Yu's ultimate skill. Although Consecrated Yu's cultivation was suppressed to the early stage of the Chi-Hai realm, his ultimate skill was not suppressed. Boom, 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 wherever Consecrated Yu's fist passed, the air would dissipate. When Fong Chun saw this scene, a slight ripple appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in Fong Chun's hand suddenly swung out. The second layer of the fire and water sword aura. The majestic fire and water sword aura shot towards Consecrated Yu's fist. Crack! Consecrated Yu's fist collided with the fire and water sword aura, and Fong Chun's fire and water sword aura shattered. Seeing this, Fong Chun frowned. His body flashed, and he kept dodging Consecrated Yu's fist. At the same time, Fong Chun's Dao body was fully activated. Within his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly, and traces of invisible aura entered his body. Fire and water sword technique. Fong Chun let out a low roar, and the fire and water sword aura shot out again. In one breath, Consecrated Yu's fist only stopped after dozens of fire and water sword auras were shot out. In the sky, a majestic sound rang out. Consecrated Yu saw that his Mount Tai Crush was blocked by Fong Chun, and his face was filled with anger. Damn it! Consecrated Yu roared. The aura around him exploded, and he punched towards Fong Chun again. At this moment, Fong Chun's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, that move should be the 30th move, right?" Consecrated Yu's face was filled with anger after hearing Fong Chun's words. His body flashed, and he wanted to defeat Fong Chun. But Consecrated Yu spoke. Consecrated Yu's 30 moves. Consecrated Yu's words. Consecrated Yu couldn't ignore the Consecrated sect. You consecrators' words, consecrated with shame, to the Consecrated Yus. Twos, Consecrator twos. He, use, he. Consecrator, aider, you. Consecrated you. You must accept your loss, the first elder said. Consecrated Yu glanced coldly at Fong Chun, then snorted. His body flashed, and he left the martial arts arena. After Consecrator Yu left, countless Consecrated sect disciples looked at Fong Chun in shock. The latter had given them too much of a shock. Heavens, Consecrator Fong's strength is so strong. He can withstand 30 moves from Consecrated Yu. Consecrator Fong is too strong. That's right. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be a consecrator? Many Consecrated sect disciples were discussing. At this moment, the happiest people were the many higher-ups of the Consecrated sect. The more outstanding Fong Chun's performance was, the more they felt that they had made the right choice. The battle between Fong Chun and Consecrated Yu instantly spread throughout the Consecrated sect. Countless warriors were talking about Fong Chun. Some disciples even made Fong Chun their goal. In the following days, no one came to disturb Fong Chun. Fong Chun had been cultivating diligently. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Fong Chun had a new understanding of the fire and water sword art. Fong Chun was confident that he could cultivate the fire and water sword art to the 3rd level in a short period of time. Once he cultivated the fire and water sword art to the 3rd level, his strength would be able to crush an early-level Chi-Hai warrior and even challenge a mid-level Chi-Hai warrior. However, just as Fong Chun was preparing to cultivate in one go, he was suddenly awakened by the arrival of the Consecrator sect master. Sect Master. Seeing the consecrator's sect master, Fong Chun cupped his hands and greeted. Fong Chun, I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation. The consecrator's sect master saw that Fong Chun was cultivating and smiled. Fong Chun shook his head slightly and asked, May I know what sect master is looking for me for? Hearing Fong Chun's words, the consecrated sect master said bluntly, Fong Chun, my consecrated sect has a matter that requires your help. Oh, tell me about it. Fong Chun was puzzled. During this period of time, he had been using the consecrated sect's resources. Since the consecrated sect master had said so, Fong Chun would naturally help if he could. The neighboring sect of our consecrated sect is called the Everlasting Sect. Their sect's power has intersected with our consecrated sect's power. At first, it didn't matter, but later on, the Everlasting Sect's ambition grew, and they continuously invaded some of our cities, causing our consecrated sect's resources to continuously decrease. The consecrated sect master slowly said, Just 3 days ago, the Everlasting Sect actually invaded 3 of our consecrated sect cities. This caused our consecrated sect to be extremely furious. The consecrated sect master continued, Since the Everlasting Sect dares to invade the consecrated sect cities, then why don't the consecrated sect just take them back? Fong Chun was puzzled. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the consecrated sect master's face when he heard Fong Chun's words. He sighed and said, The younger generation of the Everlasting Sect is even stronger than the disciples of the falling Dust Sword Sect. This time, the Everlasting Sect has invaded our consecrated sect's territory. We've also sent the 4 young masters of the Liang family, Jin Tai, and the others, but we're unable to stop the younger generation of the Everlasting Sect. As for the upper echelons of our consecrated sect, the Everlasting Sect will definitely act as well once we take action. Right now, our consecrated sect is too weak. If an all-out war breaks out, we definitely won't be a match for the Everlasting Sect. As a result, the upper echelons of our 2 sects have come to a tacit understanding that the older generation won't step in when the younger generation takes action. The consecrated sect master glanced at Fong Chun when he reached this point. Fong Chun understood what the consecrated sect master meant when he heard this. Consecrator Fong, although you're a consecrator of our consecrated sect, you're younger than Jin Tai and the others. Even if we announce to the outside world that you're a disciple of our consecrated sect, they won't suspect anything. So, the consecrator sect master didn't finish his sentence, but Fong Chun already understood. Fong Chun pondered this for a moment before asking, No matter what the younger generation does, the older generation won't step in? If he wanted to help, he had to make things clear first. Only then would it be easier to act. If it's just a small matter, the older generation definitely won't step in. However, if the interests of our 2 sects are threatened, the older generation will definitely step in, the consecrator's sect master said. When he saw the confusion on Fong Chun's face, he continued to explain, If it's just taking over a few cities of the Everlasting Sect, their upper echelons will definitely be wary and won't dare to step in. Fong Chun nodded when he heard this. Don't worry, consecrated sect master. I'll take care of this matter. All right, since consecrator Fong has agreed, I'll go back and make preparations. Consecrator Fong, you must remember to announce to the Everlasting Sect that you're the chief disciple of our consecrated sect. All right, when do we set off? Fong Chun asked. Tomorrow. Early the next morning, Fong Chun left the consecrated sect under the lead of the 4 young masters of the Liang clan and headed towards the cities that had been taken over by the Everlasting Sect. In total, the consecrated sect had taken over 5 cities, all of which were close to the Everlasting Sect's territory. After a night of thinking, Fong Chun had already made up his mind. His primary goal this time was to take back the cities that had been taken over. Depending on the situation, he would also take over a few of the Everlasting Sect cities. Therefore, Fong Chun's first destination this time was one of the cities that had been taken over, Gaoshan City. Gaoshan City was one of the 5 cities that was relatively far from the Everlasting Sect. After traveling day and night, Fong Chun finally arrived at the wilderness outside Gaoshan City after a day. At this time, there were a few small tents set up in the wilderness. Seeing Fang Chun and the four young masters of the Liang clan arrive, Jin Tai personally came to welcome them. At this time, Jin Tai was frowning. Consecrated Fang. Jin Tai cupped his hands at Fang Chun. What's the situation? Fang Chun asked directly. If he wanted to take back the cities, the most direct way was to defeat the other party's leader. Then, the other party would naturally be defeated. This was the simplest way. The one guarding this city is the fifth disciple of the everlasting sect's younger generation. His cultivation has reached the peak of the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. I'm no match for him, but with consecrated Fang here, Zhang Hongqi definitely won't be a match for you, Jin Tai said slowly. Fang Chen nodded. After understanding Zhang Hongqi, he made his decision. Let's go, Fang Chen said. Then, under the leadership of Fang Chun, the warriors directly arrived at the gates of Gaoshan City. At this time, many disciples of the everlasting sect stood on top of Gaoshan City's gate tower. Among them, the leader was dressed in black and had a wild smile on his face. Jin Tai, are you here to die? Zhang Hongqi saw Jin Tai in the crowd and asked coldly. You're Zhang Hongqi? Fang Chen asked coldly as he raised his head and looked at Zhang Hongqi. Who are you? Zhang Hongqi frowned and scolded. Well, since you're Zhang Hongqi, then hurry up and take the disciples of the everlasting sect and leave this place, Fang Chen said firmly. After a while, Zhang Hongqi came down from the gate tower and walked out of Gaoshan City. Looking at Fang Chen, he sneered, Kid, who are you to dare ask me to leave Gaoshan City? Zhang Hongqi also knew that this time, the upper echelons of the two sects had tacitly agreed that they would not intervene and let the younger generation fight. Therefore, Zhang Hongqi did not think that the King Kong sect had any powerful disciples, so he did not care about Fang Chen. Chapter 242. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jin Tai and the others were stunned. If Fang Chen killed Zhang Hongqi, the Boundless Sect's higher-ups would definitely be infuriated. Of course, Fang Chen was just asking. It was fine for the younger generation to fight amongst themselves, but if he killed Zhang Hongqi, the Boundless Sect's higher-ups would definitely be drawn out. That was because although Zhang Hongqi's cultivation base wasn't high, he was the fifth strongest expert of the Boundless Sect's younger generation. He was the Boundless Sect's hope. Brat, are you courting death? Zhang Hongqi's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice. Gaoshan City belongs to my Vajra sect. Since your Boundless sect has occupied it, we naturally have to take it back, said Fang Chen calmly. Good. Let me experience just how powerful the Vajra sect's disciples are, said Zhang Hongqi coldly as a spike club appeared in his hand. All of you back up. Fang Chen turned and saw Zhang Hongqi's wild aura. Jin Tai and the others all retreated. Zhang Hongqi's spike club suddenly danced through the air. Countless afterimages appeared in the sky, each containing a boundless aura. The Boundless Sect's younger generation's elites had all cultivated the peerless heavenly phenomenon. Zhang Hongqi was currently using the peerless heavenly phenomenon. The peerless heavenly phenomenon was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, one could condense a heavenly phenomenon image in the sky. However, Zhang Hongqi's peerless heavenly phenomenon had clearly not been cultivated to the highest level. Finger of Death. Seeing Zhang Hongqi executing the Wuji celestial phenomenon, Fang Chen let out a low roar and executed the Finger of Death. A strong aura of death instantly filled the entire battlefield. A thick finger light containing a destructive aura shot out from Fang Chen's finger. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's finger light directly hit Zhang Hongqi's mace. Zhang Hongqi had originally thought that Fang Chen was very weak and that a casual blow would be enough to defeat Fang Chen. However, when the two came into contact, he realized that he was wrong. How is this possible? Seeing this, Zhang Hongqi's figure flashed, tried to avoid the attack of the Finger of Death. However, with his strength, it was obvious that he was no match for Fang Chen. Pucci the Finger of Death directly pierced Zhang Hongqi's shoulder. Immediately, blood flowed out. Zhang Hongqi screamed miserably. Zhang Hongqi's heart was filled with fear. He could sense a trace of the eldest senior brother's might coming from Fang Chen's body. How could this be? Zhang Hongqi's face was filled with unwillingness. He was the fifth-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect and had reached the peak of the third Qi-Hai realm. He was only one step away from the fourth Qi-Hai realm. He had thought that no one in the younger generation of the Vajra sect would be a match for him. After he conquered Gaoshan City, he was very happy and the sect gave him a lot of resources. But now, he had actually lost to a nobody. I can't accept this. Zhang Hongqi roared and once again used the Wuji celestial phenomenon. He wanted to catch Fang Chen off guard, but under Fang Chen's tyrannical attack, Zhang Hongqi was defeated instantly. This time, Zhang Hongqi did not stay for long. He immediately led the disciples of the Wuji sect and left Gaoshan City. At this point, Gaoshan City was once again under the jurisdiction of the Vajra sect. Seeing this scene, Jin Tai and the others' faces were filled with excitement. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Zhang Hongqi did not even have the strength to resist. Consecrated Fang, you are really strong. Jin Tai grinned. The hearts of the four young masters of the Liang clan were also filled with shock. After Gaoshan City was conquered, Jin Tai stayed behind to set up the city's defense. He had also informed the Vajra sect to send people to take over Gaoshan City. Fang Chun led the four young masters of the Liang clan and the others to the next city without stopping. This city was called Gaudy City. The martialist guarding Gaudy City was called Shi Jin. He was the fourth-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect's younger generation and was even stronger than Zhang Hongqi. However, under Fang Chen's thunderous attacks, Shi Jin was also defeated in an instant. Fang Chun recovered the lost cities at an unimaginable speed. After 3 days, Fang Chun had already recovered 3 cities. Fang Chen's performance also attracted the attention of the Wuji sect. Many of the Wuji sect's higher-ups were all paying attention to Fang Chun. They also did not understand when such an outstanding disciple had appeared in the Vajra sect. This disciple of the Vajra sect is unusually strong, an elder of the Wuji sect said in a low voice. Wasn't the previous chief disciple of the Vajra sect Jin Tai? Why did this person appear? Could the Vajra sect have been hiding this disciple all this time? No matter what, pay close attention to this person's movements. In front of a certain city, the Vajra sect's disciples led by Fang Chun were confronting the Wuji sect's disciples. The disciple guarding this city was the second-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect's younger generation. His strength was only second to the chief disciple. Yang San was at the early 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Although he had just reached the early 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm, among the younger generation in the south, he was only second to the 5 great geniuses. When Fang Chen arrived, he realized that he had seen Yang San before in the tomb of the Fengyun Martial Marquis. So it's you? Yang San's face was gloomy as he looked at Fang Chun and said coldly. When Fang Chun was able to block Gui Kuei's punch, it attracted the attention of many martialists. Yang San was one of them. Yes, it's me, Fang Chen said. Even you can't recover this city from my hands, Yang San said coldly. Then let's fight, Fang Chen said. After that, Yang San and Fang Chun fought fiercely. Yang San was very strong, but against Fang Chun, he was destined to lose. At the beginning, Yang San relied on the tyrannical Wuji celestial phenomenon to gain the upper hand. But as time passed, Fang Chun gradually understood the attack patterns of the Wuji celestial phenomenon and began to suppress Yang San. Rumble! Yang San's attacks were all blocked by Fang Chun. What responded to Yang San was the tyrannical fire and water sword art. Fang Chun used the second level of the fire and water sword art to suppress Yang San. In an instant, Yang San was forced to retreat. Yang San's strength was not as strong as consecrated Yu, who had suppressed his cultivation. Thus, Fang Chun fought with ease. After a while, Yang San was defeated by Fang Chun. Yang San's face was filled with anger. He did not expect that he would lose to a first-level Qi-Hai realm martialist. Damn it! Yang San roared in anger. He wanted to fight back, but Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. He could not do anything. In the end, Yang Sam lost to Fang Chun and removed the city. At this point, Fang Chun had already taken back 4 cities. It had only been 3 days. Fang Chun's actions made the King Kong sect's higher-ups very excited. The higher-ups of the King Kong sect were even wondering if Fang Chun could help them take back the cities they lost, and then take back a few more cities from the Wuji sect. In a city near the Wuji sect, a young man's face was filled with disdain. What a bunch of trash. They can't even take care of a disciple of the King Kong sect. The martialist said coldly. This martialist was called Ji Lei. He was the strongest martialist of the Wuji sect's younger generation. His cultivation had reached the mid-4th level of the Qi High realm. Ji Lei was the strongest martialist of the South after the 5 great geniuses. If the 5 great geniuses did not make a move, no one in the younger generation of the South would be a match for him. Ji Lei was guarding the last city. When he heard that the first 4 cities had all been lost, he was furious. At the same time, he sneered at Zhang Hongqi and the others. Brat, no matter how strong you are destined to be stepped on by me, Ji Lei. Ji Lei said coldly. After taking back the 4th city, Fang Chun's footsteps finally stopped. This was because Fang Chun felt the signs of a breakthrough. It was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a breakthrough in the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chun informed the Liang family's 4th young master, and then went to a manor that the King Kong sect had arranged for him. Hisses. Soon as Fang Chun entered the courtyard, he sat down cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. His body emitted the 2 opposing intents of fire and water. Long ago, Fang Chun had already cultivated the intents of fire and water to the 1st minor realm. Now, Fang Chun's control of the intents of fire and water was even more perfect. As Fang Chun's control of the intents of fire and water, his mind was also filled with the chants of the fire and water sword technique. After 15 minutes, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. A wild aura entered the hidden dragon sword as he quickly brandished it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body flashed. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was quickly brandished. Every time he brandished it, a sword light of fire and water would appear. When the 3 sword lights of fire and water appeared in the sky, a loud boom was heard. The 3 sword lights of fire and water instantly exploded. The entire sky above the manor was enveloped by a tyrannical pressure. Within the courtyard, a fierce wind blew, and countless dust flew into the air. When the 3 sword lights of fire and water exploded in the sky, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chun's hand suddenly stabbed towards the ground of the manor. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Chun's long sword pierced into the ground. When the dust in the sky dispersed, Fang Chun stood quietly with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. In front of him was a terrifying crater. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was constantly trembling. A faint sword hum was emitted from the sword. When he saw this crater, Fang Chun's face revealed a faint smile. After 4 consecutive battles, the fire and water sword technique had finally reached the 3rd level. This also meant that Fang Chun's strength had increased once again. Chapter 243. After the fire and water sword art reached the 3rd level, Fang Chun's strength increased greatly. Now, he was confident that he could defeat a mid-stage 4th Qi High warrior. Even if Fang Chun were to meet the 5 great prodigies again, he would still be able to defeat them. Moreover, his strength would be comparable to a 5th Qi High warrior soon. At that time, he would be able to enter the imperial capital of the central region, where experts were as common as clouds. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's heart was slightly excited. Once the Luo clan of the Jingguan country was the clan where his mother, Luo Liuli, was from. If he wanted to take his mother away, the Luo clan would definitely oppose it. Whatever, I'll just take one step at a time, Fang Chun said softly. The next day, Fang Chun was preparing to continue conquering the next city. But at this moment, the little mouse appeared on his shoulder and pointed at him. Fang Chun looked at the mouse's claws and asked, "Are you telling me to go forward?" Hearing Fang Chun's words, the little mouse nodded its head. Seeing this, Fang Chun frowned. but he still followed the little mouse's guidance and moved forward quickly. Time passed by slowly. After half an hour, Fang Chun arrived at the deepest part of the city under the little mouse's guidance. In the deepest part of the city, there was a mountain peak. This mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a square. Fang Chun could see that on the square, there were a few warriors walking freely. Arriving at the foot of the mountain peak, Fang Chun stopped. He did not understand why the little mouse would guide him here. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse saw Fang Chun stop and chirped, indicating for Fang Chun to continue moving forward. Fang Chun followed the little mouse's guidance and moved forward quickly. Soon, he arrived at the top of the mountain peak. Usually, no one would climb this mountain peak. At this moment, there was only one person on the mountain peak. After reaching the top of the mountain, Fang Chun followed the little mouse's guidance and continued forward. After a while, Fang Chun's footsteps came to a halt. This was because there was a demonic flower growing on a huge rock in front of them. This demonic flower contained a bloody aura. This is when Fang Chun saw the demonic flower. His face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily. Even though Fang Chun was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the flower growing out of the rock. His heart was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the little mouse directly jumped down from Fang Chun's shoulder with a whoosh and rushed towards the rock. In the blink of an eye, the little mouse stood on the rock. Fang Chun saw this and shouted loudly. He wanted to stop the little mouse, but it was too late. The little mouse's little claws directly hugged the demonic flower with a face full of enjoyment. The purple spirit blood demonic flower was a very precious spiritual flower. This spiritual flower was very rare even in the ancient Sword Continent. It was said that the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very important to the demonic beasts. After consuming the purple spirit blood demonic flower, the demonic beasts could undergo self-transformation. Once the transformation was successful, their strength would increase by several folds. Of course, it was also very important to human warriors. If it could be refined into an elixir, the medicinal effect would be even more overbearing. Once, there was an ordinary warrior who accidentally obtained a purple spirit blood demonic flower. After consuming it, he relied on his extraordinary willpower to persevere. Since then, there was a peerless expert in the Golden Crown country. After that warrior consumed the purple spirit blood demonic flower, his physical defense became extremely strong and his cultivation increased rapidly. Not long after, he became a top expert in the Golden Crown country. This news was constantly spread. When Fang Chun came to the Golden Crown country, he also heard about it. He did not expect that in this small city, there would be a purple spirit blood demonic flower. Moreover, the little mouse was able to discover it from so far away. How keen is your sense of smell? Fang Chun looked at the little mouse in shock. At this moment, the demonic color of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was constantly fading away. It was replaced by a scarlet color. The scarlet color was constantly drilling into the little mouse's body. The little mouse seemed to be enjoying it. Under Fang Chun's gaze, the little mouse finally finished absorbing the purple spirit blood demonic flower after 15 minutes. The peerless purple spirit blood demonic flower was completely absorbed by the little mouse. Fang Chun clenched his teeth. Such a precious spiritual flower was actually taken away by the little mouse. After the little mouse absorbed the purple spirit blood demonic flower, a purple halo appeared around its body. Fang Chun felt an invisible aura rushing towards him. When Fang Chun sensed that aura, his expression completely changed. At this time, the little mouse had already entered its metamorphosis stage. The little mouse was a bit dizzy and was swaying left and right. Seeing that, Fang Chun directly threw the little mouse into his spatial ring. Just as the little mouse was thrown into Fang Chun's spatial ring, the ground behind the rock suddenly sank. Following that, a sinister aura came out. Damnable human, you dare steal my purple spirit blood demonic flower? A hoarse voice rang out in Fang Chun's ears. Following that, a pitch-black figure appeared from the sunken ground. That figure was emitting a sinister aura as it glared at Fong Chun. Boom! When the sinister figure saw the purple spirit blood demonic flower disappear, it clenched its fist and directly smashed the rock. Stone fragments flew everywhere. My purple spirit blood demonic flower! The sinister figure roared angrily. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that such a small city would hide a survivor of the Yellow Springs sect. This survivor of the Yellow Springs sect in front of him seemed to be a captain of the Yellow Springs sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. However, this captain's cultivation seemed to have completely recovered. "You're a survivor of the Yellow Springs sect?" Fong Chen asked coldly. "Damnable human, you spoil my plans. I'll kill you." The survivor of the Yellow Springs sect said coldly. Captain Hanyang was one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Springs sect. He was considered lucky. In the great battle back then, he had been seriously injured and had almost died. But in the long years that followed, he had obtained some miraculous elixirs and finally managed to preserve his life. After that, he had hidden in the belly of this mountain. He had accidentally obtained a secret technique that shocked him greatly. This secret technique recorded how to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower. When he had obtained this secret technique, he was completely stunned. In the years that followed, he had used the secret technique's records to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower. After successfully cultivating a purple spirit blood demonic flower, he had begun to use it to recover from his injuries. Finally, after a long time, his injuries had basically healed. But there was still one last step to take. The purple spirit blood demonic flower that little mouse had swallowed had been painstakingly cultivated by Captain Hanyang. It would be completely mature in 3 days. If he had swallowed this purple spirit blood demonic flower, his cultivation would definitely have broken through to the Qi Sea realm. At that time, he would be able to leave this damned place. However, Fong Chen's appearance had directly disrupted his plan. Damnable human! Captain Hanyang roared angrily. He wanted to kill Fong Chen. Seeing Captain Hanyang's aura skyrocketing, Fong Chen sneered and instantly used the finger of death. How is this possible? When Fong Chen's tyrannical aura exploded, Captain Hanyang's face changed and he shouted loudly. He could not believe that such a young human warrior in front of him was actually a Qi Sea realm warrior. No, however, it was too late. Fong Chen's finger had directly pointed at Captain Hanyang's body, instantly killing him. Captain Hanyang did not know that all of this was because of a little mouse. After killing Captain Hanyang, Fong Chen took Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring. At this moment, Fong Chen discovered that there was a change in the special interspatial ring. In the next moment, Fong Chen's consciousness entered the interspatial ring and was shocked by what he saw. This was because the little mouse had undergone an earth-shattering change. The aura around him was obviously that of a Qi transformation realm warrior. This purple spirit blood demonic flower has such a great effect. Fong Chen could not believe it. When he first obtained the little mouse, it was only in the Qi refining realm. In such a short time, it had reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. After carefully inspecting the little mouse's body, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. The effect of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was really too overbearing. After that, Fong Chen no longer paid attention to the sleeping little mouse and carefully searched the mountain peak. However, after searching the entire mountain peak, he could not find any trace of the purple spirit blood demonic flower. This made Fong Chen speechless. It was not easy to find a purple spirit blood demonic flower, but it was swallowed by the little mouse. Forget it, let's go back first. Fong Chen's face was full of helplessness, and then he left the mountain peak. After returning to the courtyard, Fong Chen remembered that he had not checked Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring yet. Although Fong Chen did not have any hope for Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring, it was always good to have a look. Then, Fong Chen's mind entered Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring. In Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring, in addition to a few spiritual stones, there were some cultivation methods of the Netherworld sect. Fang Chen glanced at them briefly. These cultivation methods were too low level for him now, and he did not care about them at all. Sure enough, there is nothing. Fang Chen's mind looked at the interspatial ring and said slightly. However, just as Fang Chen's mind was about to withdraw from the interspatial ring, he suddenly found a black booklet under a cultivation method. This booklet did not seem to be a cultivation method. Fang Chen curiously took out the black booklet and put it in his hand. Secret method. The words secret method were written on the black booklet. Fang Chen was a little confused, and then he opened a black booklet. However, when Fang Chen opened the black booklet, he was completely shocked. His heart was in turmoil, and his face was full of astonishment. Chapter 244. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. He could not imagine what this black book was like. Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring actually contained such a precious treasure. After a long while, Fang Chen shook his head and slowly suppressed his shock. He then said slowly, "It's the secret method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower." That's amazing. Yes, what was recorded in this pitch-black book was the secret method of cultivating purple spirit demonic blood flower. No one knew where it came from. Anyway, it was obtained by Captain Hanyang by accident. Now, Fang Chen had obtained the secret method after killing Captain Hanyang. According to this book, it's completely possible to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower. Fang Chen thought excitedly. If he could cultivate a large number of purple spirit blood demonic flowers, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and his face was full of passion. Fang Chen opened the black book and carefully read it. After a while, Fang Chen had finished reading all the contents of the book. The method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very difficult, but according to the book, it was completely possible to cultivate it successfully. If it's cultivated well, one purple spirit blood demonic flower will mature in 3 years. Fang Chen said softly. Although 3 years was a long time, the value of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very high. It was all worth it. Of course, Fang Chen saw a sentence at the end of the book. If he could obtain some time-type treasures, he could greatly shorten the time needed to mature the purple spirit blood demonic flower. No matter what, this thing must not be known to outsiders. Fang Chen said to himself. The purple spirit blood demonic flower was considered a peerless spiritual flower in the ancient Sword Continent. Countless sects were vying to get their hands on it. Once the purple spirit blood demonic flower appeared, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. If those powerful sects knew that Fang Chen had the method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demon flower, they would definitely go crazy and hunt down Fang Chen. Facing these behemoths, even Fang Chen was powerless. Not only would he lose his secret technique, but he would also lose his life. Fang Chen secretly memorized the method to nurture the purple spirit blood demon flower in his mind. Then, he placed the pitch-black book into his interspatial ring. In order to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower, one would need to gather some natural treasures and choose a special place to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At present, Fang Chen did not possess these conditions, so he would not cultivate the purple spirit demonic blood flower for the time being. Having obtained the secret cultivation method of the purple spirit blood demonic flower, Fang Chen was extremely excited. However, other than Fang Chen, no one else knew about it. The next day, Fang Chen had completely awoken from the joy of obtaining the purple spirit blood demonic flower's secret technique. At this time, the little mouse had also completed its transformation. Its head had grown a little, but its fur was still pitch black. Its pair of small eyes stared at Fang Chen sneakily as an invisible aura emanated from its body. When Fang Chen saw the little mouse, his face was filled with doubt. No matter how hard he tried, he could not guess the race of the little mouse. The growth of the little mouse shocked Fang Chen. In such a short period of time, its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen found the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Today, they were preparing to set off to reclaim the last city. This city was also the last city that the King Kong sect had lost. Whether or not they would attack the Wuji sect city would have to wait until they had reclaimed this city. Brother Fong, we can set off now. Liang, he looked at Fong Chun and grinned. Fong Chun nodded slightly. At first, the four young masters of the Liang family wanted to call him Fong Chun, but they were rejected by Fong Chun. In the end, they decided to call him Brother Fong Chun. Okay, let's go. Liang Air smiled. Brother Fong, the guardian of this last city, is the head disciple of the Wuji sect, Ji Lei. He has reached the mid-stage of the Qi-Hai realm and is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Liang Xin reminded. Yes, Brother Fong. Ji Lei has already said that if you dare to challenge him, he will definitely kill you. Liang Si added. Fong Chen heard this and grinned. Let's go. Ji Lei, the head disciple of the Wuji sect, had reached the mid-stage of the Qi-Hai realm. He was the number one person below the 5 geniuses. Once, in the tomb of the Fengyun martial marquis, he had some good luck and his strength had increased. He was only one step away from reaching the late stage of the Qi-Hai realm. Some people even said that once Ji Lei reached the late stage of the Qi-Hai realm, he would definitely be able to defeat Gui Kui and become one of the 5 geniuses. Of course, this was only a rumor because Ji Lei had not reached the late stage of the Qi-Hai realm. And Fong Chen's opponent this time was naturally Ji Lei. After about half a day, Fong Chen and the others finally arrived at the last city. This was the first city that had been conquered by the Wuji sect. It had been a while, and the city was still recovering. At this moment, the Wuji sect disciples guarding the city saw a large number of King Kong sect disciples arrive. They quickly ran to a mansion in the city and reported to Ji Lei. Senior brother Ji Lei, the King Kong sect disciples have arrived at the city gate. The disciple reported. Ji Lei, who was admiring the flowers in the garden, heard the news. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He nodded and said, I know. Then, Ji Lei's body flashed as he stood up from his seat and walked towards the city gate. After a while, Ji Lei's figure appeared outside the city. He walked out of the city alone and faced the large number of King Kong sect disciples with a face full of disdain. Who is Fong Chun? Ji Lei asked coldly as soon as he appeared. I am. Fong Chen looked at Ji Lei carefully and said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Ji Lei looked at Fong Chun. He squinted his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Fong Chun to be so young. Are you really Fong Chun? Ji Lei asked again. He did not believe that Fong Chun could be so young. Yes, I am Fong Chun, Fong Chun said. After receiving Fong Chun's confirmation, Ji Lei finally paid full attention to Fong Chun. The 4 of them. Losing to you is not an injustice, Ji Lei said in a deep voice. Being able to have the strength of an early-stage Qi-Hai warrior at such a young age, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. When Ji Lei saw Fong Chun, he was even more convinced that Fong Chen's potential was extremely heaven-defying. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, he will still die in my hands. Ji Lei's heart had a trace of killing intent towards Fong Chun. After seeing Fong Chun, Ji Lei's evaluation of Fong Chun was extremely high. Ji Lei clearly knew that Fong Chen's talent was heaven-defying. This kind of warrior, given enough time, would definitely increase his strength by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would even surpass Ji Lei. Therefore, this kind of warrior could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when the King Kong sect rose up with this kid, the Wuji sect would suffer. Seeing the killing intent in Ji Lei's eyes, Fong Chun sneered and did not care. The fire and water sword art had just broken through to the 3rd level, and he had not used it yet. This Ji Lei was a good opponent. Fong Chun, I have to say, your potential makes me sigh. But if you want to take the city from me, it is impossible. Ji Lei said coldly. Then let's try. As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand, and he used the sword explosion of the 3-sword realm. Crash! The flickering sword light instantly appeared above Fong Chen's head. Then, under Fong Chen's control, it carried a majestic sword intent and blasted towards Ji Lei. Ji Lei sneered when he saw this. You want to defeat me with this kind of attack? Jilei's pitch-black eyes flashed with a trace of intense flames. In the next moment, Jilei's palms danced violently. In the sky, a wild spiritual chi continuously condensed. Unbounded constellation. Following Jilei's low cry, the unbounded constellation was instantly unleashed. As the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, Jilei had naturally cultivated the unbounded constellation to a certain level. Although he was unable to condense a complete constellation, he was able to condense half of it. At this moment, facing Fang Chun, Jilei directly unleashed the unbounded constellation. This was enough to show how much Jilei wanted to kill Fang Chun. Boom! In the sky, as Jilei waved his palms, the wild spiritual chi continuously condensed. Finally, an elephant head appeared in the sky. The moment the elephant head appeared, the color of the sky changed. Seeing this scene, Jilei's eyes lit up. With a low cry, he controlled the elephant head in the sky and blasted it towards Fang Chun. This was the strongest unbounded constellation that Jilei could use so far. Jilei believed that even a late-stage Chi-Hai warrior would not dare to face the unbounded constellation head-on. Hiss! Hiss! The unbounded constellation's head directly collided with the flickering sword light. In an instant, the flickering sword light was shattered, and then it charged towards Fang Chun. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was already prepared. The reason why he used the three-sword realm was only to test Jilei's strength. What a strong aura! Could this be Jilei's unbounded constellation? Liang Yi's face was gloomy as he stared at the two people on the battlefield. Boss, will Brother Fang be able to withstand it? Liang hurriedly asked. Second brother, how can you boost the morale of others and diminish our morale? Was Brother Fang ever disappointed us? Liang Sen said with a bit of dissatisfaction. That's right. Brother Fang never fights a battle that he is not confident in. Since he dares to challenge Jilei, then he must have a certain level of confidence. Liang Si said. Hearing this, Liang Yi slowly nodded. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of worry. At this moment, on the battlefield, on the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand, two completely opposite concepts suddenly appeared. The concepts of water and fire were directly pushed to the extreme by Fang Chun. The first half of the hidden dragon sword was the concept of water, while the second half was the concept of fire. The entire hidden dragon sword was as if it was formed by water and fire. Third level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The third level of the fire and water sword technique was instantly displayed. A wild aura instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Fang Chen's wrist flicked. Within the hidden dragon sword, three sword lights of water and fire shot out. These three sword lights of water and fire contained an aura that shook people's hearts. What kind of sword technique is this? Feeling the power of water and fire in the air, Jilei, who was controlling the unbounded constellation, thought to himself. His expression greatly changed. Chapter 245. As soon as Jilei finished speaking, the Wuji celestial phenomenon that he controlled appeared above Fang Chen's head and faced off against the three sword lights of water and fire. Roar! Only the huge head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon opened its mouth and let out a furious roar as if it wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. The three sword lights of water and fire did not show any signs of weakness and wanted to cut the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon. Since you are so confident, let us see whose attack is stronger. Fang Chen looked at Jilei and said word by word. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jilei waved his hand and took a step forward in a flash. Then, the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon in the sky also heavily bombarded the three sword lights of water and fire. After the third level of the water and fire sword technique, its power had increased exponentially and was many times stronger than the second level. When Fang Chun saw the two colliding, he instantly activated his two-star Dao body and raised his defense to the limit. Then, he controlled the three sword lights of water and fire with the hidden dragon sword in his hand and wanted to cut the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon. Boom! After the two collided, the entire ground trembled and a wild aura swept through the entire battlefield. The many disciples of the King Kong sect, led by the 4 young masters of the Liang family, retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying airflow. Crack! When the two collided, the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon opened its mouth and swallowed the first sword light of water and fire. However, after it finished swallowing, a strange expression appeared on its face. It did not digest the sword light of water and fire. Instead, it allowed the sword light of water and fire to get stuck in its head. Roar! The Wuji celestial phenomenon roared angrily and continuously erupted with tyrannical power in an attempt to shatter the 3 sword lights of water and fire. Crack! Perhaps the Wuji celestial phenomenon was enraged, but under its all-out attack, the second sword light of water and fire was finally shattered. However, it was closely followed by the third sword light of water and fire. This sword light of water and fire was also the most powerful sword light of water and fire. It contained a majestic sword essence. Crash! Under Fong Chen's control, the sword light of water and fire avoided the mouth of the Wuji celestial phenomenon and directly pierced its eyes. Roar! The unbounded celestial elephant let out a miserable shriek. At the same time, the first sword light of water and fire that was stuck in the unbounded celestial elephant's head also sensed that the water and fire were of the same origin and constantly struggled. The boundless celestial phenomenon was being attacked, both internally and externally, and it struggled incessantly. Ji Lei, who had originally been full of confidence, was now filled with unwillingness after seeing this scene. What kind of sword technique is this? Why is it even stronger than my peerless celestial phenomenon? Ji Lei wondered. Pucci, the water-fire sword light in the head of the unbounded celestial elephant, finally pierced its throat and came out of its head. At this moment, the Wuji celestial phenomenon was heavily injured. Its illusory head was about to collapse. No! When Ji Lei saw this, he roared out in anger. He once again activated the boundless celestial phenomenon, wanting to maintain the head of the boundless celestial phenomenon. This was his strongest attack. If even this attack couldn't defeat Fong Chun, then he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. He was the boundless sect's head disciple. How could he lose to a nobody? He was unwilling to accept this. Boundless celestial phenomenon. Ji Lei roared as he pushed his unbounded celestial phenomenon to its limits. The wild aura of the unbounded celestial phenomenon gushed into the brain of the unbounded celestial phenomenon, attempting to exhaust Fong Chen's sword light of water and fire. However, at this moment, Fong Chen also controlled the water-fire sword light to merge them together. Boom! When the water-fire sword light merged, a blinding light erupted. At this moment, Fong Chen had already taken the initiative. Swish! Fong Chen didn't want to give Ji Lei any time to catch his breath. He directly controlled the water-fire sword light to stab the boundless celestial phenomenon's head. Pucci! Despite Ji Lei going all out, the boundless celestial phenomenon was still pierced by Fong Chen's water-fire sword light. Hiss! When the water-fire sword light stabbed into the boundless celestial phenomenon's head, the already heavily injured boundless celestial phenomenon instantly collapsed. Bang! Ji Lei suffered a backlash from the collapse of the boundless celestial phenomenon. With a bang, he was sent flying, crashing into the city gates. Pucci! Lying on the ground, Ji Lei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He slowly stood up and looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of fear. Where there's life, there's hope, Ji Lei thought to himself. Then, when no one was paying attention, his figure flashed and disappeared into the city. When the Liang family's 4 young masters led the many King Kong sect disciples into the city, Ji Lei had already disappeared. Fong Chen's defeat of Ji Lei shocked the Liang family's 4 young masters. Brother Fong, your strength is already comparable to the 5 great prodigies. Liang, he sighed. When he first met Fong Chen, he was only a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Qihai realm. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Fang Chen's strength would increase by leaps and bounds? It's really hard to imagine that Brother Fang actually defeated Ji Lei. Liang, airside. Yeah, not only did he defeat Ji Lei, but he also helped our King Kong sect recover the 5 lost cities. Liang Xin said, Brother Fang, you are our King Kong sect's lucky star. Liang Si said, after Ji Lei escaped, Fang Chen did not make things difficult for the many ordinary disciples of the Wuji sect. Even if he killed all of them, it would not have helped. If he did that, he would have incurred the wrath of many of the Wuji sect's higher-ups. The gains would not have made up for the losses. Therefore, Fang Chen let them all go. After that, the King Kong sect completely took over the city. At this point, the 5 lost cities were all recovered. In the King Kong sect's meeting hall, the King Kong sect master sat at the head of the table. Below him sat many elders. When they heard this shocking news, their faces were filled with excitement. Consecrator Fang really did not disappoint me. In such a short time, you have recovered all 5 cities. The King Kong sect master was the first to speak. His voice was filled with endless joy. Yeah, Consecrator Fang's potential is too great. His strength is improving all the time. Consecrator Fang's ability to defeat Ji Lei has exceeded all of our expectations. Now that Ji Lei has also been defeated by Consecrator Fang, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect will be able to withstand Consecrator Fang's attacks. Should we? Hearing this elder's words, the King Kong sect master's eyes lit up. He immediately said, the Wuji sect has taken 5 of our cities. Now it's our turn to take their cities. That's right. Immediately notify Consecrator Fang. After he has settled down, we will begin to take the Wuji sect's cities, said the King Kong sect master. Sect master, Consecrator Fang's performance must have attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Wuji sect. We need to be careful. If the higher-ups of the Wuji sect act recklessly, Consecrator Fang will be in danger, said the first elder. When the King Kong sect master heard this, he nodded and said, the first elder is right. Just in case, I have decided to go personally and secretly keep an eye on Consecrator Fang in case he is killed by the higher-ups of the Wuji sect. When the King Kong sect master went to Fang Chen City, the Wuji sect also received the news of Ji Lei's defeat. In the main hall of the Wuji sect, the Wuji sect master was furious. When did such a monstrous genius appear in the King Kong sect? The Wuji sect master suppressed his anger and asked coldly, Sect master, although this kid called Fang Chen is only at the 1st Qihai realm, his true strength is comparable to the middle 4th Qihai realm. Since he was able to defeat Ji Lei, it means that his strength is only second to the 5 great geniuses, said the first elder. This kid's appearance has disrupted our plans. Now that even Ji Lei has been defeated, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect is a match for him. I'm worried that the King Kong sect will take this opportunity to take our cities. Our higher-ups can't act. The younger generation can't stop Fang Chen at all. We need to think of a way. Many elders spoke one after another. They were all thinking of how to stop Fang Chen from leading the younger generation of the King Kong sect to take over the Wuji sect cities. Let Wu Sheng guard the first city near the King Kong sect, said the Wuji sect master in a deep voice as he looked at everyone. Hearing the 2 words Wu Sheng, many of the elders' faces revealed a trace of complicated expressions. Wuji sect, Back Mountain, Forbidden Area. Apart from the Wuji sect master and the first elder, no one else could enter this forbidden area. It was declared as a forbidden area, but in reality, there was a transportation array here that led to one of the 5 great powers, the ghost-killing sect. After the first elder walked into the forbidden area, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the transportation array. He smiled and said, Wu Sheng, what's the matter? Wu Sheng said expressionlessly. Wu Sheng was an elite disciple of the ghost-killing sect. He was also the middleman between the ghost-killing sect and the Wuji sect. Wu Sheng, the Wuji sect has encountered a problem. I hope you can help, said the first elder in a low voice. Wu Sheng frowned slightly and asked, What's the problem? Recently, a monstrous disciple appeared in the King Kong sect. Even Ji Lei was defeated by him. He's leading many disciples of the King Kong sect in an attempt to take over the Wuji sect's cities, said the first elder simply. Wu Sheng's eyes flickered when he heard the first elder's words. A wild aura radiated from his body. After taking over the last city, Fang Chun stayed in the city and waited for news from the King Kong sect. Sure enough, a day later, the King Kong sect sent a message saying that Fang Chun was leading many disciples of the King Kong sect to continue taking over the Wuji sect cities. However, the message also mentioned that they could only take over 5 cities at most. Once they took over 5 cities, the Wuji sect would definitely be enraged. The slightest carelessness could lead to a war between the two great sects. Fang Chun nodded slightly when he heard the news. If the older generation didn't act, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect would be his match. Chapter 246. In a mansion, Fang Chun sat alone with his legs crossed as he cultivated in the garden. After several battles, Fang Chun had a deeper understanding of the water-fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Chun's body was surrounded by a strong aura of the water-fire sword technique. The golden heart was beating rapidly, and Fang Chun's mind was filled with the water-fire sword technique. After a long time, Fang Chun opened his eyes. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chun's water-fire sword technique level 3 had reached the perfection realm. Of course, it was only the perfection realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the imperceptible realm and the transformative realm. Ever since Fang Chun had transmigrated to this world, the golden heart had been constantly transforming him, especially his talent in the way of the sword. Fang Chun could vaguely feel that the golden heart had something to do with the giant golden sword. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chun's sword technique cultivation speed was very fast, much faster than ordinary sword cultivators. Now that the water-fire sword technique level 3 had reached the perfection realm, its power had increased again. If Fang Chun met Ji Lei now, he would be able to defeat him in less than 3 moves. After finishing his cultivation, Fang Chun was very happy. However, at this moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly, wildly absorbing the liquefied spirit qi in Fang Chun's qi. What's going on? Fang Chun cried out involuntarily when he noticed this. His face was filled with doubt. In the blink of an eye, the liquefied spirit qi in his qi was about to be completely absorbed by the golden heart. This made Fang Chun a little anxious. Could it be that the golden heart is transforming? Fang Chun suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought. Then, Fang Chun made a desperate effort and took out a large number of mid-grade spirit stones, holding them in his hand and letting the golden heart absorb them. Sure enough, when Fang Chun held the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand, the golden heart began to wildly absorb the mid-grade spirit stone. Hiss! Seeing this, the anxiety on Fang Chun's face finally disappeared and was replaced by excitement. After the first transformation of the golden heart, he had obtained a water and fire sword art that was extremely powerful. He wondered if he would be able to remove a seal this time. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, everyone in the Infinity Sect thought that Fang Chun would take advantage of this opportunity to continue plundering the Infinity Sect cities. However, to their surprise, ever since Fang Chun recovered the cities, he had not done anything else. The upper echelons of the Boundless Sect were not the only ones who were puzzled. Many of the upper echelons of the King Kong Sect were also puzzled. Only the King Kong Sect Master, who was hiding in the dark, knew that Fang Chun was cultivating. In half a month's time, the Golden Heart had already absorbed 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, but it still didn't seem to be completely saturated. Fang Chun had been sitting cross-legged, waiting for the Golden Heart to be completely saturated. Just like this, another half a month passed. It had been a month since Fang Chun recovered the last city. Even Wu Sheng, who was guarding the city, thought that Fang Chun wouldn't dare to come. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes. The spirit stones in his hand disappeared instantly. The Golden Heart was beating rapidly, exuding a wild aura. It's saturated. Fang Chun looked at the Golden Heart in surprise. In a month's time, the golden heart had absorbed 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was because the absorption rate had slowed down a lot in the last half a month. Fortunately, Fang Chen now had a lot of spirit stones. It was enough for the golden heart to absorb them. The golden heart had reached a state of saturation after absorbing the spirit stones. It kept rotating as if it was trying to break through the seal. Sure enough, under Fang Chen's gaze, the golden heart broke through the seal after a while. When the golden heart broke through the seal, a destructive sword aura instantly rushed out of the golden heart, almost making Fang Chen faint. If Fang Chen's soul hadn't reached the peak of its ordinary state, he would have been seriously injured by this destructive sword aura. The seal has been lifted. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Fang Chen didn't know how many seals the golden heart had. He only knew that when the seal was lifted, he would obtain something unexpected. This was the second time the golden heart had been lifted. This time, the golden heart was obviously much stronger. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that the golden heart was wildly absorbing the sword aura around Fang Chen. In an instant, all the sword aura was absorbed into the golden heart. Hiss! Hiss! The golden heart spun rapidly. Soon, a pure sword aura was emitted from the golden heart. Seeing this, Fang Chen almost cried out. Sword aura, sword concept. Previously, Fang Chen's sword concept had always been in the initial state of comprehension. However, after the golden heart's refinement, Fang Chen found that the sword concept had reached the first minor realm. How could Fang Chen not be shocked? The golden heart can actually refine sword aura. Fang Chen was shocked. After the golden heart's refinement, the sword aura directly reached the first minor realm. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then integrated the sword aura into the golden heart again to see if it could reach the second minor realm. However, it could only be refined once. The second time had no effect. After discovering this, Fang Chen nodded. If the golden heart could refine sword aura without limit, it wouldn't take long for the sword aura to reach the third minor realm, the great perfection. Since it can refine sword aura, I wonder if it can refine sword techniques. Suddenly, such a bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen activated the third level of the water-fire sword technique and integrated it into the golden heart. What Fang Chen didn't expect was, after the golden heart's refinement, the third level of the water-fire sword technique actually reached the hyper-focus realm. The hyper-focus realm. Fang Chen cried out. Previously, his third level of the water-fire sword technique was only at the great perfection realm. Now, it actually reached the hyper-focus realm. What a magical heart, Fang Chen said excitedly. After the golden heart's second seal was removed, it didn't give Fang Chen any techniques or treasures. However, it could refine sword aura and sword techniques. This made Fang Chen very excited. I wonder if it can refine weapons, Fang Chen said doubtfully. But how can I put the hidden dragon's sword into the golden heart? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the hidden dragon's sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen was stunned, because the hidden dragon's sword had already entered the golden heart. Hiss, 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 the hidden dragon sword was being refined by the golden heart. After a while, the hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand again. This, after seeing the hidden dragon sword appear, Fang Chen hurriedly checked the quality of the hidden dragon sword. Sure enough, it could even refine weapons. The hidden dragon sword was only a high-grade yuan weapon before, but after being refined by the golden heart, it directly became a supreme-grade yuan weapon. Ha 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 ha! Fang Chen laughed maniacally. The golden heart's ability to refine was too strong. After half a day of research, Fang Chen could finally confirm that the golden heart's refining ability could only refine treasures by 1 grade. It seemed that this was related to the seal on the golden heart itself. However, even so, Fang Chen was still very excited. This golden heart was simply Fang Chen's trump card. Everything could be refined. During the process of Fang Chen's golden heart's transformation, the little mouse, who was hiding in the special spatial ring, was greedily absorbing the qi emitted by the golden heart. During this 1 month, the little mouse had undergone earth-shattering changes. When the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. At this moment, the qi emitted by the little mouse had already reached the first stage of the qi high realm. How long has it been? After Fang Chen saw the little mouse, he was extremely shocked. The little mouse's cultivation speed was too fast, breaking through from time to time. How could warriors like them, who had trained hard, endure this? What kind of race is it? This cultivation speed is too overbearing. Fang Chen said softly. The little mouse was obviously still underage. Fang Chen had also heard that the little mouse's strength would surpass the Qi High realm when it reached adulthood. Even the Qi High realm was underage. One could imagine how powerful this race was. According to the little mouse's cultivation speed, it would not take long before it would surpass Fang Chen. At that time, it would be able to help Fang Chen. Today, Fang Chen was very happy. The little mouse had a breakthrough and the golden heart had undergone a transformation. His strength had increased in all aspects. Right now, if he were to face a mid-stage Qi High warrior, he would definitely be able to crush them. Even if he were to face a late-stage Qi High warrior, he would be able to crush them. The 5 great geniuses? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was confident that he could challenge the 5 great geniuses. His sword intent had reached the first minor realm, the 3rd stage of the fire and water sword art had reached the hyperfocus realm, and the hidden dragon sword had become a top-grade yuan weapon. All of these had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After a month of silence, Fang Chen finally came out of seclusion. The first thing Fang Chen did after coming out of seclusion was to take over a city. "Brother Fang, you've been cultivating for a month," Liang Yi said with a smile when he saw Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, are we leaving now?" Liang Er asked. "Brother Fang, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect is a match for you. Taking over a city is too easy for you," Liang Xin said. Liang Si also nodded slightly. "Let's go." Following Fang Chen's order, the Liang family's 4 young masters led a large group of King Kong sect disciples towards the Wuji sect city under Fang Chen's lead. Fang Chen's target this time was the border city of the Wuji sect, called the Reborn City. When Fang Chen and the others left, the Reborn City received the news. Soon after, the news reached Wu Shang's ears. Chapter 247. Outside of Reincarnation City was a stretch of barren land. In the middle of the barren land was an official road. On the official road stood a large number of warriors. The one leading them was Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, we have now entered the territory of the Wuji sect. The Reincarnation City we are heading towards is the closest city to the King Kong sect," Liang Yi explained as he looked at the Reincarnation City. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. No matter who was guarding this city, he was not afraid. When Fang Chen and the others arrived at the Reincarnation City, Wu Sheng had already received the news. He could not wait to kill Fang Chen. Finally here, Wu Sheng appeared in front of Fang Chen and said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You're no match for me." Fang Chen did not know who Wu Sheng was, but he could feel that Wu Sheng was no match for him. "Fang Chen, today I will send you to the afterlife." Wu Sheng sneered. "Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before?" The 4 young masters of the Liang family thought to themselves when they saw Wu Sheng. However, Fang Chen did not care. "I will defeat you within 10 breaths," Fang Chen said domineeringly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the disciples of the King Kong sect were in an uproar. They all looked at him, their hearts filled with shock. 10 breaths. Even Wu Sheng was enraged when he heard this. "Fang Chen, if I don't kill you today, my name will not be Wu Sheng," Wu Sheng said coldly. As soon as Wu Sheng finished speaking, his body flashed. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fang Chen. Boom! The hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, Fang Chen activated all the sword intent in his body. The majestic sword intent merged into the hidden dragon sword. He then used the 3rd level of the fire and water sword art. Wu Sheng was also at the mid-Qi High realm, but he was slightly stronger than Ji Lei. He believed that he could kill Fang Chun. When Fang Chun executed the third level of the water and fire sword art, the entire sky changed color. A wild aura shot out from the hidden dragon sword. Boom! When Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword collided with Wu Sheng's fist, it instantly shattered Wu Sheng's fist. In the next moment, the sword technique of water and fire struck Wu Sheng's body with a thunderous force. Although Wu Sheng's physical body was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the sword technique of water and fire. Crack! A hole had appeared on Wu Sheng's body. Blood was gushing out of the hole. Wu Sheng's eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Wu Sheng screamed in horror. Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. In just one exchange, he was defeated by Fang Chun. Moreover, Fang Chun had even broken through the physical defense that he was so proud of. When Wu Sheng fell to the ground, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand pierced into Wu Sheng's head. His head instantly exploded. Wu Sheng fell. After doing all this, Fang Chun said faintly, 10 breaths of time hasn't passed yet, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan trembled. Fang Chun was too strong. He could even kill an expert like Wu Sheng. When Wu Sheng said his name, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan knew that Wu Sheng was a disciple of the ghost-killing sect. Within the ghost-killing sect, he was considered a good disciple. Fang Chun killed Wu Sheng in one move. One could imagine how strong he was. At this moment, the King Kong sect master, who was secretly observing Fang Chun, had a face full of shock. This Fang Chun is too strong, the King Kong sect master said excitedly. He had personally witnessed the process of Fang Chun killing Wu Sheng. He was very clear that Fang Chen's current strength was at least at the late 4th level of the Qi realm, or even higher. What a genius! The King Kong sect master sighed. However, just as the King Kong sect master finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly appeared in front of Dead Life City. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Dead Life City. Brat, you dare to kill Wu Sheng? Are you courting death? The figure saw that Wu Sheng was dead. His wild aura instantly locked onto Fang Chun and said coldly, Limitless old ghost, you want to attack my King Kong sect disciple? Seeing the Limitless sect master attack, the King Kong sect master's figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun and blocked the Limitless sect master's wild aura. Seeing this, Fang Chun was slightly startled. He hadn't expected these 2 people to be hiding in the dark. King Kong sect master, you should also know who Fang Chun killed. Could it be that you want to go against the ghost-killing gate? The Limitless sect master coldly said. Wu Sheng was a disciple of the ghost-killing gate. If he died in the Limitless sect's territory, the ghost-killing gate would definitely vent their anger on the Limitless sect. Originally, the Limitless sect master had thought that Wu Sheng's strength was enough to kill Fang Chun. The reason he had been hiding in the dark was to find an opportunity to kill Fang Chun. But what he hadn't expected was that Fang Chun's strength had reached such a level. He didn't even have time to block Fang Chun's attack before Fang Chun could kill Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's death caused the Limitless sect master to fly into a rage. But with the King Kong sect master present, he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Chun. So the Limitless sect master brought out the ghost-killing gate to intimidate the King Kong sect master. It's not good for us, the older generation, to interfere in a battle between the younger generation. The King Kong sect master didn't mention the ghost-killing gate. King Kong sect master, you will regret your choice, said the Limitless sect master furiously. The King Kong sect master didn't have the slightest fear in front of the Limitless sect master. He sneered and said, Old bastard Limitless, could it be that you plan on interfering in a battle between the younger generation? Even my Limitless sect's Ji was defeated by Fang Chun. If I let the younger generation continue to fight and the older generation doesn't interfere, could it be that I'll just watch as the Limitless sect cities are stolen by your King Kong sect? Said the Limitless sect master coldly. What did I say when your Limitless sect stole my King Kong sect cities? Retorted the King Kong sect master. King Kong sect master, don't go too far. You can leave, said the Limitless sect master. In the following time, the King Kong sect master and the limitless sect master negotiated. Fong Chen clearly wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. Finally, after an hour of negotiation, the King Kong sect master won, and the limitless sect master was forced to concede. The limitless sect gave up Reborn City to the King Kong sect, and the King Kong sect had to stop plundering the limitless sect cities. In the end, the two sect masters reached an agreement. Before the limitless sect master left, he looked at the King Kong sect master with resentment. King Kong sect master, I'd like to see how you explain this to the Ghost Killing Gate in a month's time. The limitless sect master left, but he left behind some threatening words. The King Kong sect master ignored the limitless sect master and let the King Kong sect disciples take over Reborn City. Fong Chun, it's all thanks to you this time, said the King Kong sect master with a smile when he saw Fong Chun. It's what I should do, said Fong Chun. Fong Chun, you've now become a thorn in the side of the limitless sect. Moreover, you've killed the Ghost Killing Gate's Wu Shang. You must be careful and don't go out alone, said the King Kong sect master worriedly. Fong Chun nodded and asked, Sect Master, what is the southern trial that the limitless sect master is talking about? Hearing this, the King Kong sect master slowly said, The southern trial is a trial for the younger generation of all the forces in the southern region. The location of the trial is in a mountain range in the southern region. In order to promote the improvement of the disciples, the Five Top sect will hold a trial every year. The disciples who can participate in the trial must be at least at the third level of the Chi-Hai realm. In the trial mountain range, there are countless fortuitous encounters. If you can obtain one of them, your strength will soar. The reason why the five top geniuses are so strong is because they have all obtained fortuitous encounters in the trial mountain range. Hearing the King Kong sect master's explanation, Fong Chun understood that the so-called trial was to allow the sect disciples to gain enlightenment in life and death battles and increase their strength. After the Reborn City was robbed by the King Kong sect, the entire limitless sect was furious. Especially Wu Shang's death, they couldn't explain it to the Ghost Killing Gate. However, after some discussion, the limitless sect master finally decided to report this matter to the Ghost Killing Gate. The limitless sect master came to the forbidden area behind the limitless sect and stood on the transportation array. Crash! The limitless sect master used a special method to activate the transportation array. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the transportation array. What is it? The Ghost Killing Gate's disciple Wu Shang was killed by the King Kong sect's disciple Fong Chun, said the limitless sect master. What Wu Shang was killed? Your limitless sect is truly trash. After saying this, the voice closed the transportation array. The limitless sect master's forehead was covered in sweat. He was afraid that the Ghost Killing Gate would take their anger out on him. When the news of Wu Shang's death reached the Ghost Killing Gate, all the upper echelons of the Ghost Killing Gate gathered together and held an emergency meeting. What Wu Shang was killed? What did the King Kong sect have such a powerful disciple that could even kill Wu Shang? Could it be that he didn't know that Wu Shang was a disciple of the Ghost Killing Gate? By killing Wu Shang, is he provoking the Ghost Killing Gate? We can use this chance to destroy the King Kong sect. The elders of the Ghost Killing Gate all spoke out. As one of the top 5 sects, the Ghost Killing Gate didn't allow others to provoke them. Wu Shang's death infuriated them. Who sent the news? Asked the Ghost Killing Gate master coldly. It was the limitless sect master. The Ghost Killing Gate master nodded. Wu Shang didn't die in vain. The King Kong sect will be destroyed by my Ghost Killing Gate sooner or later. Gate master, what are we waiting for? Let's just kill them, said the first elder. The Ghost Killing Gate master shook his head. There's still a month until the southern trial. Once it's over, it won't be too late to destroy the Ghost Killing Gate. Chapter 248. The King Kong sect had won the battle against the Wuji sect. Of course, this was all thanks to Fong Chun. After this incident, even Consecrated Yu, who had some conflicts with Fong Chun, personally apologized to Fong Chun. This was because he was aware of Fong Chun's tyrannical talent. They had lost 5 cities at the beginning. Now, not only had they recovered 5 cities, but they had also taken over the Reborn City, which was highly valued by the Wuji sect. With this, the King Kong sect had more and more resources. The entire King Kong sect was bustling with noise and excitement. As for the main character, Fong Chun, he was cultivating in his own courtyard. There was only 1 month left before the Southern Trials. Fong Chun wanted to reach the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm in this Southern Trials. At that time, he would be able to go to the imperial capital of the central region. Time passed by slowly. During this period, Fong Chun had been cultivating and going to the body refining steps from time to time. Today was the 7th day since Fong Chun had returned to the King Kong sect. He had some understanding of the body refining Tao, so he came to test it out. In front of the sacred mountain, many disciples saw Fong Chun coming, and their faces were full of smiles. After Fong Chun nodded to the crowd, he immediately stepped onto the body refining steps. After a while, Fong Chun reached the 4th step. This scene made many disciples envious. Of course, not long ago, Jin Tai also successfully reached the 4th step after learning from Fong Chun's experience. However, compared to Fong Chun, he felt ashamed. After Fong Chun stepped onto the 4th step, he felt a slight pressure from all directions. His body trembled as he continuously absorbed the pressure. After a full 15 minutes, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he tiptoed and appeared on the 5th step. Seeing this scene, many disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Fong Chun to be able to reach the 5th step. Stepping onto the 5th step meant that the strength of Fong Chun's physical body had reached the terrifying mid-stage 2-star Tao body. In such a short period of time, he had reached the middle stage of a 2-star Tao body. How terrifying was that? As expected of Consecrator Fong, his potential is too heaven-defying. That's right. Consecrator Fong's strength is probably comparable to the 5 great sky prides. This is only the strength of Consecrator Fong's physical body. Consecrator Fong's strongest point is his swordsmanship. We can't defend against such exquisite swordsmanship at all. Many disciples chimed in. After Fong Chun stepped onto the 5th step, he felt that he couldn't go any further, so he immediately started cultivating. An hour later, Fong Chun felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He immediately came down from the body tempering steps and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a figure appeared at the foot of the sacred mountain. Fong Chun, the figure said as soon as he landed at the foot of the sacred mountain. Many disciples' faces were filled with confusion when they saw this. This was because the figure who had arrived was actually the first disciple of the Luochun sword sect, Yi Ming, who had been defeated by Fong Chun not long ago. When Fong Chun had just arrived at the King Kong sect, he had coincidentally encountered the younger generation of the Luochun sword sect who had come to challenge the younger generation of the King Kong sect. Seeing that the younger generation of the King Kong sect was unable to withstand the attacks of the numerous disciples of the Luochun sword sect, Fong Chun had made his move. Fong Chun had first defeated Yi Luo in a thunderous manner. Then, he had battled Yi Ming and defeated him, causing many disciples of the Luochun sword sect to exclaim in shock. The Luochun sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators. All the disciples in the sect were sword cultivators. To them, the sword Tao was their Tao. However, when Fong Chun had used exquisite swordsmanship to defeat Yi Ming, the disciples of the Luochun sword sect were all shocked. In the south, there was such a powerful sword cultivator other than the disciples of the Luochun sword sect. After that battle, Yi Ming followed the sect leader of the Luochun sword sect back to the sect and began to cultivate diligently. Finally, after a period of time, Yi Ming's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. His swordsmanship had also reached the intricate realm. To Yi Ming, reaching the intricate realm in his swordsmanship was an extremely exciting thing. Just as his swordsmanship had broken through, he had the urge to challenge Fong Chun. Coincidentally, the sect leader of the Luochun sword sect had something to discuss with the higher-ups of the King Kong sect. Yi Ming had followed the sect leader of the Luochun sword sect. After arriving at the King Kong sect, the sect leader of the Luochun sword sect was discussing other matters with the higher-ups of the King Kong sect. Yi Ming had asked around and found out that Fong Chun was here, so he had come here. Fong Chun, I want to challenge you. Yiming stared at Fang Chun and said in a deep voice, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Fang Chun looked at Yiming and was a little surprised. He had defeated Yiming last time and did not expect Yiming to have the guts to challenge him again. Hearing Yiming's challenge, many of the King Kong sect disciples also looked at Yiming. That's right. I was not satisfied with losing to you last time. Now that my strength has increased greatly, I will definitely be able to defeat you, Yiming said in a deep voice. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. He had seen through Yiming's strength with a single glance. The current Yiming was not his match. You're not my match. Fang Chun did not want to waste time. Fang Chun, you don't dare to fight with me? Yiming asked coldly. Fang Chun's eyes were cold as he stared at Yiming and said, Can you defeat Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing sect? Hearing Fang Chun's words, Yiming was a little surprised, but he still answered, Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing sect is a mid-4th level Qi-Hai warrior. Because of his special skills, he is even stronger than Ji Lei. How can I be his match? You can't even defeat Wu Sheng, and you still want to challenge me? Fang Chun said. You speak as if you could defeat Wu Sheng. Hearing this, Yiming said coldly, The battle between the King Kong sect and the Wuji sect was only known by the ghost-killing sect. The other sect basically knew nothing about it, so they did not know that Fang Chun had killed Wu Sheng. Hearing Yiming's words, Liang, he could not help but speak. Brother Fang killed Wu Sheng not long ago. Yes, you said he killed Wu Sheng? How is that possible? Yiming did not believe that Fang Chun could kill Wu Sheng. Since you don't believe me, then I will give you a chance. Remember, you only have one chance. Fang Chun said. You attack first. I don't want to take advantage of others, Yiming said with conviction. Fang Chun was a little speechless. Then, in a flash, he pointed his finger and performed the finger of death. In an instant, his finger touched Yiming's shoulder. Immediately, the long sword in Yiming's hand fell to the ground. Yiming screamed miserably. He felt as if his arm was crippled and was in great pain. On the other hand, Fang Chun stood where he was quietly, as if he had not moved at all. How is this possible? Yiming's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. When did Fang Chun become so powerful? Not only did he not have the ability to resist, he did not even see it. The more Yiming thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Fang Chun had intended to kill him earlier, he would have become a dead man long ago. As a sword cultivator, you should know what it means to have your sword fall from your hand, Fang Chun said calmly. After saying that, Fang Chun turned around and left. Yiming's mind was blown. In the next moment, Yiming turned around and chased after Fang Chun. Fang Chun, I want to defeat you as my master, Yiming said loudly. Yiming's words were beyond everyone's expectations. Countless King Kong sect disciples were stunned. At that moment, Yiming deeply felt how terrifying Fang Chun was. If he could get Fang Chun's guidance, he would definitely be able to go further in Sword Dao. Yiming seemed to have made a decision as he cupped his hands and said to Fang Chun directly. Fang Chun shook his head slightly and said, I won't take you as my disciple. Why? Yiming asked in confusion. Fang Chun did not say anything. He only glanced at the long sword that had fallen to the ground, then turned around and left. Yiming followed Fang Chun's gaze, and only then did he remember that his long sword had fallen to the ground. As a sword cultivator, the sword is the most important companion. How can I forget my battle companion? Fang Chun thought to himself as he left the Divine Mountain. When Fang Chun defeated Yiming, the atmosphere in the King Kong sect's meeting hall was very solemn. Sect Master Luochen, is what you said true? The King Kong sect master asked. Chapter 249. The treasure of the Luochen sword sect, the Celestial Sword, was an extremely special sword. It had been passed down from the first ancestor of the Luochen sword sect. According to the legends, the ancestor of the Luochen sword sect roamed the pugilistic world alone with his sword. In the end, he achieved supremacy in the way of the sword and stood at the apex of the ancient sword continent. He then retired from the pugilistic world and returned to his homeland, the Golden Crown Kingdom, where he founded the Luochen sword sect. When the Luochen sword sect was first established, the entire ancient sword continent was shaken. At the time, the Luochen sword sect was a holy land that countless cultivators in the way of the sword dreamed of. However, as time went on, the Luochen sword sect gradually declined after the ancestor's death. Now, the sect's influence was extremely small. It was basically only slightly famous in the Golden Crown Kingdom. However, although the Luochen sword sect had fallen to such a state, people would still think of the sect's treasure, the celestial sword, when they mentioned it. The celestial sword was the sword that the ancestor of the Luochen sword sect had once carried. It had accompanied the ancestor for his entire life. In the end, when the ancestor was on the verge of death, he stabbed the celestial sword into the mountain where the Luochen sword sect resided. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach the celestial sword. Even a few experts would be rejected when they approached the celestial sword. In the beginning, many powerhouses had their eyes on the celestial sword. However, the ancestor of the Luochen sword sect had already anticipated this situation. He had set up a startling formation around the celestial sword. Apart from the disciples of the Luochen sword sect, no one could touch the celestial sword. Now, the current sect master of the Luochen sword sect had actually said that he had discovered this information from the celestial sword. It was easy to imagine just how shocked the upper echelons of the King Kong sect were. It was discovered in the celestial sword, the sect master exclaimed. The sect master nodded slowly and said, "Our Luochen sword sect has a special group of elders. The group of elders was established to study the celestial sword. They hope to obtain the legacy of the celestial sword and completely grasp it so that the Luochen sword sect could regain its former glory. After countless years of research, these elders have a certain understanding of the celestial sword. However, not long ago, when they were studying the celestial sword, an obscure piece of information suddenly emerged from the celestial sword. When they discovered this obscure piece of information, they were overjoyed and began to study it day and night. Finally, a few days later, they discovered an important piece of information," continued the master of the Falling Dust Sword sect. At this moment, all the senior members of the King Kong sect, including the sect master, stared at the sect master of the Falling Dust Sword sect, waiting for him to continue. "There's a treasure trove somewhere in the Training Mountain Range," said the sect master of the Falling Dust Sword sect. "What kind of treasure is it?" the Vajra sect master asked anxiously. If the King Kong sect master and the others hadn't believed the Falling Dust Sword sect master in the beginning, they were completely convinced now. This news came from the Heavenly Sword, so it must be true. We don't know exactly what treasure it is, but since the news came from the Heavenly Sword, I can vaguely guess that the ancestor is guiding us, said the master of the Luochen sword sect sternly. The reason why he revealed such important information to the King Kong sect was because the sect master of the Falling Dust Sword sect believed that even if the Falling Dust Sword sect disciples found the treasure trove, they wouldn't be able to protect it. That was why he chose to work with the King Kong sect. After the King Kong sect master and the others learned of this matter, they discussed it and decided to work together. Perhaps the treasure trove was left behind by the Falling Dust Sword sect's ancestor. If they could obtain it, the strength of the King Kong sect disciples would increase. Since that's the case, let's work together this time, said the King Kong sect master slowly. The Falling Dust Sword sect master smiled when he heard the King Kong sect master's attitude. Very soon, the two sides finished discussing some details. Ever since Yi Ming lost to Fong Chun, he had constantly pestered Fong Chun, wanting to become his disciple. However, how could Fong Chun accept him as a disciple? However, in the end, Fong Chun still agreed to give him some guidance. After a period of guidance, Yi Ming's strength had clearly increased. This made Yi Ming even more excited, and he stayed in Fong Chun's courtyard almost every day. When the Falling Dust Sword sect master learned that Yi Ming had been defeated by Fong Chun in one move, he couldn't help but sigh. Fong Chun's potential was too great. The King Kong sect would definitely send Fong Chun to the Southern Trial this time. With a powerful cultivator like Fong Chun leading them, their chances of obtaining the treasure trove would increase. During this period, the The people of the Falling Dust Sword sect simply stayed in the King Kong sect. All the disciples of the King Kong sect were cultivating nervously because they knew that the trial would arrive soon. This time, the King Kong sect had offended the Wuji sect. The latter would definitely ambush them in the Trial Mountain Range. Moreover, Fang Chun had killed Wu Sheng from the Ghost-Killing sect. The Ghost-Killing sect might also attack the King Kong sect. While Fang Chun was giving guidance to Yiming, he was also cultivating. Other than the King Kong sect, the other 5 top sects were also preparing nervously. In a certain mountain range in the south, this mountain range was filled with a sinister aura. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a sect. This sect was called the Ghost-Killing sect. The Ghost-Killing sect, one of the top 5 sects, was located in this sinister mountain range. At this moment, in a courtyard within the Ghost-Killing sect, a murderous aura suddenly shot up to the sky. Following that, a hearty laughter spread throughout the entire Ghost-Killing sect. Ha ha ha! I, Guike, have finally broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. In the middle of the courtyard, Guike stood quietly with a wild smile on his face as he spoke loudly. When they were fighting for the inheritance in the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, Guike was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High realm. However, with the strength of his fiend god body, Guike was able to be ranked alongside the other 4 prodigies. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong Guike was. However, because of his inferior cultivation, Guike had always been at the bottom of the 5 prodigies. This time, after Guike returned from the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, he went into seclusion for a period of time and finally broke through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Although he was only at the beginning of the 4th level of the Qi High realm, his current strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Qing Lufeng, Hai Wu Wei, Huang Zhen, Xing Yun. In this trial, I will definitely trample all of you under my feet and become the leader of the 5 prodigies. Guike said with a hoarse voice. Just as the murderous aura shot up to the sky, the higher-ups of the Ghost-Killing sect all noticed this scene. They looked around and discovered that this powerful aura came from Guike's courtyard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a while, the higher-ups of the Ghost-Killing sect all appeared in Guike's courtyard. When they felt Guike's aura, their faces were filled with wild smiles. Guike, you broke through? The Ghost-Killing sect leader asked hurriedly. Sect leader, I have broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Guike cupped his hands and said to the sect leader, Haha, good, very good. You have broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Among the 5 prodigies, you could be considered one of the best. As expected of our Ghost-Killing sect's most outstanding disciple in the past 100 years, with your potential, you will definitely be able to train your fiend god body to the transformation realm. Before the trial, you broke through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. In this trial, you are destined to be number 1. Haha, my Ghost-Killing school can finally rise up in this trial. In the previous trials, the Ghost-Killing sect had always been at the bottom of the 5 top sections. But this time it was different. Guike had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm, and his strength had increased tremendously. Guike's breakthrough made the higher-ups of the Ghost-Killing sect extremely happy. Of course, other than the Ghost-Killing sect, the other 4 sects were also preparing for this trial in the south. In one of the famous forbidden grounds of the ancient Sword Continent, a woman in white clothes was being chased by an old man. Her body was covered in blood, and her qi was slightly weak. Which, hand over the inheritance, and I can spare your life. The old man's qi was very thick. With one look, one could tell that he was a Qi High warrior. The woman in white who was being chased by the old man had a face full of pain. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman in white clothes was Star and Moon, who had trained with him in Kamikaze Kenbu. When Fang Chen became an invincible Qi transformation warrior, Star and Moon knew that their own strength had been left behind by Fang Chen. Thus, Star and Moon chose to leave the Shengfeng country and go out to train. The ancient Sword Continent was very big, and the Shungfeng country was only a small area. After Star and Moon left the Shungfeng country, they accidentally entered a famous forbidden ground of the ancient Sword Continent. In this forbidden ground, Star and Moon constantly fought on the edge of life and death, and finally broke through to the Chi-Hai realm. After breaking through to the Chi-Hai realm, Star and Moon accidentally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient almighty. After going through untold hardships, she finally obtained the inheritance. However, after obtaining the inheritance, she was chased by an old man. This old man wanted to force Star and Moon to hand over the inheritance, but Star and Moon definitely wouldn't agree. The old man was very strong, and Star and Moon were no match for him. If Star and Moon hadn't obtained some life-saving methods from the inheritance, they would have been killed by the old man. At this time, Star and Moon was already at the end of her rope, but the old man behind her was about to catch up. "I can't die." Star and Moon's mind was a little muddled. She shook her head hard and said to herself. She held a long sword in her fair hand. Suddenly, she ignited the liquefied spirit energy in her Chi-Hai, and her speed suddenly soared. "Humph, even if your speed soars, it won't help," the old man said coldly. Whoosh! Star and Moon's speed was very fast, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the old man's face was full of confidence, and he quickly chased after Star and Moon. After a minute, Star and Moon suddenly stopped because she found that she was heading towards a bottomless abyss. "Ha! Even the heavens are helping me." "Which? Hand over the inheritance." "You can't keep it," the old man said eerily. Star and Moon struggled for a moment, then made a decision, and softly called out Fong Chen's name. Then, Star and Moon jumped into the bottomless abyss. Damn it! Seeing this, the old man wanted to catch Star and Moon, but it was too late. He roared in anger. He knew very well how dangerous this place was. The bottomless abyss was even more dangerous. It could be said that even a Chi-Hai realm warrior would die if he jumped into it. Chapter 250. Southern part of the Golden Crown Nation, King Kong sect. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the annual Southern Trial. During this time, Fong Chun had been cultivating. However, Fong Chun did not cultivate the fire and water sword arts or the wind and cloud mental cultivation method, but his soul. Fong Chen's soul had reached the peak of the normal level when he was in the Chi transformation realm. He was only one step away from reaching the red rank. In this short period of time, Fong Chun had reached a bottleneck in other areas, so he focused on cultivating his soul. However, cultivating his soul was very difficult. Fong Chun had searched for many spirit herbs and pills, but his soul still could not reach the red rank. Therefore, Fong Chun decided to go out and train today. Not far from the King Kong sect, there was a mountain range. Fong Chun's target was this mountain range. There was still half a month left, so he wanted to cultivate his soul to the red rank. Of course, there was another reason. After the little mouse's transformation, Fong Chun wanted to increase the little mouse's combat experience. After a brief discussion with the King Kong sect master, Fong Chun left the King Kong sect and came to the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, Fong Chun began to search for monsters. If he encountered a Chi transformation realm monster, he would let the little mouse kill it. If he encountered a stronger monster, Fong Chun would kill it himself. Just as he entered the mountain range, Fong Chun encountered a monster. This monster was at the first level of the Chi-Hai realm. Just as Fong Chun was about to attack, the little mouse appeared on Fong Chen's shoulder. With a swoosh, it jumped onto the monster's head. Golden Sheep Tribe. Fong Chun recognized this monster. It was a member of the Golden Sheep Tribe. The Golden Sheep Tribe was a relatively strong tribe. He did not expect to meet a monster from the Golden Sheep Tribe here. The Golden Sheep Tribe was most famous for the two horns on their heads. These two horns were very powerful and indestructible. Under normal circumstances, warriors would avoid coming into contact with their horns. However, before Fong Chun could speak, the little mouse jumped onto the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's head and started to chirp nonstop. Roar! The Golden Sheep Tribe monster roared and wanted to use its horns to hit the little mouse. However, the little mouse's next action stunned Fong Chun. Fong Chun watched as the little mouse grabbed the horns of the Golden Sheep Tribe demonic beast. Then, with a crunching sound, the little mouse bit down on the horns of the golden sheep tribe demonic beast. Fong Chen was stunned. The golden sheep tribe's horns were famous for their toughness. Even Fong Chen was not sure if he could break the golden sheep tribe monster's horns. He did not expect the little mouse to use its mouth to bite. While Fong Chen was in a daze, the golden sheep tribe monster let out a miserable cry. Fong Chen looked over and saw that one of its horns had been bitten off by the little mouse. Crunch! The little mouse held the golden sheep tribe monster's broken horn in one hand and kept biting. In the blink of an eye, the golden sheep tribe monster's horn was swallowed whole. It can even eat this? Fong Chen was shocked. What kind of tribe was this little mouse? How could it eat something so tough? While Fong Chen was thinking, the little mouse also ate the other horn of the golden sheep tribe monster. In an instant, the golden sheep tribe monster fell to the ground and rolled around. The little mouse ate the golden sheep tribe monster's horns and rubbed its stomach. It nodded with satisfaction. Finally, it stuck its little hand into the golden sheep tribe monster's head and defeated it in an instant. You can do that. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Little Mouse was only at the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm, but he was able to easily kill a demon beast of the 1st level of the Qi-Hai realm. Most importantly, the little mouse had used such a strange method to kill the golden sheep tribe's demonic beast. It can even bite the golden sheep tribe monster's horns. Fong Chen looked at the little mouse as if he was looking at a monster. The little mouse, on the other hand, had a big belly and a proud expression on its face. Finally, the little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder and started chirping. Fong Chen racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what kind of tribe the little mouse was. Could it be a mutated tribe? Why was it so mysterious? Since he couldn't figure it out, Fong Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. He brought the little mouse deeper into the forest. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Fong Chen had truly witnessed the power of the little mouse. No matter how hard something was, the little mouse could bite it into pieces and swallow it. Fong Chen even thought that there was nothing in this world that the little mouse couldn't bite into. In these 10 days, Fong Chen's gains were also great. His soul had broken through to the red tier a day ago. After reaching the red tier, Fong Chen's soul was abnormally powerful. He could even temporarily let his soul leave his body. The so-called soul leaving his body was to use his mind to control his soul and let it leave his body for a short time to check his surroundings. After his soul reached the red tier, Fong Chen found that his soul could leave a range of 1 meter from his body. Any further, and he wouldn't be able to leave. The Tao of the soul really is wondrous, muttered Fong Chen to himself. Now that his soul had reached the red tier, it was time for Fong Chen's training to end. He prepared to return to the Vajra sect. However, just as he was about to leave the mountain range, his soul suddenly trembled. Following that, his soul left his body. He sensed that there were 2 figures not far away. They were in the middle of a discussion. Big brother, the falling dust sword sect's people have already been in the Vajra sect for a while. Could it be that they're joining forces? Should we report this to the sect? Whispered one of the cultivators. Not for now. Our goal is to monitor the Vajra sect's disciples and see how many of them will enter the training mountain range, said the other cultivator. No matter how many of them enter the training mountain range, they'll all die without a doubt, said the first cultivator. After Fong Chen's soul caught this information, a playful smile appeared on his face. He hadn't expected the ghost-killing gate to send disciples to monitor the Vajra sect. Crash! Fong Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2 ghost-killing gate disciples. Who are you? Fong Chen's appearance attracted the attention of the ghost-killing school disciples, and 2 of them said coldly, "The person who's going to kill you," sneered Fong Chen. You're courting death." The ghost-killing gate disciples snorted and prepared to attack and kill Fong Chen. Whoosh! Fong Chen's finger moved slightly, and a tyrannical finger glow instantly floated in front of him. After that, it blasted towards one of the martialists. Finger of death. Whoosh! A finger light instantly pierced through the head of one of the martial warriors, instantly killing him. Seeing this, the other cultivator's body trembled uncontrollably. His heart was filled with fear. Who the hell are you? I'm a disciple of the ghost-killing gate. Don't kill me. Fangshan walked step by step in front of the ghost-killing gate disciples and asked coldly, Your ghost-killing gate is monitoring the Vajra sect. What exactly are you plotting? Hearing Fangshan's words, the disciple knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If I tell you, can you let me live? Do you have a choice? Fangshan said coldly. I'll talk. The disciple said in fear, the disciples of the King Kong sect killed Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing school. This time, the ghost-killing school is preparing to kill all of the younger generation of the King Kong sect after the training mountain range. After the training is over, we will destroy the King Kong sect. Hearing the disciples' words, Fangshan was slightly startled. He never thought that the ghost-killing gate would have such vicious thoughts. You could die now. Fangshan raised his finger and said coldly, You said you wouldn't kill me. Before the disciple could finish speaking, he was killed by Fangshan's finger. Soon after, Fangshan returned to the Vajra sect. After returning to the Vajra sect, Fangshan told the Vajra sect master about this matter. What? You said that the ghost-killing gate is going to attack my Vajra sect disciples in the training mountain range? The Vajra sect master's face changed as he asked in a deep voice. On the way back, I met 2 disciples of the ghost-killing gate. They were sent by the ghost-killing gate to monitor our Vajra sect. I got this information from them. Fangshan said, Damn it, the ghost-killing gate is relying on their status as one of the top 5 sects to actually attack my Vajra sect. The Vajra sect master was furious. Sect master, you don't have to worry about the training mountain range. The strongest member of the ghost-killing gate's younger generation is Gue Kue. With me here, Gue Kue won't be able to do anything. Fangshan said. Hearing Fangshan's words, the Vajra sect master's face softened a little. He then said, Fangshan, you must be careful in this training. Sect master, you don't have to worry about the training mountain range. What we need to think about now is how to deal with the ghost-killing gate. Fangshan said, I will convince the other sects to work together to deal with the ghost-killing gate. The Vajra sect master said in a deep voice. After chatting with the Vajra sect master, Fangshan returned to his own courtyard. Within the Qingtian alliance, a ray of light shot into the sky. Countless warriors were shocked as they looked towards a courtyard in the center of the Qingtian alliance. Is that Qing Lufeng? He broke through, many elders said. After a while, they received the news that Qing Lufeng had broken through. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. Feng broke through before the training. In this training, he will definitely be able to show his prowess. The Qingtian alliance master said. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses had also broken through. Hai Wu Wei, Huang Zhen, and Xing Yun had all broken through to the peak of the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. They were all preparing for this training. As for Gue Kei, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm long ago. The closer it was to the training, the heavier the atmosphere in the south. Normally, no one would enter the training mountain range. It was considered a forbidden area in the south. But at this moment, in the depths of the training mountain range, there was a black shadow. He stood there like a demon from hell, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 251. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the annual Southern Trial. The southern region of the Golden Crown Nation held a grand trial every year. All the young disciples of the Southern sect, big or small, would participate. Every time the trial was held, some young disciples would rise above the rest and become the cream of the crop. The current 5 great prodigies of the southern region had also emerged from the Southern Trial. There would be a ranking at the end of each Southern Trial, and martialists who made it into the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, every younger generation was trying their best to squeeze into the top 3. However, ever since the emergence of the 5 Great Heavens Prides, the top 3 spots had almost been monopolized by the 5 Great Heavens Prides in the past few years of trials. It was simply impossible for other martialists to get a share of the top 3 spots. Countless young disciples were standing on a square in the Vajra sect. At the front of the square were many upper echelons of the Vajra sect. The Falling Dust sect master had already selected the Falling Dust Sword sect disciples to participate in the trial and brought them to the King Kong sect. They could set off at any time. Today was the day the King Kong sect disciples set off. Because the Trial Mountain Range was still some distance away from the King Kong sect, the King Kong sect had to set off a day earlier. By the time Fong Chun arrived at the plaza, everyone had already arrived. The King Kong sect master began to speak when he saw that all the disciples had arrived. The annual Southern Trial will begin tomorrow. Today, we will head to the trial city to participate in the trial, the King Kong sect master announced loudly. The trial is not only an exchange between the younger generation, but also a competition between sects. There are countless opportunities in the Trial Mountain Range. Of course, these opportunities are also accompanied by danger. I hope that all of you can help each other after entering the Trial Mountain Range, the King Kong sect master continued. Then, the King Kong sect master briefly introduced the Trial Mountain Range to the disciples before the group left the King Kong sect in a grandiose fashion. The King Kong sect master led the group and left alongside the Falling Dust Sword sect. Half a day later, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect arrived at the trial city one after another. Training City was a relatively famous city in the South. The reason why this city was called Training City was because every year the Southern Trials would be held in this city. This year was no exception. When the Vajra sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect arrived, countless sects in the South had already arrived at the trial city. The trial city is right in front of us. Let's go in, the Vajra sect master said slowly. Then, the group of people entered the city of trials in a majestic manner. Just as he entered the training city, Fong Chun felt a heavy aura rushing towards him. The training city was packed with people. So many people! Fong Chun was extremely puzzled. He did not expect that a Southern Trial could actually attract so many martial artists. The Southern Trial is an annual event in the Southern region. Of course, there will be many warriors, Jin Tai said slowly from behind Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded. Just as the disciples of the King Kong sect were about to leave, a group of people suddenly entered the trial city through the city gates. The Wuji sect had just entered the trial city when they discovered their archenemy, the King Kong sect. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. When the Wuji sect master saw the King Kong sect, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He quickly walked over to the King Kong sect. King Kong sect master, how dare the King Kong sect participate in the Southern Trial? The Wuji sect master mocked. Since the Wuji sect is participating, why can't the King Kong sect participate? The King Kong sect master said icily. King Kong sect master, the Wuji sect will pay you back 100-fold for seizing our city, the Wuji sect master said icily. The King Kong sect master sneered when he heard the Wuji sect master's words and turned to leave. The Wuji sect master smiled sinisterly as he watched the King Kong sect master leave. I want to see how long the King Kong sect can last. The King Kong sect naturally didn't fear the Wuji sect. However, the Wuji sect had the backing of one of the top 5 sects, the Ghost Killing Gate. This required the King Kong sect master to take them seriously. However, Fong Chun had promised the King Kong sect master that he didn't need to worry about the safety of the King Kong sect master in the Trial Mountain Range. With him around, the Ghost Sunflower wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, the King Kong sect master didn't care about the Wuji sect master's threat at all. What he cared about the most now was that the Ghost Killing Gate would make a move on the King Kong sect after the trial ended. Therefore, the King Kong sect master had already thought it through. During the trial, he would try his best to contact some sects that had a good relationship with the King Kong sect and join forces to resist the Ghost Killing Gate. Shortly after, the King Kong sect master led the group to a manor. This was an independent manor that belonged to the King Kong sect. The members of the Falling Dust Sword sect followed the Falling Dust sect master to the Falling Dust Sword sect manor. This is where we will rest. Everyone, have a good rest and prepare for the trial in your best condition. The King Kong sect master said a few simple words before leaving. Soon, many disciples went to rest while others went out for a stroll. The Liang family's 4 young masters said goodbye to Feng Chun before turning to leave as well. Just as Feng Chun was about to rest, the chief disciple of the Luo Chun sword sect, Yi Ming, suddenly appeared. "Brother Feng, let's go out for a stroll." Yi Ming looked at Feng Chun and smiled. Feng Chun shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Ming continued, "Brother Feng, tomorrow is the trial. Don't you want to take advantage of today to see the geniuses of the various sects? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Feng Chun originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard Yi Ming's last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately nodded and said, "All right." Then, Yi Ming and Feng Chun left the manor and appeared on the streets of the Trial City. The entire Trial City was bustling. The Trial City in the south did not belong to any sect. It was jointly owned by the various sects. In the Trial City, one could see the properties of the various sects every time. Even the 5 top sects did not dare to forcefully occupy the Trial City. "Where are we going?" Feng Chun looked at Yi Ming, who was walking quickly, and asked. "Follow me, and you will know." Yi Ming's face revealed a trace of a smile. Then, Feng Chun did not ask any more questions and directly followed Yi Ming. In a short while, the two of them appeared on a small mountain peak in the Trial City. This mountain peak was very famous in the Trial City. It was called the Genius Peak. Genius Peak. The reason why it was called Genius Peak was because every year before the trial, a large number of martial artists would come to the Trial City to train. Some geniuses would choose to gather on this mountain peak for exchanges. Over time, this mountain peak was called Genius Peak. Of course, not every cultivator had the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. Only the top powerhouses of the younger generation could ascend the Genius Peak. As the chief disciple of the falling Dust Sword sect, Yi Ming's strength was extremely powerful. Naturally, he had the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. When Yi Ming brought Feng Chun to the foot of the Genius Peak, he raised his head and looked over. There were already over 20 cultivators on the Genius Peak. These cultivators were the top of the younger generation in the south. Of course, the 5 great prodigies were not included. This was because the 5 great prodigies did not care about such a gathering of geniuses. In their eyes, besides the 5 of them, no one else in the south could be mentioned in the same breath as them. At this moment, there was a pavilion on the Genius Peak. Over 20 cultivators were in the pavilion. Some were standing, while others were sitting on stone benches and chatting with each other. "Brother Jilei, your strength has increased again. Looks like Brother Jilei's ranking will rise again in this trial," a cultivator with a smile said. "Yeah, Brother Jilei's strength is really amazing. Brother Bai Ming's strength is not bad either." Among the 20 cultivators, Jilei and the others were naturally the focus. This was because their strength was practically unparalleled under the 5 great prodigies. However, just as everyone was chatting and laughing, they suddenly saw 2 cultivators coming up from the foot of the mountain. "It's Yi Ming from the falling Dust Sword sect." A cultivator recognized Yi Ming and said softly. They were not at all surprised by Yi Ming's arrival. With Yi Ming's strength, it was sufficient for him to set foot on the Genius Peak. However, when they saw that Yi Ming had brought another person with him, some of the cultivators' expressions changed slightly. "Yi Ming, you're here?" a cultivator asked. Yi Ming nodded and prepared to set foot on the Genius Peak with Feng Chun. However, at this moment, someone finally could not hold back anymore. "Yi Ming, you have the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak, but it doesn't mean that you can casually bring random people up there." "That's right. Not every cultivator can set foot on the Genius Peak. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry can set foot on the Genius Peak, then what's the point of the Genius Peak gathering? Yi Ming, you can come up, but he can't." The many cultivators chimed in one after another. Yi Ming frowned slightly when he heard this. He immediately said, "He's the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. Could it be that he doesn't have the qualifications to ascend the Genius Peak?" Hearing Yi Ming's question, someone said, "Isn't Jin Tai the chief disciple of the King Kong sect? Where did this kid come from?" In the pavilion, many cultivators were questioning Feng Chen's origins. Only Jilei's expression was a little ugly. He did not say a word. A trace of fear actually flashed in his eyes. That's right. Genius Peak is indeed not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can ascend. At this moment, Fang Chun opened his mouth to speak. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a disciple near Fang Chen's face changed. He angrily shouted, "Kid, since you know, then hurry up and get down. Otherwise, I won't be polite." For example, a Tom, Dick, or Harry like you doesn't have the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. Fang Chen looked at the cultivator and said with a cold smile. This cultivator's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. He was only a step away from the 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. He was the chief disciple of the Puyun Island. His name was Pu Xiang. He was very arrogant and looked down on those weaker cultivators. At this moment, hearing Fang Chen's mockery, Pu Xiang's face changed. He said coldly, "Kid, I am the chief disciple of the Puyun Island. My cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. You say that I am a Tom, Dick, or Harry. Then what about you? Do you think that being the chief disciple of the King Kong sect is something great?" Pu Xiang looked at Fang Chun with an overbearing aura. His eyes were spitting fire. Is being the chief disciple of the Puyun Island really something great? Fang Chun asked back. You are many times stronger than being the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. Pu Xiang snorted and said, "Kid, you only have 2 choices now. Either you get down yourself, or I will kick you down." Yiming knew Fang Chen's strength and did not interrupt. He also did not like Pu Xiang. He could use this opportunity to let Fang Chun teach Pu Xiang a lesson. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. This kind of trash was everywhere. Chapter 252. He had 2 choices. He could either roll off or be blasted off. Pu Xiang gave Fang Chun 2 choices, and Fang Chun gave Pu Xiang 2 choices as well. He did not want to be too high profile, but Pu Xiang was overbearing. Ji Lei's face was gloomy at the moment. No one knew what he was thinking. He had not said a single word since the beginning. Of course, all the cultivators on Genius Peak did not know that Ji Lei had been defeated by Fang Chun not long ago. This made Ji Lei very wary of Fang Chun. Pu Xiang's face was filled with disbelief when he heard that. He then asked coldly, "What did you say? Get off my back." "You could choose not to. I'll blast you off," Fang Chun said. Pu Xiang was completely enraged when he heard Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chun and roared furiously, "Brat, you're dead for offending me, Pu Xiang." Pu Xiang activated all the strength in his body as he spoke and blasted Fang Chun. He wanted to blast Fang Chun off Genius Peak. Bang! Just a casual punch from Fang Chun was enough to make Pu Xiang feel a strong pressure. After a loud bang, Pu Xiang's body fell on Genius Peak and rolled down a mountain. This sudden scene shocked more than 20 martialists. They did not expect the cultivator that Yi Ming had brought to be so powerful that he could defeat Pu Xiang in one move. Pu Xiang was furious after being blasted off the peak. However, his rationality told him that he was no match for Fang Chun. How is this possible? Pu Xiang stood up slowly and looked at Fang Chun, who was on Genius Peak. At the moment, his face was burning, as though he had been slapped by Fang Chun. It was ridiculous that he had thought that Fang Chun was not qualified to step onto Genius Peak. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had blasted him off Genius Peak. Just you wait. After being blasted off Genius Peak, Pu Xiang naturally didn't have the face to continue climbing the peak. He glared fiercely at Fang Chun before turning to leave. After Pu Xiang left, Fang Chun smirked as he looked at Ji Lei. "I wonder if I have the qualifications to step onto Genius Peak now." Fang Chun asked softly. This brother's strength is formidable, so he naturally has the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak. Not bad. To be able to defeat Pu Xiang so easily, this brother must be at least at the 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. When did such a tyrannical disciple appear in the Vajra sect? This is truly shocking. Many martial artists who had looked down on Fang Chun earlier cupped their hands towards Fang Chun. In this world, strength was revered. If one was strong enough, they would be respected everywhere. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ji Lei and asked, "I wonder what Brother Ji Lei thinks?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, Ji Lei's heart tightened. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Brother Fong's strength is tyrannical. If even you don't have the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak, then I'm afraid that no one here has the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak." Ji Lei's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. They didn't think that Ji Lei would have such a high evaluation of Fong Chun. Of course, they didn't know that Ji Lei said this because he was afraid of Fong Chun. "You guys continue." Fong Chun signaled for everyone to continue talking. As for Fong Chun, he sat in a corner of the pavilion. Fong Chun wasn't interested in this kind of gathering at all, so he didn't participate. If it wasn't for Yi Ming bringing him here, he definitely wouldn't have come here. In the following time, many martial artists wanted to befriend Fong Chun, but Fong Chun simply ignored them. In the end, Fong Chun and Yi Ming left Genius Peak. This so-called gathering of geniuses didn't have any substantive meaning. It was just a bunch of people who liked to show off and flaunt their strength on Genius Peak. Early the next morning, the entire trial city was filled with a solemn atmosphere. There was a very wide plaza in the center of the trial city. This plaza was the place where the trial would begin. Martial artists continuously came to the plaza. Before long, all the sect members had arrived. The King Kong sect and the Infinity sect were together, and Fong Chun was among them. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the platform and waved his hand at everyone, indicating for them to be quiet. Today is our Southern Region's annual trial competition. Every year, there will be some dark horses. This year, we will still choose the top 3 of the trial competition and give them generous rewards, said the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was a highly respected lone traveler in the Southern region. His cultivation base was very high, and all the sect members in the Southern region jointly elected him as the host of the trial competition. This year's trial competition will be the same as before. All the participating martial artists will have to enter the trial mountain range for a month. During this month, as long as the demonic aura in a martial artist token completely disappears, they will be automatically eliminated, continued the white-haired old man. Before long, Fong Chun and the others received a palm-sized token. This token was a special token for the trial competition. This token stored a strand of demonic aura. This strand of demonic aura was collected from a demonic beast and forcibly sealed in the token by an almighty. After listening to the white-haired old man's explanation, Fong Chun had a better understanding of the trial competition's rules. In the trial competition, every participant would receive a token. Every token contained a strand of demonic aura. Participants who entered the trial mountain range could hunt demonic beasts to collect demonic aura. They could also steal the demonic aura of other participants. In short, as long as there was demonic aura in the token, they could continue to cultivate in the trial mountain range. However, once the last strand of demonic aura in the token was stolen by someone else, the participant would be automatically eliminated. The array in the token would be activated instantly, and the participant would be transported out of the trial mountain range. After a month, the ranking would be based on the amount of demonic aura in the token. The top 3 martial artists would receive generous rewards. Although they didn't know what the rewards would be, according to the past years, it wouldn't be too bad. Within the trial mountain range, there were many demonic beasts. The weaker ones were at the 1st level of the Chi-Hai realm, while the stronger ones were at the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Of course, killing demonic beasts of different levels would result in different amounts of demonic aura. Killing a demonic beast at the 1st level of the Chi-Hai realm would result in 1 strand of demonic aura. Killing a demonic beast at the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm would result in 2 strands of demonic aura. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more demonic aura one would receive. Of course, if one wanted to kill a high-level demonic beast, there was a huge risk. All right, you all know the rules. Next up is the last test before the trial competition. Only by passing this test will you be qualified to participate in the trial competition. The white-haired old man's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Fang Chen heard this and was confused. What kind of test was this? At this moment, a big drum appeared in the middle of the square. After the big drum appeared, the white-haired old man said, "Everyone, use all your strength. As long as you can make the big drum sound 3 times, you will pass the test." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, some of the disciples began to participate in the test. This was a first-level Chi warrior. He stood in front of the big drum and clenched his fist. All the strength in his body was gathered in his fist. He roared and punched the big drum. Dong on the big drum, there was a deafening sound followed by a second sound. Just as everyone was watching, the sound of the big drum stopped abruptly. The warrior's face changed slightly, and his eyebrows were filled with displeasure. 2 sounds eliminated. The white-haired old man's voice sounded. This warrior made 2 sounds and was eliminated. Next, countless other warriors began to participate in the test. Dong, the sound of the big drum was endless. Fang Chen observed carefully. Basically, all the warriors above the first level of the Chi realm could make 3 sounds. Most of the people who were eliminated were at the first level of the Chi realm. It seemed that this test was to eliminate the weak. Warriors who were able to enter the Trial Mountain range were all extremely strong. After about half an hour, the square finally exploded. Because this time, one of the 5 geniuses, Gui Kui, was participating in the test. Gui Kui stood in front of the big drum. Countless warriors widened their eyes and stared at Gui Kui. Before Gui Kui, the highest number of sound was 5. Everyone was guessing that Gui Kui would be able to break this record. At this moment, Gui Kui's face was gloomy. Suddenly, his body was covered with a layer of gray chi. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Gui Kui's fist smashed onto the big drum. Immediately, the sound of the drum filled the sky. Dong, in the blink of an eye, the drum sounded 5 times, easily surpassing the previous record. The sound of the drum was still there. Dong, dong, the 6th sound, the 7th sound, the 8th sound. When the drum sounded 8 times, all the warriors' faces were filled with shock. The drum sounded 8 times. Just as everyone was still in shock, the 9th sound rang out. At this moment, the whole square was in an uproar. This was because the limit of the big drum was 9 sounds. Warriors who could make 9 sounds were the best of the younger generation. As expected of Gui Kui, he can make 9 sounds. Yeah, the 5 geniuses are really strong. The ghost-killing sect specializes in body refinement. Gui Kui's divine devil body refinement seems to have reached an even higher level, leaving others in the dust. Many warriors exclaimed after recovering from their shock. Gui Kui was too strong. Everyone was still immersed in Gui Kui's strength. What happened next made them even more dumbfounded. After Gui Kui made 9 sounds, the other 4 geniuses of the 5 geniuses all made their moves. Without exception, they all made 9 sounds. The 5 geniuses combined forces to complete the test. Chapter 253. This test was enough to show the strength of the 5 great prodigies. After the 5 great prodigies, other than a few warriors who could sound the drum 7 times, there was not even a warrior who could sound it 8 times. Next, the warriors began their tests one after another. Every now and then, a first-level Chi warrior would be eliminated. After 2 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. When it was Fang Chen's turn, Ji Lei and the others all looked at Fang Chen. The eyes of the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chun sword sect were filled with hope. They thought that even if Fang Chen could not compare to the 5 great prodigies, he could at least sound the drum 7 times. However, after Fang Chen sounded the drum, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chun sword sect were confused. This was because Fang Chen only sounded the drum 3 times. This was too unbelievable. Even Ji Lei could sound the drum 7 times, but Fang Chen, the warrior who defeated Ji Lei, only sounded the drum 3 times. Of course, the warriors who did not know Fang Chen thought this was normal. Only Yi Ming and the others knew that Fang Chen was hiding his strength. This is only a test. As long as I pass, I don't need to attract the attention of others. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the test, just now, Fong Chun deliberately controlled his strength and only sounded the drum 3 times, barely passing the test. After an entire morning, the test finally ended. There were more than 20 warriors eliminated, and the remaining warriors all passed the test. Next, it was time for the test to officially begin. All the warriors held a token in their hands. All right, let's begin. Everyone enter the training mountain range. The white-haired elder said loudly. The training mountain range was within 100 meters of the training city. It was very close. Following the white-haired elder's command, all the participating martialists left the trial city and entered the trial mountain range. As for the leaders of the various sects, they continued to stay in the trial city. Under Fong Chen's lead, the numerous disciples of the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect entered the training mountain range one after another. After everyone entered the training mountain range, Fong Chun discovered that the training mountain range was very strange. What he saw from the outside was completely different from what he saw inside. Furthermore, only after entering the training mountain range did they realize that it was filled with dangerous auras. Fong Chun turned his head and glanced at the disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect. He nodded and said, "Looks like the formation and the tokens separated all of us when we entered the mountain range." This was an empty space at the edge of the training mountain range. Fong Chun led the disciples from the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect to a brief survey of their surroundings before continuing onwards. After walking for about an hour, Fong Chun suddenly stopped. "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" Yiming asked immediately when he saw Fong Chun stop walking. There were dangers everywhere in the training mountain range. If they could foresee the dangers ahead of time, they would be sufficiently prepared and their losses would be minimized. "There's the sound of flowing water ahead," Fong Chun said softly. Doubt filled his face. "Do you want to take a look?" Yiming asked. Fong Chun nodded. Although the training mountain range was dangerous, it was also accompanied by opportunities. The sound of flowing water might be an opportunity for them. Afterwards, everyone quickly advanced under Fong Chen's lead. The further they advanced, the hotter Fong Chun felt. Why is it so hot? Fong Chun was extremely puzzled. He had already secretly used the concept of fire to resist the scorching heat. Many disciples behind him could no longer withstand it. "Brother Fong, this place is very strange. The air is too hot. They can't withstand it anymore," Yiming said with a heavy voice. Fong Chun pondered for a moment, then said, "Go back first and find a safe place to rest. I'll go take a look." With that, Fong Chun turned and left. Yiming led the disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect to find a safe place to rest. Fong Chun was alone, and his speed was very fast. Before long, Fong Chun arrived at the source of the flowing water. When he saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. At this moment, there was a river in front of Fong Chun. It wasn't flowing water, but fiery red magma. Why is there magma here? Fong Chun was extremely puzzled. The surroundings of the river were relatively empty. The river wasn't very large, and the river was filled with fiery red magma. The magma constantly flowed downstream. No wonder the air nearby is so scorching. "So that's why," Fong Chun said softly. Fong Chun wrapped his body with the concept of fire and approached the magma. He was prepared to check if there were any opportunities within the magma. However, just as Fong Chun approached the magma, the concept of fire around him suddenly trembled. When Fong Chun saw this scene, he was extremely puzzled. However, when he saw a flame within the magma, he finally became excited. "A fire seed. There's a fire seed in the magma," Fong Chun said excitedly. A fire seed was a very mysterious flame. The reason why Fong Chun was excited when he saw a fire seed was because consuming a fire seed could increase one's concept of fire. Right now, Fong Chun's concept of fire had reached the first minor realm. If he could devour enough fire seeds, his concept of fire could reach the second minor realm. At that time, the power of his fire and water sword technique would be even stronger. What a pleasant surprise! Fong Chun shook his wrist and directly took out a fire seed from the magma river. This fire seed was like a flower, quietly lying in Fong Chun's palm. His Fong Chun used his mind to control the concept of fire and instantly absorbed the fire seed. After absorbing the fire seed, his concept of fire improved a lot. This is really good stuff. For the concept of fire, a fire seed was definitely a great supplement. He had just entered the training mountain range when he encountered such a strange magma river. Moreover, there was a fire seed in a magma river. This made Fong Chun very excited. After that, Fong Chun began to check. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. Within the magma, there were countless fire seeds. These fire seeds were floating freely, absorbing the scorching aura within the magma. Let's collect some fire seeds first. Fong Chun thought to himself. Since he had encountered a fire seed, he had to let his concept of fire absorb enough fire seeds to make a breakthrough. Once his concept of fire reached the second minor realm, his strength would skyrocket. In the following time, Fong Chun constantly searched for fire seeds. In just half an hour, Fong Chun had absorbed more than 30 fire seeds. After absorbing these fire seeds, Fong Chun clearly felt that his concept of fire had greatly improved. In this way, Fong Chun continued to search for fire seeds. 2 hours later, Fong Chun finally felt that his concept of fire had reached a bottleneck. After absorbing a large amount of fire seeds, his concept of fire had reached the bottleneck of the first minor realm. He could no longer absorb fire seeds. Why can't I break through? Fong Chun thought to himself. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, several sounds of breaking air suddenly came from the distance. Then, Fong Chun discovered that some of the participating warriors had discovered this place and were rushing over. Everlasting sect disciples. Fong Chun could see that these disciples were rushing over from their clothes. Their clothes were very similar to the everlasting sect's disciples. At the same time that Fong Chun discovered the everlasting sect's disciples, the everlasting sect disciples also discovered Fong Chun. However, Jile wasn't among them. Yes, these everlasting sect's disciples didn't recognize Fong Chun. "Brat, obediently hand over the things you obtained here," said one of the everlasting sect's disciples coldly. The aura here was scorching hot, and there was even a river of lava. They were certain that there was a supreme treasure here. When they arrived, they discovered that Fong Chun was already here. So they guessed that Fong Chun might have obtained something here. "What are you standing there for? Are you courting death?" asked another everlasting sect's disciple. Fong Chun frowned, a bit displeased. "You're the ones courting death. I'll kill you." One of the everlasting sect's disciples was infuriated. He directly attacked, wanting to kill Fong Chun and steal Fong Chun's demonic chi. Puchi Fong Chun only needed to lightly point a finger to instantly kill this everlasting sect's disciple. Seeing this, the other everlasting sect's disciples were infuriated. They directly joined forces to kill Fong Chun. Whoosh! Several rays of light shot out, and the 5 everlasting sect's disciples were all killed. After doing all this, Fong Chun took their tokens and clenched his hand. Immediately, 5 strands of demonic chi appeared in front of him and entered Fong Chun's token. As expected, the demonic chi comes faster when stealing from others. Fong Chun grinned. The everlasting sect's disciples actually dared to target him. This made Fong Chun very angry, so he cleanly killed the 5 disciples. Just as Fong Chun collected the 5 strands of demonic chi, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Immediately after, a figure shot over from afar. When this figure saw the 5 people lying on the ground, his expression changed. He looked at Fong Chun and said coldly, "You killed them." "That's right, I killed them." Fong Chun looked at the person and said indifferently, "Very well, since you killed them, then you'll pay with your life." The person said with a cold smile, "I'm afraid you don't have that right." Fong Chun said, "Ha ha, you dare to say such words in front of me, the demon ghost. You're courting death." The demon ghost said coldly. The demon ghost was one of the elites of the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect. He had also reached the early 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. When Fong Chun killed Wu Sheng, the demon ghost was in seclusion and had no idea. When he entered the training mountain range this time, he was with these everlasting sex disciples. Just now, he let these disciples go first while he went ahead to take a look. He didn't expect that when he returned, the 5 of them had already been killed. Chapter 254. Hearing the demon ghost's words, Fang Chun felt that it was ridiculous. An early 4th-level Chi-Hai warrior actually wanted him to commit suicide. The current Fang Chen's strength had increased. Even if he met the 5 great geniuses, he would not be afraid, not to mention this small fry in front of him. Even if Gui Kui came, I would not be afraid, not to mention you. Fang Chen said, looks like you won't give up until you see the end. The demon ghost said coldly, if that's the case, then I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as Ghost Hunter's voice fell, an incomparably dense aura instantly appeared around his body. His fiend god body refinement was instantly activated. Crash! The demon ghost clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He punched towards Fang Chun. So childish. Fang Chun looked at the demon ghost attack and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky. 3-sword realm sword explosion. With a crackling sound, the flash of sword light collided with the demon ghost's fist and exploded. At this moment, the demon ghost felt a strong force enter his body and destroy all his defenses. This feeling he had only felt from his senior brother, Gui Kui. Could it be that the person in front of him was as strong as senior brother Gui Kui? No! In an instant, the flash of sword light exploded with a wild aura. The air wave blasted the demon ghost's body into the magma river. The demon ghost saw this scene and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the demon ghost's body fell into the magma river. Then, a miserable cry was heard. In a moment, a skeleton floated on the surface of the magma river. Ignorant, Fang Chun said in his heart. The demon ghost cultivation was only at the early 4th level of Chi-Hai, the same as Gui Kui, but he obviously did not leave. What a pity! Ever since he knew about the divine demon body of the ghost-killing sect, Fang Chun had always wanted to see how powerful the body of the ghost-killing sect was. However, this demon ghost was too weak. With one sword strike, he was blasted into the lava river and lost his life. Just as Fang Chun was sighing, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed on the ghost hunter's skeleton. In the blink of an eye, this glimmer of light surrounded the skeleton. Yes, this is... When Fang Chun saw this, he felt the heat of the light and was puzzled. It's absorbing the energy from the demon ghost bones. Fang Chun exclaimed when he saw the light absorbing the energy from the bones. Boom! Fang Chun clenched his hand into a fist and punched at the light. Suddenly, the bones fell apart and the light turned into a flame. Fire seed? Fang Chun asked doubtfully when he saw the flame. This flame was completely different from the fire seed he had obtained before. The difference was huge. Could this be a mutated fire seed? Fang Chun thought to himself. At this time, Fang Chun remembered the history of the continent that he had read before. There was information about fire seeds in it. Suddenly, Fang Chun's eyes widened as he looked at the flame in disbelief. Mutated fire seed. Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. Fire seeds were a special kind of flame. When a martial artist absorbed a fire seed, their concept of fire would be greatly improved. Of course, after reading the history of the continent, Fang Chun knew that not only could martial artists absorb fire seeds, but even demonic beasts could absorb fire seeds. And this mutated fire seed in front of him had absorbed other fire seeds and mutated into such a strange fire seed. A mutated fire seed was very powerful. It was not something an ordinary fire seed could compare to. I wonder how many ordinary fire seeds this fire seed has absorbed, Fang Chun said. At this time, the mutated fire seed discovered that someone was attacking it and wanted to drill into the lava river. However, how could Fang Chun let go of such a good opportunity? Want to leave? Fang Chun shouted. Then his figure flashed, and he waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He instantly released the 3rd level of the water-fire sword technique. Show the 3 sword beams of water and fire penetrated the magma river and hit the mutated fire seed. After the mutated fire seed was hit, it emitted a fanatical aura and constantly struggled. Fang Chun flicked the hidden dragon sword and took the mutated fire seed out of the lava river. He then placed it in his hand. The mutated fire seed in his palm wanted to escape, but it was restrained by Fang Chun. Feeling the scorching aura, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. As expected of a mutated fire seed, its temperature was more than 10 times that of an ordinary fire seed. Otherwise, after absorbing ordinary fire seeds and greatly improving his concept of fire, he would not have been able to withstand the heat of this mutated fire seed. Fang Chun activated his red-level soul and drilled it into the mutated fire seed to check how many ordinary fire seeds it had absorbed. According to the records of the continent's unofficial history, once a mutated fire seed absorbed 100 ordinary fire seeds, it would undergo a true transformation. At that time, it would reach a whole new level. His soul drilled into the mutated fire seed and instantly checked the number of ordinary fire seeds it had absorbed. 99. When he heard this news, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that the mutated fire seed attracted by the bones of the demonic ghost would absorb 99 ordinary fire seeds. If it absorbed another ordinary fire seed, it would complete a perfect transformation. At that time, even if Fang Chun encountered it, he would not be able to capture it easily. As Fang Chun controlled the mutated flame, his eyes were filled with a fiery glow. If I absorb this mutated fire seed, will my concept of fire break through the bottleneck and reach the second minor realm? Fang Chun thought to himself. However, Fang Chun rejected his idea in an instant. This was because it was very difficult to break through from the first minor realm to the second minor realm, unless there was a great opportunity. Fang Chun did not think that this mutated fire seed could help him break through his concept of fire. However, at this moment, a trace of madness flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. Then he said faintly, "If I let this mutated flame seed absorb an ordinary flame seed and undergo a transformation before devouring it, I'm confident that I'll be able to break through my fire intent." Through observing the mutated fire seed, Fang Chun had already discovered that the reason why the mutated fire seed did not devour the last ordinary fire seed was because it did not have enough energy. Therefore, it was attracted by the bones of the demonic ghost and was captured by Fang Chun. I don't know if it will work. Thinking of this, he began to act. Fang Chun held the mutated fire seed in one hand and found an ordinary fire seed in the magma river with the other. Then, he kept moving his hands together, trying to make the mutated fire seed absorb the ordinary fire seed by force. However, when the two fire seeds came into contact with each other, the mutated fire seed began to reject the ordinary fire seed. The rejection was very strong. How can this be? Is the mutated fire seed lacking energy? Fang Chun was puzzled. Then, Fang Chun took out some spirit stones and let the mutated fire seed absorb them. However, it was to no avail. Just as Fang Chun was puzzled, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly and an invisible aura spread out instantly. When this invisible aura spread out, the mutated fire seed in Fang Chen's hand began to become active. Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile when he saw the mutated flame jumping continuously and absorbing the formless aura. "This works too," Fang Chun said in surprise. Bit by bit, he watched the mutated fire seed absorb the invisible aura. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the mutated fire seed absorbed enough energy. Next, Fang Chun let the mutated fire seed absorb the ordinary fire seed. The process was very smooth. Before Fang Chun could do anything, the mutated fire seed absorbed the ordinary fire seed on its own. Rumble just after the mutated fire seed absorbed the last ordinary fire seed. The mutated fire seed suddenly underwent an earth-shaking change. Hiss! Fang Chun felt a scorching aura coming from the mutated fire seed, making him feel a little suffocated. Fang Chun tried hard to control the mutated fire seed, but the latter was struggling, trying to escape from Fang Chen's palm. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the mutated fire seed underwent a perfect transformation. A purple flame appeared in the center of the fire seed. Is this the perfect state of the mutated fire seed? Fang Chun could feel the tyrannical power of the mutated fire seed. Damn it, it's struggling. At this moment, Fang Chun found that the mutated fire seed was struggling. The purple flame in the center of the fire seed was so hot that even Fang Chun, who was surrounded by the concept of fire, felt a tingling pain. I can't go on like this, or it will escape. Fang Chun thought quickly in his mind. Suddenly, Fang Chun had a crazy idea to devour the mutated fire seed. At this moment, this was the only way. It was not easy to get a perfect mutated fire seed. Fang Chun did not want to give up, let alone let the mutated fire seed escape. After making the decision, the concept of fire around Fang Chun instantly turned into a strong flame, burning fiercely. Then, Fang Chun quickly put the mutated fire seed into his mouth. After the mutated fire seed entered his mouth, it went down his throat and into Fang Chun's dantian. The scorching flame burned his dantian, and Fang Chun let out a miserable scream. Burn! Fang Chun tried hard to stabilize his body and shouted in a low voice, trying to let the concept of fire absorb the mutated fire seed. However, it was not that easy to absorb a perfect mutated fire seed. The mutated fire seed was struggling, trying to burn Fang Chun's sea of qi, and the concept of fire was helping Fang Chun block the mutated fire seed's burning. For a time, a confrontation occurred in Fang Chun's dantian. After the mutated fire seed burned his sea of qi, the liquefied spirit energy kept rolling, and Fang Chun felt pain all over his body. Chapter 255. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun felt the concept of fire in his body rumbling. He then realized that the mutated fire seed that was burning his sea of energy in his dantian had completely disappeared. "I've finished devouring it," Fang Chun muttered softly. At this moment, a flame that soared into the sky instantly appeared around him. The powerful flame caused the surrounding trees to wither and turn yellow in an instant. Concept of fire, the second minor realm. After devouring the perfect mutated fire seed, Fang Chun's concept of fire finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the second minor realm. After reaching the second minor realm, the concept of fire became even more powerful. Rip! Fang Chun immediately withdrew the concept of fire, but the smile on his face became even wider. "Although my energy sea is damaged a little, it's all worth it." Fang Chun grinned. While devouring the perfect mutated fire seed, his energy sea was burned and damaged a little, but it could be repaired. "When I get out of here, I'll find some spiritual herbs to repair my energy sea," Fang Chun thought to himself. After reaching the second minor realm of the concept of fire, Fang Chun could not wait to test the power of the water-fire sword technique. Swoosh! The hidden dragon sword danced, and the water-fire sword technique was instantly displayed by Fang Chun. The second minor realm of the concept of fire was directly integrated into it, and the power of the water-fire sword technique instantly increased. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun's face revealed a wild smile. Because of the breakthrough in the concept of fire, the third level of the water-fire sword technique had also reached the perfection realm. Perfection realm? Fang Chun laughed loudly. If he cultivated normally, it would be too difficult to cultivate the third level of the water-fire sword technique to the perfection realm. However, this time, by chance, the third level of the water-fire sword technique had reached the perfection realm. Now that the water-fire sword technique had reached the perfection realm, Fang Chun's strength was even more powerful. "Even if I encounter the 5 great sky prides, I won't be afraid," Fang Chun thought to himself. It had been half a day since Fang Chun left. Yiming had been waiting for Fang Chun where he was. "It's been half a day. I wonder if anything happened to Fang Chun," Yiming thought to himself. However, just as Yiming was deep in thought, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in black, and their faces were filled with gloomy smiles when they saw the disciples of the Windfall Sword Sect and King Kong Sect. "Ha! I didn't expect to encounter disciples from the falling Dust Sword sect and the King Kong sect here. The heavens are really helping me. The leader laughed wildly. Black Spirit Mountain. Yiming's face turned grim when he saw the people walking over from far away. The Black Spirit Mountain was a formidable sect in the south, and its strength was similar to the Dustfall Sword sect. But the head disciple of the Black Spirit Mountain's younger generation, Heihu, was slightly more formidable than Yiming. At this moment, Black Tiger was leading a group. When he discovered the disciples of the King Kong sect and Luochun Sword sect, he was all smiles and wanted to snatch their demonic chi. Yiming, hand over the demonic chi if you know what's good for you, Black Tiger said coldly. Black Tiger, don't go overboard. Our Dustfall Sword sect and the King Kong sect are not afraid of your Black Spirit Mountain, even if we join forces, Yiming said coldly. Black Tiger revealed a mocking expression when he heard this. He then said, trash like you dare to go against our Black Spirit Mountain. Black Tiger, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Yiming said coldly at this moment. Black Tiger sneered when he heard Yiming's words. What if you lose? If I lose, the demonic chi is yours, Yiming said. Yiming was actually stalling for time. Once Fong Chun returned, they would no longer be afraid of the Black Spirit Mountain. However, if Fong Chun did not return before he lost to Black Tiger, then the Dustfall Sword sect and King Kong sect were destined to be annihilated. All right, it's a deal. As soon as Black Tiger finished speaking, he activated his monstrous aura and fought with Yiming directly. The battle between the two was very intense. In the beginning, Yiming was still able to fight Black Tiger to a draw. However, after more than 10 moves, Black Tiger clearly began to gain the upper hand. In the end, Black Tiger firmly gained the upper hand and firmly suppressed Yiming. Yiming, you've lost. Black Tiger growled as he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch at Yiming. Instantly, Yiming's body was sent flying by Black Tiger and he fell to the ground. Release your demonic chi. Black Tiger looked at Yiming, who had fallen to the ground, and said condescendingly. Yiming's defeat made many disciples of the King Kong sect and Dustfall Sword sect feel indignant. However, they were no match for the Black Spirit Mountain. Seeing your brother Yiming, some of the Dustfall Sword sect disciples called out. Yiming slowly stood up, a bitter smile on his face. He then took out his token. He thought that he could buy some time, but the result disappointed him. Black Tiger's strength was much stronger than his. Hand over all of your demonic chi, Black Tiger said arrogantly and coldly. At this moment, a voice rang out. I want to hand over my demonic chi too. Hearing this voice, Yiming and the rest were overjoyed. They turned around and saw a young cultivator standing not far away. Brother Fong, you're finally back, Yiming said excitedly when he saw Fong Chun. Fong Chin's return meant that the Dustfall Sword sect and King Kong sect were no longer in danger. Who are you? Black Tiger stared at Fong Chun and asked coldly. Fong Chun, Fong Chun said. And nobody dares to challenge me, Black Tiger. Hand over your demonic chi obediently, Black Tiger said domineeringly. Yiming, who was about to hand over his demonic chi, quickly put away his token and walked in front of Fong Chun. His meaning was clear. He was not going to hand over his demonic chi. Seeing the reactions of the King Kong sect and Dustfall Sword sect disciples, Black Tiger's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, looks like you're all courting death. Yiming, how do you think we should split the demonic chi of Black Spirit Mountain? Fong Chun suddenly asked. Yiming was stunned. It's all thanks to Brother Fong. It should all go to Brother Fong. Fong Chun shook his head. You can split the demonic chi of the ordinary disciples. Black Tiger's demonic chi is mine. Fong Chun didn't care about Black Tiger at all. Hearing Fong Chun ignore him and split the demonic chi of Black Spirit Mountain with Yiming, Black Tiger's expression darkened even more. Brat, you'll pay the price for your choice, Black Tiger said in a deep voice as a wild aura erupted from his body. Let me give you a piece of advice. Before you act, you should be prepared to die, Fong Chun said. If anyone is going to die, it's you. Black Tiger was completely enraged by Fong Chun. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Following that, a thunderous attack was launched towards Fang Chun. Even though Black Tiger's strength was strong, it was only on par with the demonic hunter. To Fang Chun, it was simply sending him to his death. Level 3 of the Fire-Water Sword Technique. Fang Chun executed the Level 3 of the Fire-Water Sword Technique. As expected, Black Tiger's body was directly shattered by the domineering Fire-Water Sword Technique. Crack! With a single strike, Black Tiger's body fell to the ground instantly, losing all signs of life forever. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists of Black Spirit Mountain were completely shocked. To kill Black Tiger with a single strike, how strong was this young martial artist before them? Crash! Without waiting for Fang Chun to speak, all the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain crushed their tokens one after another, releasing their demonic chi. After that, their bodies disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming and the rest shook their heads helplessly. Any sect would be unlucky to meet a monster like Fang Chun. Fang Chun's forceful killing of Black Tiger had forced all the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain to hand over their demonic chi. You guys distribute the demonic chi, Fang Chun said softly after taking away Black Tiger's demonic chi. Not long after, the demonic chi of the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain were distributed by the disciples of King Kong's sect and Falling Dust Sword sect. At this moment, after obtaining Black Tiger's demonic chi, Fang Chun had a total of 10 demonic chi. Before the trial began, he had 1 strand of demonic chi. After killing 5 disciples of the Wuji sect, he had obtained 5 strands of spiritual chi. After killing the ghost hunter, he had obtained 3 strands of demonic chi. Including Black Tiger's strand of demonic chi, he had obtained 10 strands of demonic chi. While Fang Chun and the rest were happily distributing the demonic chi, the outside world was in an uproar. In just half a day after the trial started, the entire Black Spirit Mountain was annihilated. This news shook the entire trial city. Chapter 256. Within the city, all the sect leaders were gathered in the plaza, waiting for the trial to end. Some of the sect leaders were chatting with each other. Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord. This time your Black Spirit Mountain will definitely be able to enter the top 10. That's right. Black Spirit Mountain's head disciple, Hey Hu, is incomparably strong. Entering the top 10 will be extremely easy. He might even be able to enter the top 8. A few sect leaders who had good relationships with the Black Spirit Mountain were happily chatting with the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord. The Five Peak sect leaders didn't even bother to mingle with weak factions like theirs. Thus, the ones who were more active in the plaza were the Black Spirit Mountain's factions. Whoosh! Just as everyone was chatting, countless figures suddenly appeared in the Trial Mountain range outside the Trial City. Someone's coming out of the mountain range, cried a cultivator. Instantly, countless sect leaders looked over. For someone to appear in the mountain range at this time, there was only one possibility. They had been eliminated. I wonder which sect's disciple it is. A playful smile appeared on the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's face. No matter which sect it was, it definitely wasn't their Black Spirit Mountain. He had high hopes for the Black Spirit Mountain's younger generation, especially Hey Hu and the others. They were extremely strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the eliminated warriors entered the city of trials from the mountain range. When they appeared in the square, countless warriors widened their eyes and stared at the scene in disbelief. The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord, who had been chatting with the other sect leaders, suddenly stopped smiling and was replaced with fury. That's right, fury. Why is it like this? Intense fury surged in the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's heart. The Black Spirit Mountain's disciples lowered their heads and walked in front of the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became gloomy. Just what is going on? The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's eyes were filled with boundless fury as he coldly asked. In the surroundings, countless practitioners were also curiously looking towards the Black Spirit Mountain region. Even the leaders of the top 5 sects were looking towards this area thoughtfully. In the past Southern trials, an entire sect was annihilated. This was something that had never happened before. A sect would have at least a few dozen martial artists participating in the trial competition. Even if they were unlucky, there would still be a few survivors. However, all the disciples of the Black Spirit Mountain had been eliminated. No, among these disciples, only the head disciple of Black Spirit Mountain, Heihu, was not present. After seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the sect believed that Heihu had not been eliminated. How did you all get eliminated? Black Tiger? Black Spirit Mountain's master also noticed that Black Tiger wasn't among them. Said one of the martialists in a low voice when they heard the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's angry roar. Mountain Lord, we crushed our own tokens and came out. Why? Roared the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master. In the Trial Mountain Range, we encountered a powerful practitioner. He killed senior apprentice brother, Heihu, in one move. We had no choice but to do this, said that disciple. Hearing that disciple's words, the entire plaza was thrown into an uproar. Countless sect leaders widened their eyes as they looked at the Black Spirit Mountain region. To be able to kill Black Spirit Mountain's head disciple Heihu in one move, that person was definitely one of the 5 heavenly geniuses. Thinking of that, they all looked towards the 5 Peak sect leaders. However, the 5 Peak sect leaders were completely calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Who killed Heihu in one move? Is it one of the 5 heavenly geniuses? Raged the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master. Not only had all the Black Spirit Mountain disciples been eliminated, but even their head, disciple Heihu, had been killed in one move. This was the greatest humiliation of the Black Spirit Mountain in 100 years. That disciple quickly shook his head and said, "It's not one of the 5 heavenly geniuses. It's a disciple of the Vajra sect." What do you mean the person who killed Heihu isn't one of the 5 heavenly geniuses, but a disciple of the Vajra sect? The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master was filled with shock. Then he icily said, "What nonsense! How could a disciple of the Vajra sect be a match for Heihu?" This disciple personally witnessed it, said that disciple hastily. The Vajra sect leader instantly thought of Feng Chun. He bitterly smiled. He hadn't expected Feng Chun to cause such a huge commotion as soon as he entered the Trial Mountain Range. The Vajra sect. The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master looked deeply at that disciple. Seeing that he wasn't lying, he turned to the Vajra sect leader and icily said, "I want an explanation." The Vajra sect leader shrugged and said, "This is how the Trial Mountain Range is. My Vajra sect disciples can't possibly not fight back against your Black Spirit Mountain's disciples. Furthermore, my Vajra sect disciples don't seem to have broken the Trial Mountain Range's rules," said the Vajra sect leader as he looked at the white-haired elder. "In the Trial Mountain Range, you can use any method to obtain your opponent's demonic chi, so the Vajra sect disciples don't violate the rules." The white-haired elder nodded. The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master did his best to suppress his fury. He icily said, "This matter isn't over." The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master was incomparably depressed. He had just been saying that his Black Spirit Mountain would definitely obtain a good result in the Trial Mountain Range. He hadn't expected all his disciples to be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Even his head disciple Heihu had been killed. That made him feel the greatest humiliation. However, now wasn't the time for him to explode. He would wait until the Trial Mountain Range was over. On the other hand, the 5 Peak sect's disciples all fell into deep thought. They couldn't understand when such a powerful disciple had appeared in the Vajra sect. To be able to kill Heihu in one move, that kind of strength could even compare to the 5 heavenly geniuses. However, it was only a fleeting thought. It was extremely difficult to shake the position of the 5 heavenly geniuses. The outside world was in a frenzy over the matter of the Black Spirit Mountain's disciples. Meanwhile, in the Trial Mountain Range, Feng Chun was leading the Vajra sect's disciples and the Luo Chun Sword sect's disciples in a certain direction. Before entering the Trial Mountain Range, the Luo Chun sect's sect master had passed on the information he had obtained from the sky sword to Yiming. Then, under the Luo Chun sect's sect master's instructions, Yiming shared the information with Feng Chun. In other words, only Feng Chun and Yiming knew the specific details. At that moment, under the lead of Feng Chun and Yiming, the crowd flew towards the inheritance ground. As long as they could find the inheritance ground, they would have a chance of obtaining the inheritance. Once they obtained the inheritance, the winners of this trial mountain range would be the Luochun Sword Sect and the Vajra Sect. How much longer? Yiming looked at Fong Chun and asked. Based on our current speed, we will need at least 3 days. Fong Chun thought for a moment and said, All right, let's continue. Yiming said. Then, the crowd continued to walk quickly. At that moment, in the trial mountain range, the 5 prodigies were constantly searching for warriors from the opposing factions to steal their demon chi. The amount of demon chi that the 5 prodigies had was constantly increasing. Of course, while the 5 prodigies were stealing demon chi, they were also searching for the inheritance ground in the trial mountain range. To the 5 prodigies, the inheritance was the most important thing. As long as they could obtain the inheritance, they would have a chance of advancing to the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Once they reached the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm, they would be considered to be at the peak of the younger generation in the south. Then, they would be able to enter the legendary central region. Every warrior from the other 4 divisions of the Golden Guan country yearned for the most in their hearts to be able to enter the central region one day. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun and the rest had walked for a day. In this day, they had encountered many demon beasts. However, the strength of these demon beasts was mostly below the 3rd level of the Chi-Hai realm. Fong Chun could easily kill them with a single strike. While Fong Chun and the rest were hurrying along, they were also constantly observing their surroundings. After all, this was the Trial Mountain Range, a forbidden area in the south. It was extremely dangerous. However, just as Fong Chun and the rest reached the end of the wasteland, Fong Chun, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Brother Fong, what's wrong? Yiming saw Fong Chun stop and asked in a low voice. Fong Chun squinted his eyes and looked forward. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. At the same time, the little mouse in the special space ring appeared on Fong Chun's shoulder and pointed forward. There is something strange in front, Fong Chun said in a low voice. There is a valley in front of us. Yiming looked forward. At the end of the wasteland, there was a valley. As soon as Yiming was done speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the quiet valley. As soon as the aura appeared, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the valley. Let's go and have a look. When Fong Chun saw the mushroom cloud, his heart skipped a beat as he spoke. In the Trial Mountain Range, seeing such a scene, Fong Chun and the rest thought that something was about to appear in the valley. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh under the lead of Fong Chun. The disciples quickly rushed towards the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there were a few warriors. These warriors' auras were all above the 3rd level of the Chi-Hai realm. One of them had reached the mid-Chi-Hai realm. These warriors stood on the ground. In the middle of them, there was a ray of light. The mushroom cloud in the sky was formed by this ray of light. We're going to be rich this time. I didn't expect to see something like this in the Trial Mountain Range. One of the warriors laughed loudly. Meteoric iron. It is a meteoric iron, and it is such a big piece. Look at the ray of light around it. It is really shocking. Another warrior said. A smile appeared on the face of the mid-Chi-Hai warrior. He looked at the huge mushroom cloud in the sky and said, The appearance of the meteoric iron and the appearance of the heavens will definitely attract the surrounding warriors. Let's hurry up and take the meteoric iron away before anything happens. Brother Chung, what are you afraid of? The first warrior said directly. The warrior called Brother Chung shook his head and said, If it attracted other people, I am not afraid at all. But what if it is the 5 great geniuses? Hearing Brother Cheng's words, the faces of the other warriors changed. They all started to move, trying to take the meteoric iron. Chapter 257. When Fong Chun and the rest arrived at the valley, they immediately noticed that there was a terrifying glow below the mushroom cloud in the sky. There's a phenomenon above and a glow below. A supreme treasure must have appeared here. Yiming's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, Let's go, Fong Chun said. After which, Fong Chun led everyone and quickly rushed towards the depths of the valley. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the valley. There's someone ahead. Yiming saw a few figures in the glow. It's the disciples of the Tianlin sect. Tianlin sect. Seeing the few of them, Fang Chun smiled confidently. As long as he did not encounter the 5 great geniuses, he was not worried at all. The appearance of Fang Chun and the rest finally attracted the attention of Brother Chung and the rest. Brother Chung, someone's coming. A sharp-eyed disciple saw Fang Chun and the rest and shouted. At that moment, Brother Chung and the rest were using all their strength to pull out the meteoric metal that was stuck in the ground. However, the meteoric metal was very heavy, and they seemed to be unable to pull it out. Suddenly, Brother Chung heard a disciple shouting. He turned around, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's the meteoric metal. All of a sudden, Yi Ming shouted. Fang Chun was also attracted by Yi Ming's shout. Only then did he notice a piece of black metal in the glow. It's the meteoric metal. Fang Chun was overjoyed when he saw the meteoric metal. He did not expect to find a piece of meteoric metal in this place. It's really good stuff, Yi Ming said. Fang Chun walked in front of Brother Chung and the rest. Brother Chung paused and turned around to look at Fang Chun. He said coldly, I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash from the King Kong sect and the Luochen sword sect. This meteoric metal is mine, Fang Chun said in an incomparably domineering manner. What did you say? You want this meteoric metal? Who do you think you are to say such things in front of me? Chung Yong. Chung Yong's face was full of disdain. Chung Yong was the head disciple of the Tianlin sect. His cultivation had reached the mid-4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Other than the 5 geniuses, he was not afraid of anyone else. At this moment, hearing that nobody was actually fighting over something with him, this caused Chung Yong to laugh endlessly. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. Fang Chun did not want to waste time with the Tianlin sect disciples, so he said directly. Fang Chun's words had thoroughly infuriated the disciples of the Tianlin sect. Brat, you're courting death. One of the disciples at the 3rd level of Qi-Hai shouted angrily. At the same time, he gathered all the strength in his body into his fist and punched towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun snorted coldly. He used the finger of death and lightly pointed at the body of the 3rd Qi-Hai realm disciple. Poochie under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the disciple died a violent death. Seeing this scene, Chung Yong's face finally darkened. The person in front of him seemed to be very strong. Who are you? Chung Yong's face was cold as he looked at Fang Chun and asked. You don't need to know. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he used the 3rd level of the fire and water sword arts. Swoosh Chung Yong could not defend against the transformative level fire and water sword arts. In an instant, he was killed by the fire and water sword. Poochie, after a few sounds, the disciples of the Tianlin sect were all killed. In the blink of an eye, the head disciple of the Tianlin sect was lying on the ground dead. This scene caused Yi Ming and the others to be extremely shocked. After Fang Chun collected the demonic chi of these martial artists, he walked to the side of the meteorite iron. This piece of black meteoric metal was as thick as an arm and about 1 meter long. What a huge piece of meteoric metal! Yi Ming could not help but exclaim. Fang Chun also looked at this piece of meteoric metal with a face full of excitement. Then, Fang Chun put away the hidden dragon sword and held the meteoric metal with both hands, wanting to pull it out. Roar! Fang Chun roared and used all the strength in his body, but the meteoric metal did not budge at all. This surprised Fang Chun. The meteoric metal is so heavy. Fang Chun stared at the meteoric metal and said to himself, I don't believe it. Next, Fang Chun activated his 2-star Dao body and his strength instantly skyrocketed. Then, he used both hands to hold the meteoric metal. Roar! With Fang Chun's roar, the meteoric metal finally loosened a little. Fang Chun struck while the iron was hot and directly pulled the meteoric metal out. Rumble! After the meteoric metal was pulled out, the mushroom cloud in the sky instantly disappeared. Then a rich glow drilled into the meteoric metal. At this moment, the 1-meter-long meteoric metal was like a piece of scrap metal, lying quietly on the ground. As expected of the meteoric metal, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Just its weight alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Just as Fang Chun pulled out the meteoric metal, a figure was rushing far away from the valley. Just now, there was a phenomenon in the north. A supreme treasure must be born. Gui Kuei's eyes were filled with passion. He wanted to rush to the place where the supreme treasure was born as fast as he could. The supreme treasure is mine, Gui Kuei shouted in his heart. At this moment, Gui Kuei's god-fiend body tempering was pushed to the extreme, and his speed was very fast. In the depths of the valley, Fang Chun was explaining the distribution of the meteoric metal. Originally, according to Yi Ming and the others, they were able to obtain the meteoric metal because of Fang Chun. Therefore, they did not plan to divide the meteoric metal. However, Fang Chun insisted on dividing it. He could not use up such a large piece of meteoric metal, so he might as well share with others. However, when Fang Chun was about to divide it, he encountered another problem. Even the top-grade Yuan weapon, Hidden Dragon Sword, could not cut through the meteoric metal. The group looked at each other. They had actually forgotten such an important matter. Brother Fang, what should we do? Even a top-grade Yuan weapon can't cut through it. Yi Ming said. Just as Fang Chun was pondering, the little mouse suddenly chirped to Fang Chun. Not long after, Fang Chun understood that the little mouse was saying that it could help Fang Chun by biting through the meteoric metal. However, it had a condition, and that was to eat some meteoric metal. After learning of the little mouse's intentions, Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at the little mouse in disbelief. You can even bite through meteoric metal? Fang Chun was shocked. At this time, the little mouse jumped on top of the meteoric iron and bit down on it with its small mouth. Crack! Just as everyone was dumbfounded, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then the little mouse stood up. Everyone saw that it was holding a small piece of meteoric metal in its mouth. A small gap had appeared on the edge of the intact meteoric iron. Everyone was dumbfounded. This little mouse was too powerful. It could actually bite through meteoric metal. Fang Chun was overjoyed when he saw this. He didn't expect the little mouse's teeth to be so tough. It could actually bite through meteoric metal. Since they knew the little mouse's ability, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Each of the ordinary disciples present had obtained a small piece of meteoric iron. Don't underestimate this small piece. Although it was very small in size, it was enough for them. When it was the Liang family's 4 young masters and Jin Tai's turn, Fang Chun specially instructed the little mouse to bite off a larger piece. The little mouse didn't disappoint. It bit off a few large pieces of meteoric metal and gave them to the Liang family's 4 young masters and Jin Tai. In the end, Fang Chun also gave Yi Ming a share. When it was distributed to all the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect disciples, only 10% of the meteoric metal had been consumed. There was still 90% left. After receiving Fang Chun's permission, the little mouse directly bit onto the meteoric metal and began to devour it. Many disciples were surprised. What race was this little mouse? Why could its teeth bite through meteoric metal? Brother Fang, meteoric metal is good stuff. If it's smelted into a weapon, it can definitely raise the weapon's grade. Yi Ming looked at the meteoric metal that the little mouse was devouring and said with a smile. Fang Chun naturally understood Yi Ming's words. Meteoric metal was precious because it could be used to refine weapons. It was said that the lowest grade of weapons refined from meteoric metal was a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons were superior to Yuan weapons. Fang Chun's Hidden Dragon Sword was only a supreme grade Yuan weapon, but it was already very powerful. One could imagine how powerful a spirit weapon was. Of course, it was impossible for Fang Chun to refine a spirit weapon with meteoric metal. This was because refining a spirit weapon required the help of a weapon refinement grandmaster. A weapon refinement grandmaster could only refine Yuan weapons, but a weapon refinement grandmaster could refine spirit weapons. In the entire Jingguan nation, there were probably only a few weapon refinement grandmasters. I'll keep it first. When I meet a weapon refinement grandmaster in the future, I'll ask them for help, Fang Chun said to himself. However, just as Fang Chun was about to put away the meteoric metal, a sudden vibration was heard. Immediately after, Fong Chun discovered that a black shooting star was rapidly approaching from outside the valley. Fong Chun frowned and looked at the black meteor. In an instant, the black meteor appeared in the depths of the valley and turned into a human figure. Ghost Sunflower. Seeing the human figure, a trace of fear appeared on everyone's face. They did not expect it to be Ghost Sunflower, one of the 5 great geniuses. Meteoric metal. The heavens are really helping me. Haha. Ghost Sunflower came to the depths of the valley and was attracted by the meteoric metal at first sight. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, Ghost Sunflower knew that it must be the birth of a treasure. Fortunately, he came quickly and the meteoric metal was not taken away by others. Chapter 258. Before entering the training mountain range, the sect leader of the ghost-killing sect had secretly informed Guai that not only did he have to get into the top 3, but more importantly, he had to kill all the participating disciples of the King Kong sect. After entering the training mountain range, Guai was constantly searching for opportunities. As he searched for opportunities, he was also stealing demonic aura. To Guai, demonic aura was secondary. Opportunities were the most important. This was because opportunities were not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. As for demonic aura, even in the end, he could still steal it from others. As long as the other party was not one of the other 4 geniuses, he could take whatever he wanted. Guai, who was searching for opportunities, suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. He instantly determined that under this phenomenon, a treasure must have been born. He hurried to the valley, and, as expected, it did not disappoint him. This time, it was the meteoric iron. The meteoric iron was mostly used as a refining material for ordinary warriors. As long as there was a master blacksmith, he could refine the meteoric iron into a powerful spirit weapon. However, to Guai, the meteoric iron was not only a refining material, but also a material to strengthen his body. That's right, Guai cultivated the ghost-killing sect's divine demon body refinement. It was said that this divine demon body refinement was passed down from ancient times. The divine demon body refinement of the ghost-killing sect was extremely powerful in terms of strengthening the body. Even the King Kong sect, which was also a body refinement sect, was helpless against the divine demon body refinement. In the south, there were countless warriors who wanted to join the ghost-killing sect in order to cultivate the divine demon body refinement. Guai, the chief disciple of the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect, was one of the 5 geniuses of the south. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Chi High realm. If not for the divine demon body refinement, he would not be able to compete with the other 4 geniuses. However, with the divine demon body refinement, Guai's physical strength had reached the terrifying 2-star Dao body. Moreover, before entering the training mountain range, Guai's physical body had strengthened again, reaching the late 2-star Dao body. He was only 1 step away from the 3-star Dao body. One must know that even in the entire ghost-killing sect, there were only a few elders who had reached the 3-star Dao body. They could be counted with one hand. If Guai could reach the 3-star Dao body, he would be able to suppress the other 4 geniuses and become the leader of the 5 geniuses. At that time, his ghost-killing school was definitely the absolute king of the South. As for the meteoric metal in front of him, it could allow the ghost sunflower to fuse with his body and increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, all of this originated from the uniqueness of Fiend God body refining. Therefore, Ghost Sunflower was determined to get the meteoric iron. If it weren't for his Fiend God body refinement, Ghost Sunflower wouldn't have been so eager to obtain meteoric iron. Guai's celestial body tempering had already reached a certain level, so he understood it very well. Therefore, he clearly knew that using celestial body tempering, he could fuse his physical body with the meteorite iron. Once the fusion was successful, his physical body would have a chance of reaching a 3-star Dao body. Thinking of this, Guai's heart was filled with excitement. It was as if all the beautiful scenes had already appeared before his eyes. Therefore, when Guai saw the meteoric metal in front of Fong Chun, his eyes lit up. Why is Guai here? Yiming's face darkened when he saw Gui Kuei. "Brother Fong, what should we do?" the four young masters of the Liang family asked worriedly. Although Fong Chun was strong, they were still a bit worried about the incomparably powerful Gui Kuei. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gui Kuei. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Ever since his strength had increased, he had yet to truly fight. "I was the one who obtained the meteoric iron first, so it belongs to me." As Fong Chun spoke, he directly put the meteoric iron into his spatial ring. Seeing that, Gui Kuei's expression became incomparably gloomy. He icily said, "Today, none of you will be leaving." Gui Kuei's killing intent had been aroused. He wanted to kill all the Vajra sect's disciples and then take the meteoric iron from Fong Chen's hands. Fong Chen's aura instantly surged out of his body. He stared at Gui Kuei with vigilance. A battle could erupt at any moment. "Do you think you can stop me with just you?" Gui Kuei smiled sinisterly. His smile was filled with disdain. Previously, before the Fengyun martial marquis tomb, he had once attacked Fong Chun. However, that was just a casual punch. "Do you think you have the right to fight me just because you were able to block my punch?" Gui Kuei questioned coldly. Gui Kuei was only at the peak of the third level of Qi Hai back then. Now, he was already at the early stage of Qi Hai. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the other four geniuses, his strength was not inferior. Therefore, in his eyes, Fong Chun was just a little ant. "You guys leave first," Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Yi Ming and the rest pondered for a moment. Then, they cupped their hands at Fong Chun and said, "Brother Fong, be careful." After that, Yi Ming and the rest led the Vajra sect and Luo Chun's sword sect's disciples out of the valley. However, at that moment, Gui Kuei made his move. He clenched his fist tightly and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. Then, he threw a punch at Yi Ming and the rest. "I said that none of you can leave," Gui Kuei said coldly. His fist was directly aimed at Yi Ming and the rest. Seeing this, the latter's expression changed slightly and blocked it angrily. Bang! Just as Yi Ming used all the strength in his body to block it, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a bang, it blocked Gui Kuei's fist. "Go!" Fong Chun roared again. Yi Ming and the rest did not dare to stay and quickly disappeared from the valley. Seeing this, Gui Kuei's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty. He sneered and said, "Fong Chun, you're courting death." "So what?" Fong Chun asked. "I, Gui Kuei, will kill you today. After I kill you and take the meteoric iron, I'll go after all the Luo Chan sword sect and Vajra sect's disciples." Gui Kuei said coldly, "You can't stop me." Bang! As soon as Gui Kuei's voice fell, a tyrannical aura suddenly gushed out from his body. Then, under Gui Kuei's control, this aura directly pressed down on Fong Chen's surroundings. "Coincidentally, I'm also very interested in your God-fiend body tempering," Fong Chen said softly as he moved slightly and an extremely dense sword intent appeared around him. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Gui Kuei's face revealed a wild smile. After so many years, this was the first time he had met a warrior who wanted to snatch his God-fiend body tempering from him. "Good, very good. I want to kill you more and more," Gui Kuei said coldly. As soon as Gui Kuei's voice fell, the surrounding air suddenly froze. Gui Kuei's two-star Dao body was instantly activated. Specks of brilliance appeared on his skin. These specks of brilliance contained a tyrannical power that directly pushed Gui Kuei's defense to the extreme. Late-stage two-star Dao body. Fong Chun saw the specks of brilliance on Gui Kuei's skin and said faintly. Then, Fong Chun also activated his two-star Dao body. However, Fong Chun's Dao body was slightly weaker than Gui Kuei's. "What?" Seeing Fong Chun activate his Dao body, Gui Kuei's face was filled with astonishment. Back in the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis tomb, Fong Chun's Dao body was only a one-star Dao body. How long had it been before his body reached the two-star Dao body? If he has God-fiend body tempering, what kind of terrifying realm will his body reach? At this moment, Gue Kue finally realized Fong Chen's heaven-defying potential. In this way, he had no choice but to kill Fong Chun. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. Although Fong Chun couldn't be considered a tiger, Gue Kue didn't want to leave behind future troubles. Therefore, when Gue Kue displayed his god-fiend body tempering, he suddenly clenched his fist. Then, specks of brilliance all over his body converged on his fist. God-fiend fist. Following Gue Kue's shout, the God-fiend fist was instantly displayed. In the sky, the sound of thunder resounded. Wherever Gue Kue's fist passed, space would distort. The God-fiend fist was born from the God-fiend body tempering. Back then, because the Ghost-Killing Gate's ancestor obtained the God-fiend body tempering, he became a peerless expert and established the Ghost-Killing Gate. Afterwards, the Ghost-Killing Gate's ancestor comprehended the God-Fiend Fist from the God-Fiend body tempering. After some modifications, the God-Fiend Fist could be passed down. After that, the God-Fiend body tempering and the God-Fiend Fist became the two ultimate techniques of the Ghost-Killing Gate. The God-Fiend body tempering was a defensive cultivation technique, while the God-Fiend Fist was an offensive cultivation technique. The two complemented each other, and when combined, their power was extremely shocking. Gue Kue directly used the God-Fiend Fist against Fong Chun. It was enough to see how much he wanted to kill Fong Chun. Third level of the Water Fire Sword Art. Seeing the incomparably tyrannical God-Fiend Fist coming at him, Fong Chun didn't hesitate and directly used the third level of the Water Fire Sword Art. The Water Fire Sword Art was originally powerful. Not long ago, Fong Chun had absorbed the perfect variant Flame Seed, allowing his fire concept to reach the second minor realm. The Water Fire Sword Art's power had increased once again. The third level of the Water Fire Sword Art was inconceivably powerful. This was Fong Chen's strongest offensive sword art. Whoosh! The hidden dragon sword in Fong Chen's hand suddenly danced. The tip of his foot lightly flickered on the ground, and a tyrannical water fire sword light was emitted from the hidden dragon sword. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. The hidden dragon sword in Fong Chen's hand carried a majestic sword intent as it fiercely pierced towards Gue Kue. At the same time, in the sky, the water fire sword light fiercely collided with the God-Fiend Fist light. Crack! When the two collided, a deafening sound immediately erupted. Following that, a fanatical aura instantly exploded, engulfing the entire ground. Gue Kue, who had used the God-Fiend Fist, felt the power of the water fire sword light. His expression changed slightly, and his fist suddenly blasted towards Fong Chun. Bang! When the terrifying chi wave in the sky completely dissipated, Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword also fiercely collided with Gue Kue's fist. Crack! The hidden dragon sword directly pierced Gue Kue's fist, instantly breaking through the God-Fiend Fist's defense. Crash! Gue Kue's fist instantly exploded and blood flowed out. A miserable cry rang out. Gue Kue's body rapidly retreated, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. When he looked at his bloody palm, his eyes were filled with scarlet color. What kind of sword art is this? How can it break through my defense? Gue Kue's heart was in turmoil. Not only had Fong Chen's sword art broken through his defense, but it had also broken through his God-Fiend Fist. It had to be known that apart from the other four great geniuses, no one in the South had ever been able to put Gue Kue in such a difficult position. Originally, Gue Kue thought that he could easily kill Fong Chun. However, the result before his eyes exceeded his expectations. He wasn't this strong last time. Gue Kue thought to himself. He looked at Fong Chun with eyes full of shock. In such a short period of time, Fong Chun had actually grown to this extent. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to crush the five great geniuses. Chapter 259. Looking at his bloody palm, Gue Kue's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. In the next moment, Gue Kue pushed his fiend god body, refining to the extreme, and his palm rapidly recovered. Soon, his bloody palm was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The fiend god body refining was too tyrannical. Not only was its defense tyrannical, but even its recovery was so tyrannical. If I have the chance, I must obtain the fiend god body refining, Fong Chen secretly said in his heart. After fighting with Gui Kui just now, Fong Chen discovered that although Gui Kui was strong, he wasn't his opponent at all. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Gui Kui in the following battle. Fiend God Fist. Gui Kui stared at Fong Chen and roared, once again using the Fiend God Fist. This time, Gui Kui's Fiend God Fist was countless times more tyrannical than before. However, Fong Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He used the third level of the water and fire sword art. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed the perfect fire seed, allowing his concept of fire to reach the second minor realm, Fong Chen probably wouldn't have been able to completely suppress Gui Kui. Bang! Bang! After a series of fierce battles, Gui Kui was completely suppressed by Fong Chen. Bang! With a loud sound, Gui Kui's body was sent flying by Fong Chen's sword. At this moment, Gui Kui's body was covered with many wounds, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Damn it, why is he so strong? Gui Kui roared furiously in his heart. Gui Kui quickly stood up, his eyes flickering. He was thinking of a way to escape. Suddenly, he used the Fiend God Fist and bombarded Fong Chen. A majestic fist light shot out from his fist. Gui Kui waved his hand, and suddenly, a pitch-black bead mixed with the fist light and shot towards Fong Chen. Boom! Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword stabbed into the fist radiance, and the fist radiance instantly dissipated. However, at this moment, Fong Chen felt a wave of palpitations. Then, Fong Chen's expression changed greatly, and his figure flashed. Just as Fong Chen's figure flashed, the pitch-black bead in the fist light exploded. A majestic force swept across the entire land and broke the hidden dragon sword. While unfortunately, Fong Chen dodged in time and was not affected by this terrifying power. The only pity was that the hidden dragon sword's body was broken into two. When the majestic power dissipated, Fong Chen looked into the distance. Ghost Sunflower's figure had long disappeared. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and said, "No matter what, we can't be careless. Even if we are stronger than the opponent, we can't be careless." As one of the 5 great geniuses, Gui Kui definitely had a life-saving treasure. Fong Chen had neglected this point and allowed Gui Kui to escape. Shaking his head helplessly, he picked up the broken hidden dragon sword and put it into his interspatial ring. "The next time we meet, I will definitely take your life," Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, Fong Chen quickly rushed in a certain direction. At this moment, in a hidden place not far from the valley, Gui Kui was exhausted and sat on the ground, panting. "Damn it, Fong Chen, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Gui Kui roared angrily. Fong Chen's attack was too strong. Even with the protection of the Fiend God body, he was still injured by Fong Chen. One could imagine how strong Fong Chen's sword technique was. "Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want your sword technique and meteoric iron," Gui Kui said coldly. However, at this moment, Gui Kui suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, on a plain far away from the valley, Yi Ming and the others were moving quickly. Suddenly, they were stopped by cultivators from another sect. Wuji sect. Yi Ming looked at the cultivators who stopped him and said coldly. The leader of the Wuji sect was the chief disciple, Ji Lei. At this moment, Ji Lei looked at the many disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect with a sinister smile on his face. "Bastards of the King Kong sect, you stole my Wuji sect city of rebirth. Now, I will send you to hell," Ji Lei said arrogantly. Of course, when Ji Lei discovered the King Kong sect disciples, he secretly observed them. He only dared to appear when he found that Fong Chen was not there. After all, Fong Chen's strength was still fresh in his memory. Without Fong Chen, no one in the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect was a match for him. "Ji Lei, you can only be arrogant in front of us. If Fong Chen was here, would you dare show yourself?" Jintai said coldly. The King Kong sect disciples knew that Ji Lei was defeated by Fang Chun. Hearing Jin Tai's words, Ji Lei's expression changed slightly. "You're courting death." As he spoke, Ji Lei's figure flashed, and he directly used the unbounded celestial phenomenon. In the sky, the head of a celestial phenomenon instantly formed. Under Ji Lei's control, the celestial phenomenon's head opened its mouth and bit at Jin Tai. Oh no! Seeing this, the four young masters of the Liang clan and Yi Ming all moved, wanting to block this powerful attack. Bang! In just one exchange, the four young masters of the Liang clan were sent flying by the celestial phenomenon's head. Seeing the four young masters of the Liang clan being sent flying, Yi Ming used the falling dust sword sect's ultimate technique. In the sky, 50 piercing sword lights appeared. Crack! When these sword lights came into contact with the celestial phenomenon's head, they were directly eaten by the celestial phenomenon. How is this possible? Yi Ming cried out. Just as he was stunned, the celestial phenomenon's head directly sent Yi Ming flying. In an instant, Jin Tai's figure appeared in front of the celestial phenomenon's head. At this moment, Jin Tai used his Tao body to block the celestial phenomenon's head with all his might. However, with his strength, he couldn't block it at all. Crack! One of Jin Tai's arms was instantly bitten off by the celestial phenomenon's head. Blood spurted out, and Jin Tai let out a miserable cry. Trash! Seeing this scene, Ji Lei sneered. Crack! Another miserable cry was heard. Jin Tai's other arm was bitten off by the celestial phenomenon's head. In an instant, Jin Tai lay on the ground in a miserable state. Arg! Jin Tai let out a miserable cry. He couldn't dodge the attack of the celestial phenomenon's head. However, Ji Lei didn't seem to want to kill Jin Tai like this. Instead, he was toying with Jin Tai. Kill me. Jin Tai didn't want to be toyed with by Ji Lei. He roared in anger. Seeing this, Yi Ming and the others launched their strongest attacks in an attempt to stop Ji Lei. However, it was useless. Ji Lei's strength was too strong. Yi Ming and the others were no match for him at all. Jin Tai. The four young masters of the Liang family shouted in anger when they saw Jin Tai covered in blood. I'm going to kill you. The four young masters of the Liang family had a good relationship with Jin Tai. Seeing Jin Tai in such a state, they rushed towards Ji Lei without caring about anything else. Courting death. Seeing this, Ji Lei threw out 4 punches. Forays of fist radiance violently hit the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Instantly, the 4 of them were sent flying. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were extremely pale. Ji Lei, are you trying to start a war between the 2 sects? Yi Ming looked at Ji Lei and said coldly, it's just the falling dust sword sect and the King Kong sect. My Wuji sect doesn't care about them at all. Ji Lei said coldly. As he spoke, Ji Lei controlled the celestial phenomenon's head to attack Jin Tai again. Crack! Both of Jin Tai's legs were bitten off. Jin Tai endured the pain and looked at Ji Lei with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Ji Lei would have been killed by Jin Tai many times over. Jin Tai screamed miserably. He wanted a quick death, but Ji Lei refused to let him die. He was torturing him. Seeing Jin Tai in such a miserable state, Ji Lei was delighted. He controlled the celestial phenomenon and attacked Jin Tai's chest once more. At this moment, Fang Chun was walking quickly on the ground, not far from the wasteland. Suddenly, he heard miserable cries. Then, Fang Chun sensed the energy fluctuations in the sky. This aura is the peerless celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, Fang Chun realized that the fluctuations in the air belonged to the peerless celestial phenomenon. Thinking of this, his expression changed. They must have encountered danger. Fang Chun was extremely anxious. He pushed his speed to the limit and directly rushed towards Jin Tai and the others. On the way, Fang Chun heard several miserable cries. The closer he got to the source of the sound, the colder Fang Chun's eyes became. When Fang Chun arrived at the source of the sound, he happened to see Jin Tai, who was covered in blood and had lost all 4 of his limbs. Above him, the head of the celestial phenomenon circled around, preparing to attack. Ji Lei. Fang Chen's heart burned with fury. Finger of death. Suddenly, Fang Chen used the finger of death. This was the sharpest finger of the finger of death. Furthermore, Fang Chen attacked in anger. Whoosh! A majestic finger light shot out from Fang Chen's finger and towards the celestial phenomenon's head. Roar! The celestial phenomenon's head let out a roar. Then it opened its mouth and attacked Jin Tai's chest. Bang! Just as its head was about to make contact with the golden platform, it suddenly exploded, and a wild aura instantly spread out. They originally thought that Jin Tai would die under the attack of the celestial phenomenon's head. However, to their surprise, Jin Tai did not die. Instead, the celestial phenomenon's head was smashed. Who is it? Ji Lei roared furiously when he saw the celestial phenomenon's head being smashed. However, when he turned to look at the figure in the distance, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. It's Fang Chen. Yiming shouted in surprise when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen is here. We are saved. The Liang family's 4 young masters shouted. The disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chen sword sect were also ecstatic. Fang Chen quickly walked towards Jin Tai. He pointed his finger a few times and sealed Jin Tai's blood vessels, stopping the blood from flowing out. Eat this. Fang Chen took out some spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and fed them to Jin Tai. You're here. Jin Tai's face was filled with pain as he whispered. After eating these spiritual herbs, Jin Tai's life was not in danger for the time being. Fang Chen asked the Liang family's 4 young masters and Yi Ming to take care of Jin Tai. Leave the rest to me. Fang Chen nodded at Jin Tai. At this moment, Ji Lei's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape. Chapter 260. Fang Chen gently patted Jin Tai's bloody shoulder and then turned to look at Ji Lei. Being stared at by Fang Chen, Ji Lei's body involuntarily trembled. His forehead was covered in sweat. Fang Chen walked step by step until he was in front of Ji Lei. There was a strange smile on his face as he looked at Ji Lei. At this moment, Ji Lei felt that the surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive. Fang Chen, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The atmosphere was so stifling that Ji Lei found it hard to breathe. However, when Fang Chen approached him, he finally couldn't help opening his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart as he looked at Fang Chen and spoke in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded slightly and slowly raised his hand. Because he had slapped Jin Tai before, Fang Chen's hand was covered in blood. When you were torturing Jin Tai, did you think about the consequences? Asked Fang Chen softly. Ji Lei didn't say anything. Fang Chen was giving him a huge pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. No, I obtained an opportunity in the training mountain range. My strength has soared. I don't believe he can kill me. Ji Lei's heart was constantly struggling. In the end, he made his choice. He would fight to the death with Fang Chen. If he allowed himself to be captured, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't let him off. But if he fought to the death, he might be able to escape. Crash! Ji Lei waved his hand, and a wild aura erupted from his body. Then he unhesitatingly used the peerless celestial phenomenon. Fang Chen shook his head and didn't waste any more time. He extended his finger and used the finger of death once more. Swish! With a light tap of his finger, a majestic finger light instantly pressed down on the space above Ji Lei's head. In an instant, the Wuji celestial phenomenon that Ji Lei had just condensed was shattered by Fang Chen's finger light. How is this possible? The peerless celestial phenomenon had been shattered by Fang Chen. Ji Lei's heart was filled with despair. Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. Just a simple finger was enough to shatter his strongest attack. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Crack! The majestic finger light pierced through Ji Lei's body, causing him to fall to the ground and lose his ability to fight. Everyone in the distance exclaimed in surprise. Despite knowing Fang Chen's tyrannical strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Ji Lei's ability was even more powerful than Yi Ming's. However, Fang Chen had defeated Ji Lei with just a light finger. Ji Lei could not fight back at all. Such a technique was definitely comparable to the 5 geniuses. Fang Chen's finger suddenly touched Ji Lei's arm. Suddenly, Ji-Lei's two arms were directly crushed. Blood continued to flow, and Ji-Lei issued a miserable scream. In the next moment, Ji-Lei's legs were crippled by Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, the chief disciple of the Wuji sect had his limbs crippled by Fang Chun. I'll leave it to you. After doing all this, Fang Chun turned his head and looked at Jin Tai. Jin Tai's face revealed an excited smile when he saw this. Then, he walked step by step towards Ji-Lei. Ji-Lei, when you tortured me, did you ever think of the consequences? Jin Tai asked coldly. His face was filled with anger. Kill me if you want. Ji-Lei roared in anger as he screamed miserably. Seeing Ji-Lei in such a state, several disciples of the Wuji sect wanted to escape. However, they were directly killed by Fang Chun. Ji-Lei, go to hell. Jin Tai roared. Then, his body suddenly jumped up and sat on Ji-Lei's body. With a cracking sound, Ji-Lei's chest was instantly crushed by Jin Tai. Ah! Ji-Lei screamed miserably. As the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, he was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the South. Who would have thought that he would die in such a way? It was humiliating. Although Jin Tai's limbs were crippled, he was a body refinement cultivator. His physical body had already reached a 2-star Dao body. When he jumped up just now, he activated his 2-star Dao body and gathered all his strength on his buttocks. His buttocks crushed Ji-Lei's chest, causing Ji-Lei to die with hatred. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Jin Tai would choose such a humiliating method to kill Ji-Lei. After killing Ji-Lei, Jin Tai nodded slightly at Fang Chun. Then, he walked to the center of the King Kong sect disciples. The 4 young masters of the Liang family quickly stepped forward to support him. Crash! Fang Chun shook his wrist and collected their demon chi. Then, he led the many disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect forward. Right now, this wasteland was too dangerous and not suitable for resting. Therefore, Fang Chun wanted to find a safer place. Finally, after searching for a while, Fang Chun found a hidden mountain. The disciples climbed up the mountain and began to rest. Jin Tai, have a good rest. Fang Chun looked at Jin Tai and said. Jin Tai shook his head slightly. He knew that he had become a burden to the sect. Therefore, he made a decision as he walked. Brother Fang, I'll leave the King Kong sect disciples to you. Jin Tai looked at Fang Chun and said. Jin Tai. Fang Chun was interrupted by Jin Tai before he could finish his sentence. I don't want to be a burden to the sect. Therefore, I've decided to give up my demon chi and leave the training mountain range. This way, I won't be a burden to you, and I can go out to heal, Jin Tai said slowly. Hearing Jin Tai's words, Fang Chun fell silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of demonic chi was emitted from the token on the golden platform and entered Fang Chun's token. Jin Tai chose to give his demon chi to Fang Chun. The moment the demon chi disappeared, Jin Tai's figure also gradually disappeared. After Jin Tai left, everyone fell into silence. After a long while, Yi Ming said, Brother Fang, shall we continue? Let's continue, Fang Chun said. After that, Fang Chun and the others continued to walk in the training mountain range. This time, their destination was the land of inheritance that they learned about in the Heaven Sword. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, countless disciples of the sect were looking for opportunities. The 5 prodigies were nowhere to be seen. Some warriors guessed that the 5 prodigies must have received an incredible inheritance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped fighting for the demon chi. During this period of time, Fang Chun and the others had encountered many powerful demonic beasts. Among these demonic beasts, there were even some that had reached the 5th level of the Chi High realm. Even Fang Chun would find it difficult to deal with them. Along the way, they kept fighting with the demon beasts. Finally, there were casualties. In one fierce battle with the demon beasts, 3 disciples of the King Kong sect died. This incident was a wake-up call for Fang Chun and the others. After that, Fang Chun discussed with Yi Ming and the others. In the future, if they encountered powerful demon beasts that normal disciples couldn't handle, they would release the demon chi in the token and use the transportation array to send them out. This way, they could avoid death. Although the training was important, their lives were more important. With this plan in place, the disciples of the two sects did not suffer any casualties in the following days. However, after 10 days, most of the disciples of the two sects had been teleported out. The remaining disciples were all warriors of the second level of the Chi realm and above. The deeper they went into the training mountain range, the more dangerous it was. Until now, Fang Chun and the others only had a dozen warriors left in the group. These were the disciples of the two sects combined. After 10 days, Fang Chun and the others finally reached the depths of the training mountain range. At this moment, Fang Chun and the others were standing on top of a mountain peak. They looked at the vast land below the mountain peak and narrowed their eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Brother Fang, according to the information in the sky sword, the vast land below is the inheritance ground. Yi Ming whispered in Fang Chen's ear. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He also knew about the information from the sky sword. According to the information, this vast land should be the inheritance ground. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't find anything strange about this vast land. What's going on? The sky sword couldn't have given out wrong information. Yi Ming couldn't understand. Fang Chen was also secretly thinking. In the central square of the training city, countless sect leaders were looking at the stone tablet in the middle of the square. This stone tablet was 3 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many small words. Every line represented a person's name, and this stone tablet was the training stone tablet. What was recorded on the stone tablet was the ranking of the participating warriors. The ranking was based on the amount of demon chi on the warriors. This training stone tablet was a very mysterious stone tablet that had been passed down since ancient times. The training stone tablet could sense the amount of demon chi on the warriors who entered the training mountain range. As expected, the 5 great geniuses were ranked in the top 5, while Fang Chun was ranked at the bottom. Qing Fufeng is indeed the leader of the 5 prodigies. His strength is too strong, and his demon chi is ranked first. Ranked second is Hai Wei. He is relatively low-key among the 5 prodigies. Ranked third is Xing Yun. He has an easygoing personality and usually doesn't fight. I didn't think he would be so strong in this training competition. Kuei actually didn't enter the top 3. How strange. Many sect leaders were discussing amongst themselves. In a corner, the Vajra sect master's expression was a bit gloomy. He looked at the training stone tablet. Fang Chen's name was in the top 50, which made him a bit depressed. With Fang Chen's strength, he shouldn't be ranked so low, right? The Vajra sect master was puzzled. Chapter 261. On the towering mountain peak, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the falling Dust Sword sect, led by Fang Chun, stood quietly as they stared at the empty land below the mountain peak. According to the information from the Sky Sword, the land of inheritance should be on the empty land, but they hadn't discovered anything yet. What's going on? Yi Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the Sky Sword to transmit the wrong information. Could the elders have misinterpreted it? Thinking of this, Yi Ming turned to look at Fang Chun. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he looked into the distance. Following Fang Chen's gaze, Yi Ming discovered that there were powerful auras in the distance. Yes, there's someone here. Just as Yi Ming finished speaking, there were suddenly several sounds of the air being torn apart. The first to appear on the empty land was Qing Fufeng. It's Qing Fufeng of the Qing Tian Alliance, Yi Ming cried out. He didn't understand why Qing Fufeng would appear here. Just as Qing Fufeng appeared on the empty land, another figure suddenly appeared quietly. Ha, I'm not late, am I? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone realized that it was Hai Wei. Seeing these two people, Fang Chun narrowed his eyes as he pondered in his mind. Before long, even Huang Zhen and Xing Yun had arrived. Only Kuei was missing from the 5 great prodigies. How did they discover this place? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. How did the 5 great prodigies discover this place and come here at the same time? It seems that they should have also received some information, Fang Chun muttered. Just as Fang Chun finished speaking, the empty land suddenly trembled. Then, 5 prayer mats appeared on the empty land. Rumble. A series of deafening sounds came from the empty land. The appearance of the 5 prayer mats was very strange. The moment the prayer mats appeared, an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. The prayer mats preach. The appearance of the praying mat caused Fong Chen's eyes to tremble slightly. Soon after, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed down from the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen appeared on the open ground. At this time, the eyes of the 4 great geniuses were wide open. Qing Fufeng was the first to flash and directly sat on a futon, Dao imparting on a praying mat. It seemed like only by sitting on the praying mat could one have a chance of receiving the inheritance. Ha ha! This inheritance is destined to be mine. Huangjin grinned. He also chose a futon and sat down cross-legged. Seeing Qing Lufeng and Huangjin each occupy a praying mat, Xing Yun and Hai Wei also occupy a praying mat. Just as the 4 of them sat down, their bodies were surrounded by dense spirit qi. Strands of formless spirit qi entered their bodies from the praying mats. Praying mat preaching, Fong Chen said softly as he prepared to sit on the last praying mat. But just at this time, the sound of breaking wind came from the distance. Then Fong Chen saw that Gui Kui had also come. Why would the 5 great geniuses all come here at the same time? Fong Chen was completely baffled. The reason they knew about this open ground was because Tianjian had spread the news. But why would the 5 great geniuses appear here? The last praying mat is mine, Gui Kui shouted when he saw Fong Chen preparing to sit on the last praying mat. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Scram! In the face of such an inheritance, how could Fong Chen miss this opportunity? Seeing Gui Kui appear, he sent a punch at him. Gui Kui immediately used his fiend god body refinement to fight Fong Chen. Although he had been beaten miserably by Fong Chen, he definitely wouldn't give up on such an inheritance. As long as he sat on the praying mat, he would be able to obtain the inheritance. Fong Chen, leave the praying mat to me. You can have whatever you want, said Gui Kui coldly. I want you to die. Fong Chen snorted coldly. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in his hand danced violently. The 3rd level of the transcendent level of the water and fire sword technique was instantly displayed. An incomparably powerful water flame sword light stabbed toward Gui Kui. This time, Fong Chen was infuriated. He used his fiercest attack to kill Gui Kui. Slash! Gui Kui did his best to block, but in the end, he was unable to block Fong Chen's attack. His shoulder was pierced by the water flame sword light, causing blood to spray out. Gui Kui let out a miserable cry as he tried his best to activate his fiend god body refinement technique to block Fong Chen's attack. However, the power of the fire and water sword arts was too strong. He simply couldn't block it. Die! Fong Chen shouted in a low voice. The 3rd level of the fire and water sword art was displayed once again. The hidden dragon sword viciously stabbed towards Ghost Sunflower. At the same time, Fong Chen's soul instantly left his body and enveloped Ghost Sunflower. Slash! The hidden dragon sword stabbed into Gui Kui's body. Gui Kui's eyes widened as his life force rapidly dissipated. No, as one of the 5 heavenly geniuses, he was actually going to die at the hands of Fong Chen. At first, Gui Kui hadn't known about this inheritance ground, but he had accidentally learned that Qing Mufeng had found an inheritance ground. Then he had followed Qing Mufeng here, but he hadn't expected to run into Fong Chen here. That infuriated him. I can't accept this. Ghost Kui uttered his last words before his body crashed to the ground. Fong Chen picked up Gui Kui's spatial ring and sat cross-legged on the last praying mat. Just as Fong Chen sat on the praying mat, a buzzing sound rang out. Then a wild aura drilled into Fong Chen's mind from the praying mat. Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Fong Chen instantly understood that this inheritance ground was left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. When Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind was still alive, his ranking on the Martial Marquis list wasn't high, but he was still a bit stronger than Martial Marquis of Wind and Cloud. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun knew that the inheritance left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind wasn't a cultivation technique or comprehension. It was pure energy. Whoever was able to communicate with this energy would be able to obtain this energy, causing their strength to soar. Communicate with this energy, Fong Chun inwardly said. In the following time, Fong Chun began to try to communicate with this energy. The other four geniuses were also doing their best to communicate with this energy. For them, the energy left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind was too important. If they could completely absorb it, they would have a chance to break through to the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Of course, they didn't know that Gui Kui, who was as famous as them, had already died at the hands of Fong Chun. At this moment, on the mountain peak, the disciples waiting for Fong Chun saw the scene of Gui Kui's death. Their faces were filled with shock. Gui Kui was killed by Fong Chun. Yi Ming said in disbelief. Oh my God, Gui Kui was one of the 5 geniuses. He was actually killed by Fong Chun. He's so powerful. He killed the 5 geniuses with a flip of his hand. While the disciples were talking, they all headed towards the open land. They realized that the spirit chi around the open land was very dense. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the 5 praying mats were occupied by the 5 geniuses, they could still absorb the dense spirit chi from the open land to cultivate. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the 5 geniuses were all trying to communicate with the energy left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind. However, no one succeeded. At this moment, within Fong Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. A formless energy gradually appeared around Fong Chen's body. The moment the golden heart appeared, Fong Chun felt that he had made a connection with the praying mat. Just as the energy of the golden heart came into contact with the yellow praying mat, a soft sound of surprise suddenly came from the praying mat. Immediately after, a wild energy instantly entered Fong Chen's body. This sudden situation caused Fong Chen's face to change greatly. Soon after, he became ecstatic. Was the communication successful? Fong Chun was ecstatic. He worked hard to circulate the liquefied spirit chi in his chi si to digest this energy. Hiss, after about a day, Fong Chun finally succeeded in merging with this energy. Rumble Fong Chen's cultivation instantly went from the 1st level of the Chi-Hai realm to the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm. After reaching the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm, Fong Chen's cultivation did not stop growing. It was still rising. Early 2nd level, mid 2nd level, late 2nd level. When Fong Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm, it finally stopped growing. At this time, Fong Chen also discovered that the energy left behind by Martial Marquis of Heavenly Wind had been completely absorbed by him. Crack at this moment, the 5 futons suddenly shattered, and the 5 figures opened their eyes in an instant. What's going on? Qing Fufeng's face changed slightly. He looked around and muttered to himself, I haven't communicated with the energy yet. Why did the praying mat shatter? Xingyan asked, Did you communicate with the energy? Hai Wei asked. The 4 great geniuses all shook their heads. At this moment, the 4 of them saw Gui Kui's corpse in the distance, and their faces changed. Who killed Gui Kui? Qing Fufeng asked in shock. Could it be him? Only now did they discover that the person sitting on the 5th praying mat was Fong Chun. He killed Gui Kui? How is that possible? Huang Zhun said in disbelief. At this moment, Fong Chen's body was emitting a wild aura. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. When the 4 of them saw Fong Chen's aura suddenly increase, their faces changed. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Could it be that he communicated with the energy? At this moment, the 4 of them all looked at Fong Chun as if they were looking at prey. That must be it. Otherwise, his aura wouldn't have suddenly increased and the praying mat wouldn't have shattered. Qing Fufeng stared at Fong Chun. Crash. Chapter 262. The moment Fong Chun opened his eyes, Fong Chun felt as if the world around him was spinning. Within his chi si, there was a huge wave of spirit qi, second level of the qi high realm. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He did not expect that after absorbing the purest spirit qi left behind by the Marquis of Heavenly Wind, his cultivation would jump from the peak of the first level of the qi high realm to the peak of the second level. The current Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against a martial artist of the fifth level of the qi high realm. Seeing Fang Chen open his eyes, the other four geniuses all widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with passion. His cultivation increased dramatically. He must have received the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Huang Zhen said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Fang Chen, did you receive the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind? Hai Wu Wei asked in a deep voice. Xing Yun and Qing Lu Feng stared at Fang Chen without moving. When Fang Chen heard this, he slowly stood up and glanced at the four supreme prides. Instantly, he understood that the four supreme prides were trying to snatch his inheritance. Unfortunately, he was no longer the Fang Chen from before. Now his strength had increased dramatically. Even if the four geniuses joined forces, he would not be afraid. Fang Chen did not speak. This made Huang Zhen even more certain that he had received the inheritance of the Marquis of Heavenly Wind. Fang Chen, if you know what's good for you, hand over the inheritance. You know that you cannot keep it. Huang Zhen said coldly. Within his words, there was a hint of threat. You are threatening me. Fang Chen hated it when others threatened him. Hearing Huang Zhen's words, his face changed and he sneered. You are not worthy of my threats. Huang Zhen laughed. Fang Chen pointed at Gui Kuei's corpse and sneered. He also threatened me before, but you saw what happened to him. Hearing this, Huang Zhen became even angrier. Hearing Fang Chen's tone, it seemed that he didn't intend to hand over the inheritance. At this moment, Hai Wu Wei also spoke. Fang Chen, hand over the legacy. You may have killed Gui Kuei and become one of the five chosen, but you are no match for the four of us, said Hai Wu Wei. Just as Hai Wu Wei's voice fell, Xing Yun also spoke. Fang Chen, hand over the inheritance. Of the four geniuses, only Qing Lufeng didn't say anything. Even he couldn't see through Fang Chen. Moreover, before entering the training mountain range, the Alliance Master of the Green Sky Alliance and the four elders personally used their heaven-defying divination technique and came to a shocking conclusion. That was, in this training competition, a dark horse would appear. This dark horse would affect the situation of the younger generation in the southern region. The Alliance Master of the Green Heaven Alliance warned Qing Lu Feng repeatedly that once he encountered this martial artist, he must not become enemies with him. At this time, Qing Lufeng was even wondering if Fang Chen was that dark horse that would affect the younger generation in the southern region. To be able to kill Gui Kuei means his strength is already on the same level as the four of us. Furthermore, he has obtained Martial Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance. Perhaps his current strength isn't any weaker than the four of us, thought Qing Lufeng. While Qing Lufeng was thinking, Hai Wu Wei and the other two were repeatedly pressuring Fang Chen. They wanted Fang Chen to hand over Martial Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance. Fang Chen, if you hand over Martial Marquis Tianfeng's inheritance, I, Hai Wu Wei, guarantee that I will let you live. Fang Chen, hand over the inheritance, and I, Huang Zhen, will guarantee your life. Brat, if you don't hand over the inheritance, you will definitely die today. The three of them constantly approached Fang Chen. Their auras instantly spread out and revolved around Fang Chen. They wanted to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, a strange expression appearing on his face. He immediately said coldly, Are the three of you sure you want to attack me? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Huang Zhen was the first to explode. He clenched his hands into fists, and all the strength in his body instantly converged on his fist. He then punched out at Fang Chen, courting death. When Fang Chen saw this, the longsword appeared in his hand once more. He didn't hesitate to use the third level of the water-fire sword technique. The third level of the water-fire sword technique was at the transformative realm. Although the hidden dragon sword had been shattered, and the power of an ordinary longsword had been greatly reduced, it was still enough to deal with Huang Zhun. Crash! In the sky, a majestic water-fire sword radiance suddenly appeared and fiercely collided with Huang Zhun's fist. With a bang, Huang Zhun's body was sent flying. Huang Zhun finally stabilized his body, and his expression changed. He looked at Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yun beside him and said coldly, "He has received the inheritance of the Marquis of Tianfeng, and his strength has increased tremendously. Let's go together and capture him first." Hearing Huang Zhun's words, Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yun attacked at the same time. Qing Fu Feng stood quietly at the side, not preparing to attack. With three geniuses attacking at the same time, even an early-stage Qi-Hai warrior wouldn't dare to face them head-on. But their opponent was Feng Chun. When he was at the peak of the first stage of Qi-Hai, he was able to kill Gui Kui. Now that he had reached the peak of the second stage of Qi-Hai, his strength had increased tremendously. Finger of Death, Gale Kick, Water-Fire Sword Technique, 3rd level. Feng Chen continuously used 3 skills. Among them, the most powerful one was the 3rd level of the Water-Fire Sword Technique, and it was aimed directly at Huang Zhun. In the sky, the tyrannical Water-Fire Sword radiance fiercely collided with Huang Zhun. At the same time, Feng Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Liquefied spirit chi flickered on the soles of his feet, and he ferociously kicked towards Hai Wu Wei. As he kicked, Feng Chen's finger shot out a majestic finger of death. The finger of death was pushed to the extreme by Feng Chen. Shoo! 3 deafening sounds were heard at the same time. After Huang Zhun's fist of death was hit by the water-fire sword radiance, it instantly exploded. At this moment, Huang Zhun's expression changed greatly. How is this possible? Huang Zhun cried out involuntarily. He didn't think that Feng Chen's strength would be so strong. Even with 3 geniuses working together, they still couldn't suppress Feng Chen. Bang! Huang Zhun's fist of death was directly blown back. At the same time, Hai Wu Wei and Xing Yun were also forced back by Feng Chen's other 2 attacks. When the 3 geniuses stabilized themselves, their expressions gradually sank. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still forced into such a state by Feng Chen. They naturally knew what that meant. This kid can't be allowed to live. Huang Zhun's killing intent grew even stronger. It's definitely because of Martial Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance. Otherwise, there's no way he could fight the 3 of us at the same time, said Hai Wu Wei emotionally. That inheritance belongs to me. Xing Yun, said Xing Yun. However, at this time, the 3 geniuses didn't rashly attack. Their gazes all turned to Qing Fufeng. Qing Fufeng, we're all 5 geniuses. How about you help us out this once? Asked Huang Zhun. That was because just now, they knew that with Feng Chen's current strength, even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. So they wanted Qing Fufeng to help. That's right, Qing Fufeng. Could it be that you don't want to obtain Martial Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance? Asked Hai Wu Wei. Qing Fufeng, with the 4 of us working together, he's definitely not our match. Once we capture him, we'll see who can obtain Martial Marquis Heavenly Wind's inheritance, said Xing Yun. The 3 geniuses stared unblinkingly at Qing Fufeng. But when Qing Fufeng heard that, he faintly shook his head. I won't participate in this battle, said Qing Fufeng slowly. Hearing Qing Fufeng's words, the 3 geniuses' expressions changed. Feng Chen looked at Qing Fufeng and nodded slightly. This Qing Fufeng had made a very wise choice, because now, Feng Chen didn't plan on being lenient. He was going to use his full strength. Qing Fufeng, to think you're on the same level as us. What a shame. A mere 2nd-level Qi-Hai disciple is enough to make you not dare to attack. Why do you have to be the head of the 5 geniuses? After this battle, there will no longer be any Qing Fufeng among the geniuses of the South. The 3 of them coldly snorted. Immediately after, they activated all the strength in their bodies and once again engaged in battle with Feng Chen. The 3 of us will work together and use our strongest attack to capture this kid, said Huang Zhun sinisterly. All right, let's attack together, said Xing Yun. Suddenly, a wild aura was emitted from the three of them. In the next moment, the three of them displayed their strongest attacks. The three of them didn't believe that Fang Chun could withstand this attack. Third level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chun still displayed the third level of the fire and water sword technique. This time, Fang Chun activated the fire and water concept to the extreme and directly attacked the three of them. This kid isn't simple. Qing Fufeng, who was watching from the side, said as he watched the intense battle. At this moment, Qing Fufeng was even more certain that Fang Chun was the dark horse that the Alliance Master and the four elders had concluded after using the heaven-defying deduction technique. He would affect the situation of the younger generation in the south. Rumble. At this time, the four of them were fighting intensely in the sky. When Fang Chen's water and fire sword lights collided with the attacks of the three people, their attacks shattered instantly. "No!" shouted Huang Zhun. He couldn't believe what was happening. Fang Chen's cultivation base was directly suppressing them. "How can he be so strong?" exclaimed Hai Wuwei. "Damn it!" The three of them went all out, unleashing their strongest attacks. Suddenly, a pitch-black sickle appeared in the sky. That sickle contained an aura of death. "Die!" The three of them threw caution to the wind and directly joined hands to unleash such a tyrannical attack. In the sky, under the control of the three people, the Death Scythe charged towards Fang Chun. Wherever the Death Scythe passed, the air was sliced apart. This sickle's power is quite tyrannical. Fang Chun thought to himself as he looked at the sickle shooting toward him. The sickle's attack was enough to kill any peak 4th level Chi-Hai warrior. Even an early 5th level Chi-Hai warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the sickle's attack. "If I hadn't broken through, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the sickle's attack," said Fang Chun. Seeing the sickle in the sky, Qing Fufeng's expression changed slightly. The combined attack of Hai Wuwei and the other two had already exceeded his expectations. Chapter 263. Boom! The Death Scythe and the Water-Fire Sword Light collided, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon seeing this scene, even the leader of the 5 great geniuses, Qing Lufeng, revealed a trace of shock on his face. The fact that Fang Chun was able to fight the three of them to such an extent was enough to prove that his strength had already surpassed his own. He's going to affect the situation of the southern region's younger generation. At that moment, Qing Fufeng recalled what the Alliance Master of the Azure Sky Alliance had warned him before the start of the trial. If he encountered that dark horse, he absolutely couldn't be his opponent. If possible, he had to befriend him as much as possible. What a monster! Qing Fufeng couldn't help sighing. At this moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from the Death Scythe in the sky. Then, the expressions of the three people changed drastically. How is this possible? The Death Scythe was the strongest attack of the three of them. They couldn't believe that even the Death Scythe was unable to defeat Fang Chun. "I don't believe it!" Huang Zhun roared furiously. When a crack appeared on the Death Scythe, the crack on the Death Scythe got bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the Death Scythe exploded. The instant the Death Scythe shattered, the three of them were instantly sent flying. They'd suffered a backlash when the Death Scythe shattered. "Pucci!" The three of them instantly coughed up blood. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. They were unable to accept the reality before their eyes. Not long ago, Fang Chun hadn't even been able to take a single blow from them. But now, the three of them weren't a match for Fang Chun even after joining forces. As geniuses, they simply couldn't accept this kind of disparity. Rumble. In the sky, the energy of the explosion gradually dissipated. When the energy dissipated, the long sword in Fang Chen's hand also shattered with a cracking sound. After Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword shattered, he casually took out a yuan weapon he'd obtained from someone else. However, this longsword simply couldn't compare to the hidden dragon sword. Under the powerful attack, just now the longsword could not withstand the force of the impact and directly shattered. Fang Chun loosened his grip, and the sword hilt in his hand fell gently to the ground. "Now, do you still want to snatch my inheritance?" Fang Chun icily asked Huang Zhun and the others. The three of them smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Then, they slowly stood up and supported each other. They gave Fang Chun a complicated look before turning to leave. Fang Chun had no intention of making a move as he watched the three of them leave. After all, they were disciples of the top 5 sections. If he killed them here, their sect would definitely be enraged, and the Vajra sect will be the one to suffer. Brother Fang, I'm impressed. At this moment, Qing Lufeng walked in front of Fang Chun with a faint smile on his face and cupped his hands. Fang Chun nodded to Qing Lufeng. Qing Lufeng hadn't attacked him just now, so Fang Chun wouldn't make things difficult for him. Brother Fang, the trial still isn't over. What are you going to do next? Asked Qing Lufeng. Fang Chun pondered for a moment before saying, snatch the monstrous qi. After bidding farewell to Fang Chun, Qing Lufeng continued searching for opportunities. Although he hadn't obtained the martial marquee of Heavenly Wind's inheritance, perhaps he would be able to find other opportunities. At this time, there were still 5 days until the end of the trial competition. After Qing Lufeng left, the Vajra sect's disciples and the Falling Dust Sword sect's disciples all came to Fang Chen's side. They had originally been cultivating, but Fang Chen's battle with the 3 heavenly geniuses had awakened them. Although they hadn't obtained the martial marquee of Heavenly Wind's inheritance land, their gains were not small. In such a short time, their cultivation bases had improved greatly. Brother Fang, you really are amazing. Yiming walked over to Fang Chun and laughed. Yeah, Brother Fang, with your current strength, you can already be considered the head of the 5 heavenly geniuses. Even Qing Lufeng has to be polite when he sees you. Brother Fang, you really are a heavenly genius. Many disciples were extremely envious of Fang Chun. After a long while, Fang Chun explained the situation to Yiming. When Yiming heard that, he smiled and said, Brother Fang, you're right. With your current strength, there's no one in the entire Trial Mountain range who can threaten your life. If we stay with you, we'll just be a burden to you. Brother Fang, you have to take first place. Yiming nodded. After bidding farewell to Yiming, Fang Chun began to snatch the demonic aura. When he encountered demonic beasts, he killed them. When he encountered disciples from other sect, he snatched their demonic aura. 3 days later, Fang Chen's demonic aura had reached a certain level. At the same time, in the trial stone tablet on the square outside the trial city, Fang Chen's ranking had been advancing by leaps and bounds. In just 1 day, Fang Chun had charged into the top 20. Okay, seeing Fang Chen's ranking change, the King Kong sect master and Luo Chun sect master's eyes were filled with joy. Had they finally started? The King Kong sect master said slowly. Although the King Kong sect master and Luo Chun sect master had already noticed that Fang Chen's ranking was rapidly advancing, the other sect leaders hadn't noticed at all. In a certain mountain forest in the Trial Mountain range, whoosh, Fang Chen's finger suddenly pointed and a majestic ray of light shot out. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it directly pierced the eye of a demonic beast he was fighting. Ah! A pitiful cry was heard. The demonic beast's eye was instantly shattered and blood flowed out. It screamed miserably. Immediately after, Fang Chun pointed a few more times, and the huge demonic beast fell to the ground unwillingly. Traces of demonic aura directly entered Fang Chen's token. Killing a demonic beast at the 4th level of the Qi High realm can actually give me so much demonic aura, Fang Chen said softly. At the same time, not far from Fang Chun, there was a group of warriors. When they heard the shouts from before, the leader's face changed slightly, and he said, "A demonic beast has appeared in front of us. Let's go and block it." After he finished speaking, the leader took the lead and led the warriors to where the demonic beast was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a while, the warriors arrived at the place where Fang Chun was fighting with the demonic beast. They found that the demonic beast had already fallen to the ground, and a warrior was standing beside it. When the leader saw the demonic beast on the ground that had lost its life, his face changed slightly. This was because he found that the demonic beast was a 4th level Qi high demonic beast, the Diamond Bear. Who is he? The leader thought to himself. A warrior who could kill a 4th level Qi high demonic beast must be very strong. Before he understood the situation, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Brother Jean, should we act?" Just as the leader was hesitating, a disciple behind him asked softly. Hearing the disciple's words, Jean frowned and looked at Fong Chun. He said, "Brother, this diamond bear is a demonic beast that we, the Yellow Cloud sect, have been searching for a few days. We didn't expect that you would be able to kill it." Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Fong Chun frowned. This Yellow Cloud sect disciple was too shameless. They wanted him to hand over the demonic aura, but they found such an excuse. And then, Fong Chun asked mockingly, "Brother, I am a disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect, Zhang Jin. I hope that you can return the demonic aura of the diamond bear to us." Zhang Jin continued, "Yellow Cloud sect disciple, Zhang Jin. If I remember correctly, you, Zhang Jin, are only the second disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect." Fong Chun sneered. Zhang Jin was slightly startled and said, "Brother, do you want to go against the Yellow Cloud sect?" Zhang Jin used the Yellow Cloud sect to make Fong Chun afraid. But he was wrong, very wrong. Using the Yellow Cloud sect to pressure me. Fong Chun raised his eyebrows and said, "Even if Huangjin was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Who do you think you're to ask me to hand over the demonic aura?" Huangjin was the head disciple of the Yellow Cloud sect. He was much stronger than Zhang Jin. "I gave you face, but you don't want it. If Senior Huangjin was here, he could kill you in one move." Zhang Jin sneered. "Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for being vicious." Zhang Jin's words displeased Fong Chun. He icily said, "Hand over your demonic aura and scram out of my sight. You're courting death." Zhang Jin's expression completely changed. He was infuriated and directly used all his power to launch a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fong Chun. "If I kill you, I can still obtain your demonic aura," said Zhang Jin icily. "Petty tricks." Seeing Zhang Jin's fierce attack, Fong Chun sneered. Then he lightly waved his finger, and a boundless finger light instantly appeared in front of Zhang Jin. What kind of move is this?" Zhang Jin's expression constantly changed. He used all his power to break Fong Chen's finger light. Swish! When the finger light hit Zhang Jin, it immediately shot into Zhang Jin's arm, and then Zhang Jin's arm directly exploded. Crash! A powerful aura instantly filled the surroundings. The current Fong Chun was like a god of war standing quietly on the ground. "Hand over your demonic aura and scram out of my sight." Facing the suppression of Fong Chen's overbearing aura, Zhang Jin actually felt a trace of fear in his heart. How is this possible? He crippled my arm in one move. Even senior apprentice brother Huang Zhen can't compare to him. Zhang Jin miserably cried out. At this moment, he thought of what Fong Chun had said. Even if Huang Zhen was here, he wouldn't dare steal his demonic aura. At this time, Zhang Jin finally understood just how powerful Fong Chun was. "We'll hand over our demonic aura. Please let us live." Zhang Jin endured the pain. A minute later, Fong Chun had obtained the demonic aura of all the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples. Zhang Jin and the others quickly disappeared from his sight. Chapter 264. Within the Trial City's plaza, Fong Chen's name was especially dazzling on the trial stone steel. His name was constantly rising. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the 20s to the top 10. How is that possible? Just what kind of demonic beast did he kill? How much demonic chi did he obtain? Did he steal the demonic chi of the other sect's disciples? Does Fong Chen's rise have anything to do with Gui Kuei's fall? In front of the trial stone steel, countless sect leaders were shocked to see Fong Chen's name rise. While countless people were paying attention to Fong Chen's name, the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He stared at all the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples on the trial stone steel. Other than Huang Zhen, all the other disciples had disappeared from the trial stone steel. What did that mean? It meant that other than Huang Zhen, they had all been eliminated. Just who did this? Wondered the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing this, countless figures suddenly appeared in the Trial Mountain range. When those figures entered the city, they were all shocked. That was because those people were all disciples of the Yellow Cloud sect. Could it be that Fang Chun stole the demonic chi of the Yellow Cloud sect's disciples? Some of the sect leaders' eyes brightened. A moment later, Zhang Jin and the others appeared in the plaza. Zhang Jin, what happened? Who stole your demonic chi? Demanded the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master furiously. Sect master, it's Fang Chun, whispered Zhang Jin. The surrounding sect leaders were all in an uproar. They all stared at Zhang Jin in shock. Who is Fang Chun? Asked the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master icily. He's a disciple of the Vajra sect, whispered Zhang Jin. Impossible. How could a mere Vajra sect disciple steal your demonic chi? Demanded the Yellow Cloud sect's sect master. Sect master, Fang Chen's strength is not what you think it is. When I fought with him, I couldn't even withstand one of his moves. When Zhang Jin thought of the battle with Fang Chun, he felt a lingering fear. If Fang Chun wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. What? You can't even block a single attack? A trace of shock appeared on the sect master's face. Could it be that his strength is already comparable to the 5 heavenly geniuses? Continued the sect master. Sect master, Fang Chun is very strong. This time, he only stole our demon chi and didn't kill us. If he wanted to kill us, we wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Zhang Jin continued. Hearing that, the sect head of the Yellow Cloud school sunk into silence. His mind was rapidly thinking. At the same time, countless sect leaders' gazes were focused on the Vajra sect's sect master. Their gazes were either filled with envy or schadenfreude. The Yellow Cloud sect's sect master also icily glanced at the Vajra sect's sect master. However, he didn't say anything. The competition still hadn't ended. Everything could wait until after it ended. When they found out that Fang Chen's strength was already on par with the 5 great prodigies, the eyes of the alliance master of the Qingtian Alliance, which was the leader of the 5 great sects, lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Could it be that he's that dark horse that can affect the southern region's junior generation? Wondered the Qingtian Alliance's sect master. I hope Qing Lufeng won't go against him. Thinking of the information he had obtained through his heaven-defying divination arts, he became even more curious about Fang Chun. While the outside world was discussing Fang Chun, the main character Fang Chun had no idea. He was just rapidly searching for demonic beasts to steal their demonic chi. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. There were only a few hours left until the end of the competition. At this moment, Fang Chen's demonic aura had reached a terrifying level. Under the crowd's watchful gazes, his ranking had risen to the top 3. Now, there were only 2 people ahead of Fang Chun. The first was the Qingtian Alliance's chief disciple, Qing Lufeng. As the leader of the 5 heavenly geniuses, it was within everyone's expectations that he would be ranked first. The second was Xing Yun of the Nebula Peak. His demonic chi was nearly 1,000 strands less than Qing Lufeng's. As for the third-ranked Fang Chun, his demonic chi was only 30 strands less than Crossing Yun's. That wasn't much to Fang Chun. As for the other heavenly geniuses, they were all ranked behind Fang Chun. As for Gue Ke, his name couldn't even be seen. The head of the ghost-killing sect was filled with doubts. Why did Gue Ke's name disappear? Could it be that Gue Ke was killed by someone? Within the training mountains, Fang Chun met a demonic beast at the early stage of the Qi-Hai realm. This demonic beast was a cheetah. Fang Chun didn't know what race this cheetah belonged to, but he could clearly feel that this cheetah was very strong. This is the first time I fought a demonic beast at the 5th stage of the Qi-Hai realm after my breakthrough. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent as he spoke softly. Roar! The cheetah seemed to be able to feel the strong aura coming from Fang Chen's body. It roared, opened its claws, and pounced towards Fang Chun. As the cheetah pounced, its claws glowed with light. The light disappeared in a flash. Just as the light disappeared, the cheetah's claws changed positions. Then, a strong force shot out from the cheetah's claws. Third level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chun used the third level of the fire and water sword technique. The overbearing fire and water sword technique collided with the cheetah's claws, creating a loud sound. This cheetah's strength is much stronger than the 5 heavenly geniuses. Even if it were to join forces with the other 3 heavenly geniuses, it wouldn't be much different. It seems that if I want to kill it, I'll have to use all my strength. Fang Chun thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chun used his strongest attack. The fire and water sword technique was pushed to the extreme. After a fierce battle, Fang Chun finally killed the cheetah. The cheetah at the 5th stage of the Chi-Hai realm had a shocking amount of demonic energy. In an instant, Fang Chun collected a lot of demonic energy. As expected of a demonic beast at the 5th stage of the Chi-Hai realm, Fang Chun looked at the cheetah lying on the ground and sighed in his heart. The fierce battle with the cheetah had deepened his understanding of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chun had even faintly touched the threshold of the 4th level of the fire and water sword technique. After this training, I'll try to train in the 4th level. Fang Chun thought to himself. After Fang Chun killed the cheetah, he withdrew the demonic energy. His name on the training stone tablet was now number 2. At this time, Fang Chun was only slightly weaker than the number 1 Qing Fufeng. A dark horse. Is it going to be dark all the way? The gap between him and Qing Fufeng isn't big. Can he really reverse the situation and become number 1? There are still 6 hours until the end of the training stone tablet. I wonder if he can complete this crazy miracle. Countless sect leaders were staring at Fang Chen's name on the training stone tablet and discussing. In the training mountain range, Fang Chun was also rapidly killing demonic beasts. The amount of demonic energy he had was also constantly increasing. At a certain moment, Fang Chun was looking for demonic beasts when he suddenly realized that the temperature in front of him had dropped by a lot. This scene aroused Fang Chen's suspicions. After that, Fang Chun quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Fang Chun appeared in front of a river. When Fang Chun saw the river, he was slightly startled. He didn't think that he would encounter such a river here. After carefully inspecting the river, he didn't find anything strange. Just as Fang Chun was about to leave, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the river. What is that? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the place where the white light flashed and said in a low voice, "Splash!" Just as Fang Chun was looking at the river, a white disc suddenly appeared in the river. This disc had a strange aura. What is this disc? Fang Chun was about to reach out and grab the disc. His intuition told him that this white disc wasn't simple. Sure enough, just as Fang Chun was about to grab the disc, a sinister aura suddenly burst out from the disc. "Kiki, I finally see the light of day again." A hoarse voice entered Fang Chen's ears. In the next moment, a dazzling white light burst out from the white disc. Immediately after, a black figure in tattered clothes appeared above the river. His appearance caused the surrounding temperature to drop instantly. This aura belongs to a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. When Fang Chun felt this aura, his expression changed slightly as he said coldly, "Oh, there's actually a human here. Kiki, it's been a long time since I've tasted the delicious soul of a human cultivator." When the figure saw Fang Chun, he revealed a wild smile. "I didn't expect there to be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect here," said Fang Chun icily. "Human, you actually know about the Yellow Spring sect? It seems you have a certain understanding of the Yellow Spring sect. You have the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple," continued the figure. Then a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You once killed a member of my Yellow Spring sect. You deserve to die," said the figure coldly. "You're the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect?" asked Fang Chun. "Correct. I am the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect's Frozen Ice Hall." The Hall Master of the Frozen Ice Hall was one of the 72 Hall Masters of the Yellow Spring sect. He specialized in ice cultivation arts, so the moment he appeared, Fang Chun felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. "It seems you've been struggling at death's door in this river for so long that your brain must be damaged. You still don't understand your current situation," sneered Fang Chun. Hearing this, the Frozen Ice Hall Master laughed cruelly. "Brat, There's no need for you to say anything. I'm going to devour your soul." After saying that, he attacked Fang Chun. During that battle, he had struggled at death's door and had slowly healed in this river. Today, his injuries had finally healed, and he could see the light of day once more. Now that he had encountered Fang Chun, in his eyes, Fang Chun was at most in the Qi transformation realm. He didn't fear him at all, rumble, but the moment he attacked Fang Chun, he finally discovered that Fang Chun was a Qi Si expert. How is this possible? The frozen ice hall master wanted to flee, but Fang Chun wouldn't give him a chance. "Stay here." Fang Chun coldly snorted and stabbed his finger into the frozen ice hall master's head. His life force began to drain away. I can't accept this. Protector will avenge me." Chapter 265. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly after he killed the hall master of the frozen hall. This was because the hall master of the frozen hall had called out for the protector before he died. Fang Chun clearly knew that the Yellow Spring sect used to have a strict hierarchy. The 108 captains were at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm at their peak. The 72 hall masters were at the 9th level of the Qi high realm at their peak. As for the legendary 36 protectors, they were at the peak of the Qi high realm at their peak. The hall master of the frozen hall, who had just been killed by Fang Chun, had not recovered to his peak because of his heavy injuries. He had only recovered to the 4th level of the Qi high realm. If he had not met Fang Chun, he would have been able to quickly absorb the souls of the warriors in the training mountain range to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, he had met Fang Chun, who had killed him in a tyrannical manner. Could it be that the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect are also in the training mountain range? Fang Chun's heart was filled with fear. The 36 protectors of the Yellow Spring sect were too strong. Even if they had not recovered to their peak, they were still not someone he could compare to. "I hope I don't meet the protectors of the Yellow Spring sect," Fang Chun thought to himself. After killing the hall master of the frozen hall, Fang Chun's body flashed and disappeared from the stream. Just as Fang Chun disappeared, in the depths of the training mountain range, a figure covered in black qi was sitting cross-legged on a green jade rock. Has the hall master of the frozen hall seen the light of day again?" The figure asked with a hoarse voice. Immediately, the figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, the figure appeared in front of the stream. He was the protector that the hall master of the frozen hall had mentioned. When the hall master of the frozen hall was recovering, he had found the protector and communicated with him. When the hall master of the frozen hall had recovered from his injuries and came out of the stream, the protector had sensed him. But at this moment, the protector's face was extremely ugly. His heart was filled with anger. "Damn it, he actually killed the frozen hall master right under my nose," the protector said coldly. At that moment, the Dharma protector was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. He flicked his wrist, and the body of frigid ice hall master disappeared into the stream. After Fang Chun killed the hall master of the ice hall, he continued to search for demonic beasts to obtain demonic qi. Time passed bit by bit. After 6 hours, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Countless disciples knew that this year's competition had ended. However, these 6 hours were a nightmare for many warriors. A peerless expert had appeared out of nowhere and was constantly killing many warriors. No matter how strong they were, they could not resist the attack of this peerless expert. In just 6 hours, many of the sect's disciples have been wiped out. At this moment, many of the disciples heard the sound of the bell and rushed out of the mountain range. At the same time, they sent the news back to the city. What? A peerless expert is hunting down the disciples of the mountain range? The sect leader's face changed and asked in a deep voice. "That's right. That peerless expert is too strong. Just one look from him is enough to make us feel endless fear." Some of the disciples who had escaped from death said in fear. At this moment, some of the more violent sect leaders' bodies flashed and directly entered the mountain range. Most of the sect leaders present were at the Qi High realm. Someone was hunting down their sect's disciples. Naturally, they were furious. Seeing a sect leader enter the mountain range, the Qingtian Alliance leader's eyes lit up. He was thinking quickly. Half an hour later, the life slip of the sect leader who had entered the mountain range shattered. Many of the sect leaders were shocked. Sect leader Huang Wu's strength has reached the 7th level of the Qi High realm. Someone who can't even defeat him must be at least at the 8th level of the Qi High realm. Quickly inform the older generation to come. The leaders of the 5 sect leaders finally spoke. Even with sect leader Huang Wu's strength, he was killed. This meant that a peerless expert had appeared in the mountain range, and they were unable to stop him. At the same time, countless pieces of news were spread. At this moment, in the mountain range, there were many disciples who were unable to escape. When Fang Chun heard that there was a peerless expert hunting down the participants, he was terrified. Could it really be the protector that the sect leader of the ice sect spoke of? Fang Chun was running away quickly. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as Fang Chun was running away, a wild aura suddenly locked onto him. Trying to escape? At this moment, in a place far away from Fang Chun, the protector of the Yellow Spring sect had a cold look in his eyes. He laughed coldly and immediately chased after Fang Chun. There were 36 protectors in the Yellow Spring sect. No one knew how many of them had survived the battle back then. The protector in front of them was Protector Rock. His defense was extremely strong. However, his cultivation base had yet to fully recover due to the severe injuries he had suffered back then. When he recovered to the 9th level of the Qi High realm, he was unable to recover. That was why Protector Rock hunted down human warriors and devoured their souls to break through the bottleneck. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi High realm, no one in the entire mountain range could stop him. In just a few hours, he had already devoured the souls of dozens of warriors. He felt that if he was given more time, he would definitely be able to break through the 9th level of the Qi High realm and reach a higher level. However, at this moment, Protector Rock's aura locked onto Fang Chun. From Fang Chun's body, he could feel the aura of the Ice Hall's leader. A 2nd-level Qi High warrior was able to kill the Ice Hall master, who was at the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Protector Rock's face was filled with a sinister expression. He quickly ran towards Fang Chun. If he wanted to kill someone, he would not be able to escape. While Protector Rock was chasing after Fang Chun, Qing Lufeng and the others had also escaped from the mountain range. When a mountain range was about to end, such a huge event had happened. Very quickly, the Southern Protector was shocked. This protector was very strong. He was a strong warrior from the royal family of the Golden Crown country and had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Most importantly, this protector was a true martial marquis. The Marquis of Many Treasures was a strong warrior from the royal family of the Golden Crown country. He was stationed in the Southern Protector all year round to prevent any rebellions. When the Marquis of Many Treasures heard the news, he rushed to the training city with his fastest speed. When the leaders of the 5 major sect saw the Marquis of Many Treasures, their faces showed traces of joy. The Marquis of Many Treasures has come. That peerless warrior will definitely be killed. That's right. The Marquis of Many Treasures is a strong warrior on the martial marquis list. Once he makes a move, the enemy will not even have the chance to escape. The Marquis of Many Treasures has entered the training mountain range. The leaders of the sect were all shocked. At this moment, Qing Lufeng and the others had also escaped from the training mountain range. They were battered and exhausted as they entered the training city. Seeing Qing Lufeng and the others, the leaders of the 4 major sect were all overjoyed. Only the leader of the ghost-killing sect had a gloomy expression. Gui Kuei still had not come out. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Damn it! The leader of the ghost-killing sect was furious. All the leaders of the sect knew that the warriors who had not come out were all dead. I wonder if the Marquis of Many Treasures can kill that peerless warrior. A leader of the sect asked. Within the training city, all the warriors were incomparably nervous. Within the training mountain range, Fang Chun discovered that Protector Rock had already caught up to him. He could not escape. As expected, it's the protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chun stopped and said in a low voice, "Crash!" A powerful aura instantly appeared around Fang Chun, pressing down on Fang Chun. In an instant, Protector Rock appeared in front of Fang Chun. Looking at Fong Chun, he sneered, "Brat, you killed the hall master of the frozen hall. I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces." Fong Chen's wrist shook, and a pitch-black stone appeared in his palm. His fingers lightly pinched the black stone. Yes, this is... Seeing the black stone in Fong Chen's hand, Protector Rock's expression changed. No wonder this brat didn't run. So he had this thing. Although Protector Rock did not recognize the black stone, he could feel that if the energy within the black stone exploded, even he would be injured. "You're threatening me," Protector Rock said coldly. "I'm protecting myself," Fong Chun said in a low voice. In fact, he was not confident. However, if Protector Rock wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate to crush the black stone. Damn it! Protector Rock was furious. At this moment, Fong Chun felt another powerful aura approaching. Could it be a human warrior? Fong Chun thought to himself. After discovering this aura, Protector Rock's expression finally turned gloomy. A human warrior is so fast. Protector Rock originally wanted to quickly kill all the warriors in the Training Mountain Range and then hide. After all, there were many warriors stronger than him in the Golden Crown country. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Suddenly, a furious roar entered Fong Chen's ears. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Fong Chun. What a powerful aura! Fong Chun felt that this figure's aura was even stronger than the protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Voila! Protector Rock saw the newcomer and flicked his wrist. A majestic aura instantly turned into flames and attacked Fong Chun. He wanted to kill Fong Chun before he left. "You're courting death." Marquis of Many Treasures saw this, and his body flashed. He appeared in front of Fong Chun and blocked the flame attack. Then, he chased after Protector Rock. Seeing the two warriors disappear, Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief. His clothes were completely soaked. Too strong. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with shock. Is this the strength of a warrior at the peak of the Qi realm? They could kill me with just a finger. Fong Chun thought to himself. At this moment, in the Training Mountain Range, many leaders of the sect could clearly feel that the ground was shaking from time to time. A wild aura could be felt from the Training Mountain Range. Chapter 266. Standing in the training city, one could feel the earth trembling. One could imagine how tyrannical the battle in the Training Mountain Range was. Within the entire Training Mountain Range, a wild aura was constantly emitted. Countless sect leaders were shocked. This situation lasted for an entire hour before the Training Mountain Range finally gradually calmed down. The battle is over. Did the Marquis of Myriad Treasure win? A martial artist asked. At this moment, a figure appeared in the Training Mountain Range. He quickly rushed towards the training city. Everyone exclaimed. It was the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. The Marquis of Myriad Treasure was in a sorry state, but his face was expressionless. He stood on the plaza and said in a deep voice, "There are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect hiding in the Training Mountain Range, attempting to slaughter the disciples of the various large sect. However, he has already been killed by me. When the various large sects return, you must be careful of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." After the Marquis of Myriad Treasure finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he directly left. Since the danger here had been resolved, the Marquis of Myriad Treasure would naturally leave. After such a tragedy, all the sect leaders sank into silence. This time, they had lost too much. The eyes of the Vajra sect leader and the Falling Dust sect leader were filled with disappointment. Fong Chun did not return. Did this mean that Fong Chun had already died in the Training Mountain Range? Originally, the Ghost Killing School had already made preparations to exterminate the Vajra sect. However, after the appearance of the Marquis of Myriad Treasure, the Ghost Killing School sect leader decisively gave up on the plan. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect hiding in the south had attracted the attention of the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. If he attacked the Vajra sect at this time, the Marquis of Myriad Treasure would definitely be unhappy. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke the Marquis of Myriad Treasure. I just don't know who killed Ghost Sunflower. The Ghost Killing School sect leader thought to himself. After a series of inquiries, The Ghost Killing School's sect leader found out that Ghost Sunflower was killed by Fong Chun. His hatred for Fong Chun soared to the sky, but Fong Chun did not return from the training mountain range. Everyone believed that he died in the hands of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Damn it, I didn't kill him myself. The Ghost Killing School said coldly. Once all the sect's casualties had been cleared, everyone left the City of Trials under the leadership of the 5 great sects and returned to their respective sects. Originally, on the trial stone steel, Fong Chun had already become the first, while Qing Lufeng and Xing Yun were ranked second and third. However, because of Fong Chun's death, the white-haired judge directly removed Fong Chun from the list, making Qing Lufeng first, Xing Yun second, and Hai Weiwei third. The top 3 of the trial competition received great rewards, but none of the sects were happy. That was because the Yellow Spring sect had suddenly appeared, and they had suffered great losses. After the trial competition ended, all the members of the sect returned to their sect in an orderly manner. Only in the Azure Sky Alliance region was Qing Lufeng. Before he left, he glanced at the training mountain range. In his heart, he didn't believe that Fong Chun would die just like that. I don't believe that you were killed, Qing Lufeng thought to himself. An hour later, the City of Trials was empty. All the members of the sect had left. In the training mountain range, Fong Chun had originally planned to leave. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to. He had killed Gui Kuei. If he went out, he would definitely cause trouble for the King Kong sect. If he didn't go out, the Ghost Killing School would definitely think that he had died at the hands of the Yellow Spring sect protector. As for the Martial Marquis who had killed the Yellow Spring sect protector, he naturally wouldn't care about a small fry like Fong Chun. Fong Chun put away the black iron stone and quickly walked through the training mountain range. There were 2 exits in the training mountain range. One of them was outside the City of Trials. As for the second exit, it wasn't in the south but in the west. The training mountain range was very large. It ran through the entire south and bordered the west. However, because the training mountain range was too dangerous, the West had listed it as a forbidden area. Normally, almost no warriors would go there. Luckily, Martial Marquis appeared. Otherwise, my black iron stone would have been used up. Fong Chun was secretly rejoicing. If Martial Marquis hadn't appeared, the black iron stone would have been used up. The black iron stone was Fong Chun's biggest trump card. As long as he crushed it, he would be able to kill a warrior at the 3rd level of the Qi Hai realm. However, Fong Chun wasn't sure if the black iron stone could kill a warrior at the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. After putting away the black iron stone, Fong Chun quickly ran towards the depths of the training mountain range. Right now, there shouldn't be any danger in the training mountain range. With my current strength, I have already met the requirements to go to the central region. After leaving here, I will go to the central region. Fong Chun said. The King Kong sect had treated him well, so he didn't want to implicate the King Kong sect. He chose to leave from the other side of the training mountain range. Of course, this was also because Fong Chun's strength had increased greatly during this training. There was no need for him to continue staying in the south. Half a month later, the events that happened during the training competition had been gradually forgotten by everyone. As for Fong Chun, he had crossed more than half of the training mountain range. After passing through the depths of the training mountain range, he appeared on the other side of the training mountain range. This place was already part of the western region. However, Fong Chun didn't know this. I wonder how long it will take for me to leave this place. Fong Chun thought to himself. Just as Fong Chun was walking and thinking, he suddenly noticed that on top of a small hill, there was a green rock. On top of the green rock, there was a green-haired old man sitting cross-legged. Why is there someone here? Fong Chun was puzzled. Just as Fong Chun was puzzled, the green-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked sharply at Fong Chun. Who are you? The green-haired old man looked at Fong Chun and asked coldly. Fong Chun was stunned and immediately said, I don't want to enter this place. I'm looking for a way out. You're not from the western region? The green-haired old man continued to ask. The western region. Fong Chun shook his head and said, No wonder. The green-haired old man nodded and said, It's very dangerous here. You should leave quickly. After saying this, the green-haired old man closed his eyes. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a fourth-level Qi-high demonic beast suddenly appeared in the distance and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use all of his strength to kill the demonic beast. In an instant, the demonic beast was killed. Second-level Qi-high, but his strength is so strong. The green-haired old man opened his eyes and whispered to himself. Fang Chen retracted his strength and continued to walk. On his skin, there are spots of light flashing. The green-haired old man noticed the abnormality in Fang Chen's body and thought of the strength Fang Chen used to kill the fourth-level Qi-high demonic beast. His eyes lit up, and he immediately called out to Fang Chen. "Little guy, what's your name?" The green-haired old man asked. Fang Chen was walking when he suddenly heard the green-haired old man's question. He stopped and turned to look at the old man and said, "Fang Chen, has your body reached the level of a 2-star Dao body?" The green-haired old man continued to ask. Fang Chen nodded. Meeting such an old man in the training mountains, Fang Chen didn't want to provoke him and prepared to leave quickly. He had a feeling that this old man wasn't simple. So it is. After getting Fang Chen's confirmation, the green-haired old man's eyes widened, and he instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. "You are less than 20 years old, right?" Fang Chen nodded. The green-haired old man became even more excited. Less than 20 years old and already at the second level of the Qi-high realm. His true strength surpassed the fourth level of the Qi-high realm. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. Most importantly, his body had reached the level of a 2-star Dao body. "Fang Chen, are you interested in learning how to forge weapons?" The green-haired old man asked with a smile. "Forge weapons?" Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Not interested." Actually, Fang Chen didn't want to delay his training, so he said this. "Fang Chen, do you know who I am?" The green-haired old man asked. His attitude towards Fang Chen was completely different from before. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "Oh, I forgot that you're not a warrior from the Western region." The green-haired old man suddenly remembered and smiled. The green-haired old man gave Fang Chen an unfathomable feeling. Fang Chen didn't want to get entangled with the green-haired old man. "My name is Gu Zong." Chapter 267. Seeing Fang Chen's blank expression, the green-haired old man was speechless. If this was the Western region, the two words, Gu Zong, would be enough to intimidate countless warriors. But the warrior in front of him obviously did not know the meaning of the two words. "It's not your fault. You're not from the Western region." Gu Zong nodded slightly and said, "I'm the strongest blacksmith in the Western region. People call me the Master Blacksmith." Master Blacksmith. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His eyes burned as he looked at the green-haired old man in front of him. He did not think that the old man would be a master blacksmith. No wonder this old man asked him if he wanted to learn how to forge weapons. So Senior is a master blacksmith. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to Gu Zong, "Kid, in the Western region, as long as I, Gu Zong, open my mouth, there will be countless youths begging to be my disciple." Gu Zong said proudly, "But if I learn how to forge weapons, it will waste my training time." Fang Chen said, "Muddle-headed, who told you that all paths lead to the same destination? While you are crafting, you can also increase your own cultivation," said Gu Zong when he heard that. Fang Chen thought for a moment. In his eyes, a sly smile flashed, and he said, "Senior Gu Zong, since you say you are a master blacksmith, I wonder if you can help me with something?" "What is it?" Gu Zong thought highly of Fang Chen. Among the youths in the Western region, there was almost no one who could train their body to a 2-star Dao body. As for the path of forging weapons, the first requirement was to have a strong enough body and enough strength. Only then would one be qualified to become a master blacksmith. "My weapon was broken in the previous battle. I wonder if Senior Gu Zong could help me reforge it." As Fang Chen spoke, he took out the broken hidden dragon sword. Seeing this, Gu Zong said with surprise, "I didn't think that a mere second-level Qi-high warrior like you would have a top-grade Yuan weapon." Afterwards, Gu Zong picked up the broken hidden dragon sword and carefully observed it. After that, he said, Repairing this sword is extremely simple for me. After talking to Guzong, Fang Chun believed that Guzong was not a greedy old man. So, after thinking for a while, Fang Chun took out a small piece of meteorite iron. Of course, it was Fang Chun who asked the little mouse to bite off this small piece of meteorite iron. Senior Guzong, I wonder if you can integrate this into the Hidden Dragon Sword? Fang Chun asked. Of course. Guzong took a look and chuckled. However, in the next moment, the smile on Guzong's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He took the meteoric metal from Fang Chun's hand and hurriedly said, "This is the meteoric metal. How did you get it?" Even a master blacksmith like Guzong was shocked when he saw the meteoric iron. Meteoric iron from outer space was the best material for refining weapons. Casually refining it, one could refine it into a spirit weapon. Where did you get this meteoric metal? Guzong's expression was grave as he asked. Fang Chun was startled and then dryly laughed. This junior obtained it by accident. Only later did I learn that it was the meteoric metal. Guzong understood that Fang Chun was unwilling to tell him. Everyone had their own secrets, so Guzong didn't force him. Guzong carefully examined this small piece of meteoric metal. His face was filled with an excited smile. As expected of the meteoric metal, this degree of hardness is truly amazing. After a long while, Guzong held the meteoric metal and playfully looked at Fang Chun. He asked, "Brat, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? You should know that the meteoric metal is worth me doing that." Fang Chun looked at Guzong and grinned. "But you didn't do that." Fang Chun was gambling. When Guzong said those words, he knew that he had made the right bet. Guzong waved his hand and patted Fang Chun's shoulder. He chuckled and said, "Good brat, you're to my liking. I'll definitely take you as my disciple. Let's go. Come back with me. I'll refine a weapon for you first. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, you could decide whether you want to be my disciple or not." Guzong finished speaking and left the training mountain range with Fang Chun. After about an hour, Fang Chun finally came out of the training mountain range. In front of him was the green-haired Guzong. "Is this the Western region?" Fang Chun was slightly startled. "This is the Western region. Let's go." Guzong smiled. After that, Guzong brought Fang Chun and quickly disappeared from the mountain range. The most prosperous and core city in the Western region was called the Western Cloud City. The Western Cloud City was extremely large and was located at the center of the Western region. In the entire Western region, there were countless warriors who wanted to enter the Western Cloud City. Not only was the Western Cloud City prosperous, but there were also countless powerful warriors. This time, Fang Chun and Guzong's target was the Western Cloud City. Guzong was the only master blacksmith in the Western region. He was also the most powerful master blacksmith. His mansion was located in the Western Cloud City. Under Guzong's lead, the two of them moved very quickly. In just one day, the two of them arrived at the Western Cloud City. Before entering the Western Cloud City, there were guards stopping them. However, after seeing Guzong, they immediately became respectful. After entering the Western Cloud City without any obstructions, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. This Western Cloud City was really prosperous. Even compared to some of the big cities in the south, wasn't inferior. My mansion is located on the mountain peak in the depths of the Western Cloud City. After Guzong finished speaking, he quickly brought Fang Chun to his mansion. After ascending the mountain peak, Fang Chun discovered that there was actually a mansion built on the peak of the mountain. The mansion's gate was a golden plaque with a large ancient word written on it. "Let's go in," Guzong said. After entering the mansion, Guzong found a room for Fang Chun. After that, he entered the refining room and immersed himself in refining. This Guzong is indeed worthy of being a master blacksmith. Along the way, many people who met him were incomparably respectful. Fang Chun thought to himself. In the following days, Fang Chun stayed in Guzong's mansion, waiting for him. One day, Fang Chun was bored, so he walked out of the ancient sex mansion. At this time, he discovered that on the entire mountain peak, from the summit to the foot of the mountain, there were countless young martial artists lined up in pairs, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Fang Chun appear, a young warrior standing at the front revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He then called out, "Little brother, are you a servant of Master Gu's mansion?" Hearing this warrior's words, Fang Chun was stunned. Clearly, they thought he was a servant of Gu Zong's mansion. However, Fang Chun didn't explain. He just raised his head and looked at the warrior. "Little brother, when will Master Gu come out to see us?" The warrior continued to ask. There was also a commotion behind him. Master Gu is currently in seclusion. He shouldn't be coming out for the time being. Fang Chun coughed softly. At this moment, the warrior standing at the front was full of smiles. He walked in front of Fang Chun and secretly stuffed a spatial ring into Fang Chun's sleeve. "Little brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can put in a few good words for me in front of Master Gu," the warrior said in a low voice. Fang Chun was stunned. Then, he rolled his eyes and nodded. "Okay, no problem." When he heard Fang Chun's words, the warrior became even more excited. After seeing this scene, many warriors in the back stepped forward to befriend Fang Chun. They kept giving Fang Chun spatial rings. In just one morning, Fang Chun received more than 100 spatial rings. He didn't even have time to open them. "Little brother, you must help." From time to time, warriors would say this to Fang Chun. Fang Chun would just nod and agree. "You all go back first. Master Gu definitely won't be coming out for a few days," Fang Chun said. Hearing Fang Chun's words, many warriors bid farewell to Fang Chun and left the mountain peak. After a while, the mountain peak became much quieter, so it could be done like this. Fang Chun's face was full of smiles. He quickly returned to his mansion and his courtyard. Then, he opened the spatial rings one by one to take a look. There are actually 5 origin-grade elixirs in this spatial ring. Haha. Fang Chun laughed. There are so few things in this spatial ring. There are only a few tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, Fang Chun complained. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chun spent an entire afternoon sorting through the spatial rings. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fang Chun finally finished sorting out. The entire courtyard was filled with various elixirs and a large number of spirit stones. Fang Chun did a careful calculation and found that most of the spiritual stones in these spatial rings were middle-grade spiritual stones. In total, there was a total of 100 million spiritual stones. Although it was a little small compared to Fang Chun's wealth, it was a free win. Next were the elixirs. Just the origin-grade elixirs alone numbered over 100. Of course, these origin-grade elixirs were mostly low-grade elixirs. Only a few of them were medium-grade elixirs. There were also a few high-grade elixirs. As for top-grade elixirs, there was only one. Origin-grade elixirs were considered precious in the Jingguan country. These warriors were all elite disciples of the sect. That was why they were able to take out so many origin-grade elixirs. "I've really struck it rich." Fang Chun laughed wildly. Some of these elixirs could be used by him. Others could be sold. As for weapons, there was not a single one. Master Gu was a weapon-refining master himself. How could the servants in his mansion lack weapons? Naturally, they would not embarrass themselves. Ha ha! If I could do this every day, how good would that be? Fang Chun laughed wildly. In just one morning, the amount of resources he had collected was enough to make a Chi-Hai warrior change his expression. This kind of wealth was something that even a small faction would not be able to take out. Just as Fang Chun was laughing maniacally, a voice suddenly rang out. "Using my name to collect other people's things." Hearing this voice, Fang Chun hurriedly put all the things in front of him into his spatial ring. He then respectfully looked at the figure in front of him. "Senior Gu Zong," Fang Chun scratched his head and laughed. "This is your weapon," Gu Zong said. He casually threw the hidden dragon sword into Fang Chun's hand. As Fang Chun held the hidden dragon sword, he could feel a faintly discernible aura being emitted from the sword. Low-grade spirit weapon. Chapter 268. Within the ancient sword continent, the lowest grade weapons were the normal weapons. The better ones were the common weapons. After the common weapons were the yuan weapons. After the yuan weapons were the spiritual weapons. Blacksmiths who could forge spiritual weapons were at least master blacksmiths. In the entire Jingguan country, there were only a few master blacksmiths. That was why Gu Zong's position in the western region was very high. It was because he was the only master blacksmiths in the western region. The hidden dragon sword was only a peak-grade yuan weapon before, but now it had become a low-grade spiritual weapon. This made Fang Chun go wild with joy. There aren't enough meteorites, otherwise it would have been able to increase its grade. Gu Zong said indifferently. Fang Chun nodded and thanked Gu Zong. Fang Chun tested it a little and found that a low-grade spiritual weapon was many times stronger than a peak-grade yuan weapon. With a low-grade spiritual weapon, he could easily defeat a 5th-level Qi-Hai warrior, as expected of a spiritual weapon. Fang Chun said with joy. At this moment, Gu Zong said, "Have you thought it through? Do you want to be my disciple?" Fang Chun was startled and didn't say anything. As you can see, the warriors who want to be my disciple can line up from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain every day. But these warriors can only be considered as ordinary warriors. There are also many true, monstrous warriors. As long as I raise my arm and tell the world that I, Gu Zong, want to accept a disciple, there will be countless big powers coming to pay a visit. I can sense that your talent in crafting weapons shouldn't be too bad. As long as you craft weapons with me, it won't be long before I can turn you into a true weapon craftsman. Gu Zong continued to tempt Fang Chun. Fang Chun's mind was thinking. He had been thinking about this question for the past few days. In the ancient sword continent, almost every true expert knows a little about forging, because their weapons are all forged by themselves and nurtured with their own blood. Gu Zong said, "But I want to enter the central region." Fang Chun said his wish. "Why do you want to enter the central region?" Gu Zong asked. "I want to go to the Luo family to look for someone," Fang Chun said. Gu Zong laughed heartily when he heard that. He said, "If that's the case, you have even more reason to take me as your master. If you were an ordinary person, no matter how talented you are, the Luo clan wouldn't want to see you. However, if you go to the Luo clan as my disciple, the Luo clan will definitely receive you." This, Fang Chun was still hesitating. "Why are you still hesitating? While refining artifacts, you can still cultivate. Look, isn't this old man very strong as well?" Gu Zong continued. Crash in an instant. Gu Zong's aura skyrocketed and enveloped Fang Chun, making Fang Chun feel pressured. The Luo clan is a very powerful clan in the Golden Crown Nation. If I go there alone, I will definitely not be able to meet the head of the Luo clan. Thinking about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with taking Gu Zong as my master. Fang Chun thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun finally made a decision. He would first become Gu Zong's disciple. "Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." After finishing his words, Fang Chun suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gu Zong. "Ha ha, good disciple." Seeing this, Gu Zong laughed and helped Fang Chun up. Gu Zong had been wanting to take in a disciple for so many years. However, looking at the entire Western region's younger generation, none of them could enter his eyes, until he met Fang Chun. "From now on, you'll be my Gu Zong's only inner disciple." Gu Zong laughed. "Master, don't you intend to give your disciple a greeting gift?" Fang Chun looked at Gu Zong and whispered. Gu Zong's smile instantly froze. In the next moment, Gu Zong exploded. "Get lost!" The news of Gu Zong accepting a disciple instantly spread in the Western region. Countless warriors were shocked. Gu Zong actually accepted a disciple. I wonder who Gu Zong's disciple will be. Could be those few Sky Prides? They have always wanted to be a disciple of Gu sect. Damn it, there's no chance. I remember Master Gu Zong once said that he would only accept one inner disciple in his lifetime. Quickly go and find out who became Gu Zong's disciple. In the entire Western Cloud City, countless warriors were discussing who was so lucky to become Gu Zong's disciple. At the same time, in the Western region's top 3 sect, they were also discussing. One of the top 3 sects, heaven-seeking sects, Public Square. A white-robed man was currently cultivating. He was the strongest of heaven-seeking sect's younger generation, and also one of the top 3 experts in the Western region, Wen Yu. Gu Zong accepting a disciple. Wen Yu, who was in the middle of cultivating, suddenly received this news. His face instantly turned gloomy. Could it be one of the other two? Wen Yu frowned and said in a low voice. While Wen Yu was pondering, the top experts of the other two sects' younger generation were also pondering who had become Gu Zong's disciple. At this moment, on a mountain peak deep in western Cloud City, there were countless warriors standing. These warriors were the ones that Fang Chun had seen the other day. Among them, the warrior who was ranked first was the warrior who was ranked first the last time. No one knew what his name was. Everyone only knew that his nickname was Spirit Monkey. At this moment, Spirit Monkey stood at the front, looking at the mansion on the mountain peak. At this moment, the door of the mansion creaked open, and Fang Chun walked out. Little brother. Spirit Monkey saw Fang Chun and greeted him softly. Then, Fang Chun walked in front of Spirit Monkey. Master Gu Zong has already accepted a disciple. Why are you still here? Fang Chun looked at Spirit Monkey and asked, Little brother, we are here this time to find out who became Master Gu Zong's disciple. Spirit Monkey asked. When Fang Chun heard this, he deliberately paused and said, This, Fang Chun made a difficult expression and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Spirit Monkey took out a pile of spirit stones and handed it to Fang Chun. He said, Little brother, we just want to find out who Master Gu's disciple is. Fang Chun took the spirit stones and grinned. He said, You will know in 3 days. After speaking, Fang Chun quickly returned to the mansion. When everyone saw this, their faces were filled with confusion. A minute later, Spirit Monkey's scolding spread throughout the entire mountain peak. This damn little brother. He took his spirit stones and did not tell him who Master Gu's disciple was. Ever since the news of Gu Zong accepting a disciple spread, countless warriors of the younger generation were discussing who Gu Zong's disciple was. In Gu Zong's mansion, Fang Chun was learning weapon refining from Gu Zong. Because Fang Chun had never come into contact with weapon refining before, he lacked knowledge in this area. This is a book on weapon refining. Go back and read it carefully. Gu Zong handed a book to Fang Chun and said. Fang Chun kept the book and nodded. At this moment, Gu Zong said, Fang Chun, ever since you became my disciple, countless warriors have been looking for you. They must not be convinced. So, in 3 days after I announce your news, there will be many warriors coming to challenge you. You must be prepared. Gu Zong laughed. Fang Chun nodded slightly. Before this, Fang Chun had already understood the situation in the Western region. There were a total of 3 top sects in the Western region. The young warriors of the 3 top sects were called the 3 top warriors. The 3 of them were the strongest warriors of the younger generation in the Western region. Their cultivation had all reached the early stage of the 5th level of the Qi High realm. After knowing this, Fang Chun immediately felt relieved. With his current strength, he could still deal with warriors at the early stage of the 5th level of the Qi High realm. Your disciple is already prepared, Fang Chun said. Gu Zong heard this and nodded. You can go back first. After you finish reading this book, come and find me. Gu Zong released the news that in 3 days, his identity as a disciple would be announced to the world. Countless warriors were waiting for 3 days to pass. After all, Gu Zong's position in the Western region was too high. He was also the only master blacksmith in the Western region. No sect was willing to offend Gu Zong. While they were waiting, Fang Chun was reading a book on weapon refining in the courtyard. In this book, the introduction is very detailed. There are even some materials for refining weapons. Fang Chun said, refining weapons was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to prepare the materials. The second step was to control the fire. The third step was to cultivate the spirit. As for the first step, it was easy to understand and do. The difficult part was the second and third step. If the fire was not controlled well, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Thus, controlling the fire was very important. The third step was to cultivate the spirit. It was the time to determine the grade of the weapon. The better the spirit, the better the weapon. Fang Chun used half a day to finish reading the entire book. He felt that he had gained a lot of understanding towards the art of craftsmanship. On the second day, Fang Chun went to find Gu Zong. Master, I have finished reading, Fang Chun said. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Gu Zong's face showed a trace of doubt. He asked, You have really finished reading? Fang Chun nodded. Seeing this, Guzong immediately began to test Fong Chun. If the fire is not controlled well during the refining process, how do you remedy it? Guzong asked. Fong Chun thought for a moment and said, if such a situation occurs, you need to immediately increase the intensity of the fire. The temperature of the materials must be doubled. Hearing this, Guzong nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask. Just like this, they asked and answered. After a quarter of an hour, Guzong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He asked some slightly complicated questions. He did not expect Fong Chun to be able to answer them so fluently. Although the book on weapon refining was relatively simple, ordinary people would not be able to understand it completely without 3 days. At first, Guzong thought that Fong Chun did not read seriously. However, when his questions were perfectly answered by Fong Chun, he was completely shocked. This was simply an exceptional weapon refining genius. At this moment, Guzong's heart was filled with excitement. Since you have finished reading the book on weapon refining, the next step is to test whether you are qualified to become a weapon refiner. Guzong said, to become a weapon refiner, one must pass the most basic requirements. Some warriors were strong in theory, but poor in practice. Some were the opposite. Chapter 269. Of course, for Guzong, Fong Chun passing the basic test wasn't a big problem. The main problem now was that he wanted to see just how great Fong Chun's potential was in the refining path. The first test tests the strength of your physical body, Guzong slowly said. Guzong said slowly, however, the strength of your physical body has already reached a 2-star Dao body, so you pass this test directly. The second test tests one's control of the fire. Just as Guzong finished speaking, a scorching flame suddenly appeared in front of him. This flame contained a majestic aura. You control this flame, said Guzong. Hearing this, Fong Chun secretly activated the concept of fire and began to control the flames. At the beginning, Guzong's expression was very calm. However, when Fong Chun controlled the flame to constantly flicker, his expression finally became serious. Are you sure you haven't learned refining before? Guzong looked at Fong Chun and asked in a low voice. Fong Chun shook his head slightly. Guzong was puzzled. Fong Chun's control of fire was much better than he had imagined. You passed the second test. After Guzong finished speaking, he began the third test. The third test tested the strength of a cultivator's soul. Generally speaking, in a refining process, the spiritual cultivation process required a powerful soul to succeed. Release your soul, said Guzong. Fong Chun followed Guzong's instructions and directly released his soul. Immediately, a red illusory ball of qi appeared around Fong Chun. This ball of qi was Fong Chun's soul. This is red. When Guzong saw the red ball of qi in front of Fong Chun, his face was filled with shock. It's actually a red-grade soul. Guzong cried out involuntarily. Fong Chun's first 2 tests had already shocked him. He hadn't expected the third test to shock him even more. Genius. He's definitely a once-in-a-century genius. After a long time, Guzong laughed heartily. He felt that he had picked up a treasure this time. He was not even 20 years old, but his physical body had reached the 2-star Dao body. His control of fire had reached the point of perfection. Even his soul was a red-grade soul. Perfect, it was just too perfect. Looking at Fong Chun, Guzong's eyes shone with golden light. He was pleasantly surprised. Master, did I pass the test? Fong Chun looked at Guzong and asked. At this moment, Guzong really wanted to give Fong Chun a slap. Showing off? This was blatant showing off. His talent was obviously outstanding, but he pretended that he didn't know anything. Initially, I thought that it would take some time for you to become a true weapon refiner. But now, it seems like I'll be able to make you a true weapon refiner in, at most, a month. Guzong grinned. In the following time, Fong Chun followed Guzong to learn how to refine weapons. As Fong Chun had already firmly memorized the knowledge in the introductory books, Guzong asked Fong Chun to watch him refine weapons. In Guzong's weapon refining room, Fong Chun stood quietly to the side. Guzong appeared on the refining table and started to refine weapons. Fong Chun, look carefully, Guzong said softly. In front of Guzong was a refining table. On the table was a piece of black iron that Gu Zong had prepared beforehand. Beside the black iron was some water that Fang Chun didn't recognize. Just as Gu Zong was about to start, a thick flame suddenly appeared on his palm. The moment the flame appeared, Gu Zong's hands pressed against the black iron. Hiss, 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 the flame was extremely hot. In the blink of an eye, a hissing sound could be heard coming from the black iron. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Zong was indeed a weapon refiner grandmaster. Just this flame alone was extremely powerful. Even if his fire concept had reached the second minor realm, he probably wouldn't be able to create such a flame. The path of weapon refining started with weapon refiner apprentices. Weapon refiner apprentices were unable to condense the spiritual energy in their bodies into flames. Hence, they could only use ordinary flames from the natural world. As for Gu Zong, an expert like him could condense spiritual energy flames as he wished. At this moment, Gu Zong was using spiritual energy flames. Spiritual energy flames were many times stronger than ordinary flames. Under the refining of Gu Zong's powerful flames, Fang Chun soon discovered that the black iron on the refining table had begun to melt. When the black iron completely melted into molten iron, Gu Zong's other hand suddenly picked up a bottle of water on the refining table and poured it into the black iron. Hiss, 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 when the water entered the black iron, Gu Zong quickly used the scorching flame to refine the black iron. Rumble, rumble, after the black iron and the water successfully fused together, the flame on Gu Zong's palm began to increase. Under the scorching flame, the liquefied water began to solidify. Time passed bit by bit, and the black iron gradually solidified. When the black iron solidified into a wrinkled shape, Fang Chun discovered that the weapon that Gu Zong was refining was actually a long saber. What a mystical refining technique! Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. A piece of ordinary black iron was refined into a long saber in just a short while. Buzz, a peculiar sound came from the wrinkled saber. At this moment, Gu Zong waved his palm, and the flame on his palm instantly disappeared. Immediately after, Gu Zong's powerful soul instantly erupted and enveloped the wrinkled saber. This is spiritual cultivation, Fang Chun said in his heart. However, what shocked Fang Chun even more was Gu Zong's soul. Surrounding the wrinkled saber, there was a yellow ball of air. Yellow represented the strength of Gu Zong's soul. It had reached the terrifying yellow grade. What a powerful soul! Fang Chun exclaimed. After a short while, Gu Zong's soul withdrew, and a brand new saber appeared in front of Fang Chun. Take a look. Gu Zong handed the saber to Fang Chun. After Fang Chun received the saber, he carefully examined it. He felt that this saber was extremely heavy, and there were some complicated patterns on the blade. At the bottom of those patterns, there was a small ancient character. This represented that this saber came from Gu Zong. How do you feel? Asked Gu Zong. I feel quite deeply. Fang Chun gave a simple explanation of his feelings. Next, Gu Zong explained to Fang Chun some things that he needed to pay attention to when refining. After that, Gu Zong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he actually opened his mouth to ask Fang Chun to try refining a weapon. The lowest level of a refiner was a refiner's apprentice, then a refiner's master, a refiner's grandmaster, and a refiner's grandmaster. Of course, to be called a refiner's apprentice meant that you had already crossed the threshold. At the very least, you could refine ordinary weapons. In truth, there was still a minor realm before the refiner's apprentice realm. That was the threshold realm. Although Fang Chun was now a disciple of Gu Zong's sect, he still hadn't crossed the threshold on the path of refining. Try to refine a weapon. Gu Zong grinned. Fang Chun nodded and walked over to the refining table. At this time, Gu Zong had already placed an ordinary piece of brass back on the table. That was because black iron was considered a middle-grade material among refining materials. Gu Zong was afraid that Fang Chun wouldn't be able to handle it, so he gave him a piece of brass. You're still unable to condense spiritual chi flames, so you'll have to use the flame below the refining table, said Gu Zong. Just at this time, Fang Chun asked, Master, can I use flames condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gu Zong's expression changed slightly. You can, but the consumption is extremely high. I'm afraid most people won't be able to handle it. You've comprehended the concept of fire? Gu Zong couldn't help asking. Fang Chen nodded. In an instant, a scorching flame appeared in Fang Chen's palm. Gu Zong's face was filled with shock. The second minor realm of the concept of fire. When Fang Chen had participated in the second trial, Gu Zong had guessed that Fang Chen had definitely comprehended the concept of fire. Otherwise, there was no way he could control the flame so well. He had thought that Fang Chen had at most just comprehended the concept of fire. But who would have thought that Fang Chen's concept of fire had actually reached the second minor realm? Gu Zong was delighted. This disciple of his was too monstrous. Good. Gu Zong was incomparably excited. Now that Fang Chen's concept of fire had reached the second minor realm, he didn't have to worry about controlling the flame during the refining process. First, use the flame condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon. When you can't handle it anymore, switch to an ordinary flame, said Gu Zong. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this disciple of his. Fang Chen nodded. Controlling the flame, he began to refine the brass. The brass was over a meter long. Fang Chen's refining process was relatively slow. Hiss! After a quarter hour, a hissing sound came from the brass. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the brass was beginning to melt. Gu Zong's brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at Fang Chen, he was filled with doubt. According to reason, after a quarter hour, Fang Chen shouldn't be able to handle it anymore. But why was Fang Chen still holding on? There wasn't the slightest pain on his face. Strange. Gu Zong shook his head slightly. He was also a bit unable to understand this disciple of his. In truth, Fang Chen had long since reached his limit. But each time he couldn't handle it, his golden heart would begin to rapidly beat. Clear streams of energy would appear, and those streams would spread throughout Fang Chen's body. He immediately felt much more relaxed. Just like that, Fang Chen continued to control the flame condensed from the concept of fire to refine a weapon. After an hour, the brass was finally completely refined. At this time, Fang Chen was still holding on. That scene caused Gu Zong to sigh endlessly. Just what kind of monster is he? Gu Zong wondered inside. Even Gu Zong, who had lived for over 100 years, had never seen such a monstrous genius. At this time, Gu Zong made a decision. Chapter 270. Once the brass was completely refined, Fang Chen placed the materials he had prepared beforehand into the brass water, allowing them to completely melt with the water. After doing all this, Fang Chen followed Gu Zong's method and increased the intensity of the flames, beginning to condense the shape of the weapon. Condensing the shape of a weapon was a technical job. However, after seeing Gu Zong's refining method, Fang Chen also tried to refine it himself. For those long-established blacksmiths, condensing the shape of a weapon was an extremely easy task. In their hearts, as long as they wanted to condense a weapon, they could use their flames to do so. Fang Chen was constantly muttering in his heart that he wanted to refine a longsword. As time passed, the liquefied brass began to solidify under the heat of the flames, revealing the shape of the weapon bit by bit. He can actually condense the shape of a weapon. Gu Zong was even more shocked when he saw this scene. People who had never learned how to refine weapons before had only read some introductory blacksmithing books and listened to his explanation, yet they were able to condense the shape of a weapon. What a monster! Gu Zong's heart was in turmoil. He realized that Fang Chen couldn't be judged using common sense. After a quarter of an hour, a longsword lay quietly on the refining table. This longsword shape was emitting a weak aura. At this time, it was time to start cultivating the spirit. Fang Chen activated his red soul and began cultivating the spirit. However, cultivating the spirit didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. Halfway through cultivating the spirit, there was a bang and the longsword broke into two. Fang Chen's soul also instantly returned to his mind. How did it break? Fang Chen looked at the broken longsword in confusion. Gu Zong, who was originally shocked, finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Fang Chen had failed to cultivate the spirit. It's finally normal. This was Fong Chen's first time refining a weapon. Not only was he able to perfectly control the flame, but he was also able to condense the shape of a weapon. This was already considered a monstrous genius. If he had succeeded in cultivating the spirit, then it would have been abnormal. The good thing was that Fong Chen had failed in spirit cultivation, and the shock of the ancient sect had receded a lot. Master, why did I fail? Fong Chen was still immersed in refining. He raised his head and asked Gu Zong. Gu Zong coughed dryly and said, Fong Chen, your talent in refining is the strongest I've ever seen. The reason why you failed to cultivate your spirit is because this is your first time in refining. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Upon hearing Gu Zong's words, Fong Chen nodded. In this way, Fong Chen spent the next 2 days refining weapons like crazy. 2 days later, Fong Chen finally succeeded in refining his first weapon. Holding the long sword in his hand, his face was full of excitement. This is the first weapon I've ever forged, Fong Chen said excitedly. Refining this long sword also meant that Fong Chen had successfully become an apprentice blacksmith from an uninitiated blacksmith. It won't be long before I become an apprentice blacksmith, said Fong Chen confidently. Today was the day that Gu Zong and the Western region's major powers had agreed to meet. Early in the morning, the mountain peaks in the depths of Shiyun City were filled with people. Countless martial artists had come early in the morning just to see who Gu Zong's disciple was. When it was close to noon, Gu Zong finally came out of his residence. Following behind him was Fong Chen. Look, Grandmaster Gu has come out. Yeah, there's also that little brother behind Grandmaster Gu. How come Grandmaster Gu's disciple hasn't come? The moment they saw Gu's sect appear, many ancient martial art practitioners cried out excitedly. Gu Zong stood at the top of the mountain, looking down at the crowd. Then he waved his hand for everyone to quiet down. In an instant, the noisy mountain peak quieted down. Everyone, this old man said 3 days ago that I will announce my disciple today, said Gu Zong slowly. His words had the majesty of a grandmaster. In my life, I will only accept one disciple. He is not only my inner disciple, but also my only disciple, continued Gu Zong. Hearing Gu Zong's words, countless martial artists were envious of Gu Zong's disciple. However, Gu Zong's next words made the faces of many disciples filled with anger. Their roars were endless. Fong Chen is my only inner disciple. Gu Zong turned around and pointed at Fong Chen. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chen. When they heard Gu Zong's words, their faces were filled with shock. How was it possible? How can he be Grandmaster Gu's disciple? Damn it, he's Grandmaster Gu's disciple. How dare he cheat us of our wealth? This son of a B****, how dare he cheat us of our things? Countless martialists shouted one after another. They knew that they had been deceived by Fong Chen and wanted to challenge him one after another. At this moment, they could not care less about Gu Zong. Kid, I want to challenge you. Kid, how dare you cheat all of us? You're courting death. Not only did you cheat us, you even cheated us of so many things. Hearing the angry roars of the martial artists, Gu Zong's face revealed a strange smile. It seemed like he did not want to get involved in this matter. His intention was to let Fong Chen settle it himself. Fong Chen shook his head slightly. He took a step forward and said, You can't say that. Back then, you were the ones who willingly gave you your things. How can you call it cheating? You be ****starred. You are the one who cheated us of our things. Why are you still quibbling? I really don't understand how someone like you could become Grandmaster Gu's disciple, shouted a martial artist. In an instant, a martial artist stood at the top of the mountain and looked at Fong Chen. He exuded a fierce aura. He was the spirit monkey. Kid, you clearly know that you are Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Why did you cheat us? Questioned the spirit monkey. Didn't I tell you back then that you would know in 3 days? I didn't say that it wasn't me. Moreover, you treated me as a servant the first time, Fong Chen said helplessly. When the spirit monkey heard this, he was even more furious. He felt that he had been cheated. Grandmaster Gu. The spirit monkey looked at Grandmaster Gu and asked for his opinion. This is between you and my disciple. As an elder, I won't interfere, Grandmaster Gu said with a smile. What he meant was that if you challenged my disciple, I won't interfere. Go ahead and challenge him." When Fang Chun heard this, his face turned black. How could there be such a master? All right, since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. When the spirit monkey heard this, his face turned cold. Immediately, he activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fang Chun directly. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit monkey was a warrior at the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Although his cultivation level wasn't high in the western region, it wasn't low either. At this moment, the spirit monkey was defeated by Fang Chen's lightning-fast attacks the moment he attacked. At the moment when the spirit monkey was sent flying, the entire mountain peak was silent. Countless martial artists looked at this scene in shock. "This kid is so strong," someone exclaimed. After the spirit monkey was defeated, there were naturally other warriors who jumped out. They wanted to challenge Fang Chun and let him know that they weren't easy to bully. However, under Fang Chen's powerful attacks, there were warriors who were defeated in an instant. Oh my God, how strong is this kid? Could it be that his strength is on par with the top 3 warriors? Impossible. His strength is at most at the late stage of the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. There is still a huge gap between him and the top 5 warriors. Let me have a go at you. At this moment, a rough voice came into everyone's ears. Then, a fat man with big ears appeared in front of Fang Chun. "Chen Jin, it's actually Chen Jin. Even he can't help but want to fight?" A warrior saw Chen Jin and exclaimed. Chen Jin was at the peak of the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. In the younger generation of the western region, his strength was only second to the top 3 warriors. With Chen Jin fighting, this kid will lose for sure. That's right, Chen Jin is too strong. Unless the top 3 warriors fight, no one is a match for Chen Jin. I want to see how this kid will block Chen Jin's attacks. When Chen Jin appeared, all the warriors thought that Chen Jin would win for sure. Only Fang Chun didn't care about Chen Jin at all. At this moment, on top of the mountain, Gu Zong's eyes flashed with surprise. This kid is not only talented in forging weapons, but also in martial arts. Gu Zong was a master blacksmith after all. After watching Fang Chen's fight, he could tell that Fang Chen's true strength was only at the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm. But his true strength was probably on par with the top 3 warriors of the western region. What a perverted fellow. Gu Zong grinned. Even when he was young, he didn't have such a monstrous talent like Fang Chun. "You're not my match," Fang Chun said. Since Gu Zong allowed everyone to challenge him, Fang Chun understood that Gu Zong wanted to see his true strength. Secondly, Gu Zong wanted to intimidate the other warriors. "Kid, although you are Master Gu Zong's disciple, you are only at the 2nd level of the Chi-Hai realm. I, Chen Jin, don't care about you." Chen Jin's face was full of mockery as he said. If Fang Chun wasn't Gu Zong's disciple, he would have already been killed by Chen Jin if he dared to say such words. At this moment, on the mountainside, countless warriors who were deceived by Fang Chun wanted to find Fang Chun for revenge. But they were not as strong as Fang Chun, so they could only place their hopes on Chen Jin. "Many people have said that they want to kill me, but in the end, I kill them all," Fang Chun said calmly. "Unfortunately, I am not them. You are destined to lose when you meet me," Chen Jin said eerily. Dong just at this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen's low-rank spirit weapon, Hidden Dragon Sword, was suddenly pulled out as he executed the 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. Crash! A majestic sword chi directly condensed into a sword light of water and fire, which then pierced towards Chen Jin. Bang Chen Jin didn't have any strength to defend himself and was directly hit to the ground by the fire and water sword. In the next moment, Fang Chun put away his hidden dragon sword. His body appeared in front of Chen Jin and stepped on his chest. "You are destined to lose when you meet me." Chapter 271. Emitting a wild aura, Fang Chun stepped on Chen Jin's chest and repeated what Chen Jin had just said. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were seeing an illusion. It was as if they were seeing 3 peak experts fighting. He defeated Chen Jin in one move. How is this possible? Could his strength really be comparable to the 3 peak experts? To be able to become an ancient sect's disciple, he definitely isn't simple. That's right, there seems to be a problem with his character. At this moment, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of Chun Jin's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. I couldn't block it at all. Only Chun Jin himself knew just how strong Fong Chen's power was. Even when facing the three peak experts, Chun Jin didn't feel that kind of shock. So when Fong Chen stepped on his chest, Chun Jin decisively gave up on counterattacking. What kind of joke was this? Such a peerless expert could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. How could he resist? You're very strong. Chun Jin looked at Fong Chen for a long time before saying this. Fong Chen released Chun Jin. The latter cupped his hands and quickly disappeared from the mountain peak. Chun Jin knew that Fong Chen had already held back. Otherwise, he would have already died on the mountain peak. After Chun Jin left, many cultivators were shocked and didn't dare say anything. At the same time that Fong Chen had intimidated all the cultivators, there were also some who had already contacted the three peak experts. That was because the three peak experts were also paying attention. Not long after, the three peak experts appeared at the foot of the mountain, causing an uproar. The three peak experts of the younger generation of the three sects were the peak experts of the western region. They were Wenyu, Situ Pu, and Qinjun. After the three of them met, they quickly ascended the mountain peak. Grandmaster Gu, why would you rather accept a person with a questionable character as a disciple than choose one of the three of us? Wenyu was the first to speak. His words were filled with dissatisfaction towards Fong Chen. Originally, Wenyu had thought that Gu Zong's disciple would definitely be one of the three of them. And of the three of them, Wenyu, as the leader of the three peak experts, had thought that he had the highest chance. But when Wenyu learned that Gu Zong had accepted a nobody, he was extremely furious. Today, Wenyu came to the mountain peak. He wanted to ask why Gu Zong had accepted this person with a questionable character as a disciple. In Wenyu's eyes, Fong Chen was incomparable to him in every aspect. I don't think that he has a questionable character. You used your title as Grandmaster Gu to swindle the wealth of so many martial artists. Isn't that a problem with your character? The one who spoke was Situ Pa. His expression was gloomy as he coldly spoke. The three peak experts had joined hands. They didn't approve of Fong Chen. Grandmaster Gu didn't say anything. He glanced at Fong Chen. At this moment, the latter also took a step forward. His eyes flickered as he coldly said, "Whether or not I have a questionable character is not up to you to decide. Didn't I just snatch away the position that originally belonged to you? If you want to fight, then fight." Fong Chen looked down on hypocrites the most, and Wenyu and the other two were undoubtedly hypocrites. Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The one who spoke was Qinjun. He was the weakest of the three peak experts. As he spoke, he was about to attack, but he was stopped by Wenyu. Grandmaster Gu is a highly respected master refiner of the western region. He is revered by tens of thousands of people, so his disciple must obtain the approval of everyone. He doesn't represent himself, but the entire western region. Wenyu slowly said, "And then?" Fong Chen icily asked. This Wenyu was laughable. He actually wanted to use moral binding. Grandmaster Gu's disciple must be someone with ability. "Do you dare make a bet with us?" asked Wenyu. "Bet on what?" continued Fong Chen. Gu Zong hadn't said anything. He trusted that Fong Chen would be able to handle this. Through the battle, just now, he had realized that Fong Chen's strength was already comparable to the three peak experts. The reason Gu Zong had announced Fong Chen's identity in front of everyone was to give Fong Chen a bit of pressure. He wanted to make Fong Chen work harder on his cultivation. Of course, there was another reason. He wanted to prove to those old bastards that his Gu Zong's insight was extremely unique. If you lose, then please leave. You don't have the qualifications to become Grandmaster Gu's disciple. Wenyu smiled. "And if you lose?" asked Fong Chen. "We won't lose." "What if?" asked Fong Chen. "If the three of us lose, then we'll unconditionally agree to anything you ask of us." "Does that include being my servant?" asked Fong Chen coldly. Hearing this, the expressions of Wenyu and the other two changed slightly. They glanced at each other and then sneered. "Kid, don't be complacent too early. We agree to your conditions. I hope you can keep your promise. Fang Chun turned to look at Gu Zong, indicating that he shouldn't interfere in this matter. Turning back, he asked, "Who's first?" Fang Chen's words were filled with a sense of heroism that shook people's hearts. "Let me, Qin Zhen, test you." As soon as Qin Zhen finished speaking, he stood in front of Fang Chun and a long saber appeared in his hand. "I'll defeat you in 3 breaths." At this moment, Fang Chun was extremely arrogant. He wanted to use this kind of arrogance to crush Qin Zhen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the countless cultivators on the mountain went into an uproar. Fang Chen's words were too arrogant. Even the 3 peak experts frowned. "I want to see just how you'll defeat me in 3 breaths." Qin Zhen roared. The saber in his hand slashed out, and a strange trajectory appeared in the sky. Despairing saber. This was a peerless saber technique that Qin Zhen had inadvertently obtained in some ancient ruins. Relying on this saber technique, Qin Zhen was able to enter the ranks of the 3 peak experts. But this time, Qin Zhen directly used the despairing saber. He wanted to let Fang Chun know the difference between them. 1 breath. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. In the sky, the fire and water sword technique was executed. At this moment, Fang Chun said in a deep voice, "Boom!" After the fire and water sword art clashed with Qin Zhen's despairing saber, it suddenly exploded. Fang Chen's toes tapped, and his figure flashed. At the same time, Qin Zhen's figure also flashed. He wanted to capture Fang Chen's figure and use the despairing saber to defeat Fang Chun. 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. At this moment, Fang Chun was still accumulating power and did not make a move. Qin Zhen continuously used the despairing saber, and the momentum was great. 5 breaths. Just when Fang Chun said the 2 words, a bright light suddenly burst out from his body. Then, a majestic fire and water sword light directly slashed on the despairing saber. Crack! The despairing saber was instantly shattered. Qin Zhen's body was directly sent flying. The wild aura wreaked havoc on the mountain peak. Bang! Qin Zhen's body fell on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, even the other 2 top experts revealed a trace of astonishment on their faces. Someone as strong as Qin Zhen couldn't even last for 5 breaths of time. Just how strong was this brat? "I lost." Qin Zhen slowly stood up. Looking at Fang Chen's soaring aura, he put away his long saber and said bitterly, "One of the top 3 experts, Qin Zhen, was defeated by an ancient sect disciple in 5 breaths." This scene caused an uproar among the martial artists. Even the 3 sect, who were watching this scene from the foot of the mountain, were shocked. This kid is not simple. The leaders of the 3 sect came to this conclusion. At this moment, Fang Chen's aura was like a rainbow. His whole body was shrouded in a wild aura. He stood quietly on the mountain peak, his eyes disdainful as he looked down. "Next," Fang Chun said in a loud voice. In an instant, the aura around Fang Chen's body shot up into the clouds. At this moment, Fang Chun had revealed his sharpest side. He was extremely domineering.